Chapter 833. Bakeland, 160 Buckland Street. German Sparrow's figure suddenly appeared in the master bedroom. His black trench coat fluttered as he straightened his half-top hat. Don Dantes, who was lying in bed, immediately turned incorporeal and shrank into a palm-sized mirror. It's likely that no one came to visit tonight. A Rhodes didn't cause any trouble. Upon seeing this scene and the surrounding peace, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His figure grew a little taller as his sideburns rapidly turned white. His blue eyes deepened as he transformed back into Don Dantes. At the same time, the mirror's surface rippled as silver light gathered to form words. "Great and Supreme Master, I didn't do anything tonight. No, I seriously acted as the sleeping Don Dantes. In addition, I encountered something. Would you like to know?" Ignoring a Rhodes's request for praise, Klein's heart skipped a beat. As he took off his hat and threw it onto the reclining chair beside him, he replied in a deep voice, "Speak." On the mirror's surface, the original words disintegrated as they squirmed to form new words. "A lady glanced at this house when she passed by this street. What's going on? There aren't many people who pass by here every day to admire the surroundings." Klein was just about to say something when he saw the surface of the mirror ripple with aqueous light, reflecting a figure. To a normal person, the figure would be dressed strangely. She was wearing a spirit medium's black robe, and her eyeshadow and blush were blue. She looked gorgeous and demonic. She was none other than Daly Simone. This lady was riding a carriage through Buckland Street. When she passed by Unit 160, she turned her head to look out the window for more than 3 seconds. Man, not only does she have an impression of Don Dantes because of his eyes, but she has also grasped some information in passing? Klein frowned slightly and asked, "Is there nothing else?" "Is there nothing else?" "No." As a Rhodes reflected the words on the mirror's surface, he outlined a simple drawing that symbolized swearing. Klein nodded. Ignoring the enthusiasm of the magic mirror, he forced it to leave. After doing all of this, Klein took out a candle and prepared to set up a ritual. He would summon himself and respond to himself. He would bring all the spoils of war and the clothes he wore above the gray fog. He planned to make a distinction between German Sparrow's clothes and Don Dantes's clothes to prevent any future problems with this detail. Pah! He snapped his fingers, causing the candle's wick to burst into scarlet flames. Flames! Flame! Klein's gaze froze for a few seconds. He quickly closed his eyes and turned his back to the candle. Then he controlled Wraith Senor to approach the desk. During this process, Senor's body trembled more and more violently, but he finally reached out his right hand and extinguished the candle flame. "I'll sleep first and think about it tomorrow. No, the tyrant card is on me, and it has already been activated. Although there's a wall of spirituality sealing it, it might not be able to completely isolate its ability to attract and gather people of the same pathway. Perhaps it can only weaken the effects and drag it out. Back when I was in Byam, I entered and left quickly. I didn't dare to stay for too long." Just as Klein calmed down, he thought of some problems. A few seconds later, he slowly took a deep breath, raised his hand again, and snapped his fingers to light the candle. Right on the heels of that, he controlled the fear in his heart and controlled Senor to take out the other 2 candles and set up a sacrificial ritual. This way, he wouldn't have to respond to the summoning and pass through the candle flame to come to the real world. When everything was ready, Klein turned around with great difficulty and piously lowered his head, not daring to look at the candle flame. Then he seriously chanted the honorific name of the fool. Relying on his perseverance, he finally completed the ritual after nearly bursting into tears. He sacrificed all the items that needed to be sent above the gray fog. Phew! Klein exhaled, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived at the silent, mysterious space. He sat in the chair that belonged to the fool, picked up the tyrant card, and triggered the contents inside. The card of blasphemy immediately became 3-dimensional, like a palm-sized book. The book flipped, and on every page there was a Roselle Gustav. He was either a sailor, wearing a captain's hat, holding a sextant, or singing loudly in the background of the sea. Klein was rendered speechless when he saw this. He increasingly felt that his fellow countryman was too king narcissistic. If the Demoness card was still using his own image, then I'd really be convinced. As Klein lampooned, he browsed through the corresponding contents and analyzed the sequence names and material rituals of the entire storm pathway. Sequence 9, Sailor. Sequence 8, Folk of Rage. Sequence 7, Seafarer. Sequence 6, Wind Blessed. Sequence 5, Ocean Songster. Sequence 4, Cataclysmic Inter. Sequence 3, Sea King. Sequence 2, Calamity. Sequence 1, Thunder God. Sequence 0, Tyrant. This ritual to become a tyrant, which is also the Lord of Storms, is very different from the Black Emperor. First, it requires hundreds of thousands of followers who believe in him out of fear. Second, he has to challenge a true God alone, which is another sequence 0, and survive. Finally, he has to consume the potion amidst the atmosphere of fear and obedience to complete his advancement. This is a bit of a scam. A sequence 1 who hasn't undergone a qualitative change to challenge a sequence 0 true God will die 7 or 8 times out of 10. Besides, what if there aren't any other sequence 0s in that era? Then, wouldn't I have to think of a way to nurture one myself, or switch to a neighboring pathway? Of course, the ritual might not be necessary. As long as I'm lucky enough, it's not impossible to directly drink the potion. See, God Cavituous is an example. He didn't consume a potion, but an unblended Beyonder characteristic. The core of this ritual is the courage to challenge a deity, as well as a large amount of fear and obedience. Yes, Tyrant doesn't seem to have the special ability of the Black Emperor to distort the rules and use them. He's unable to revive from the dead and return from the void. But he seems to have the terrifying ability to transform into lightning for a short period of time. He might even have the ability to create a planet-level disaster. Roselle the Great's records focus on the formula and ritual. There's too little description of the corresponding Beyonder powers and deity authorities, and it's very vague. Klein casually summoned a piece of paper that wasn't conjured and used a fountain pen to copy the cataclysmic Inter potion formula. He then wrote a sentence in the tone of the world's German sparrow. Try not to recall the contents of that painting. This was a reminder to the hanging man. In the mysticism domain, matters that involved sequence 0 had to be sufficiently cautious and careful. Even if it went against common sense, he had to pay attention. Seeing and discussing the painting on that primitive island was fine, but it didn't mean that it was safe in the outside world. If he often thought about it, he might be struck to death by lightning in a thunderstorm one day due to his lack of luck. Or he might encounter a conundrum that he couldn't solve, causing the blood vessels in his brain to explode. Or he might suffer a heat stroke from being exposed to the sun and die in a timely manner. The cataclysmic Inter ritual is very dangerous. It can cause earthquakes and tsunamis, and the person who advances has to consume the potion in such an environment and last until the end. Klein folded the piece of paper, placed it to the side, and put away the tyrant card. After using divination to identify that the 3 Beyonder characteristics he had obtained belonged to the Black Emperor Pathways sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion, the Storm Pathways sequence 5 Ocean Songster, and the Planter Pathways sequence 5 Druid, Klein finally had the time to recall everything that had happened during his exploration and pondered over the information contained within. The eternal blazing sun is clearly of the sun pathway, and the city of Silver's creator is also known as the ancient god of the sun. This can be concluded from the history left behind by the 4th epoch and the murals of the elves. According to the law of conservation, where there's a sequence 0 and no sequence 1, the pure white angelback then shouldn't have been a king of angels. But if he wasn't a king of angels, he wouldn't have the right to participate in the feast of the city of Silver's creator. This isn't only because of external factors, but also because of him. Directly jumping from sequence 2 to sequence 0 is highly likely to cause him to lose control. Either the eternal blazing sun switched pathways to become a god, or the City of Silver's creator's main authority isn't the sun. After defeating the ancient god, he had already distributed this authority to the angel beside him, making him a king of angels. Therefore, the murals of the elves and the title passed down in later generations only indicate that he had once wielded the authority of the sun, and not all the time. There's another possibility. After the creator took back the ancient god's authority, he had the ability to advance a sequence 2 of the same pathway to sequence 1. Klein's train of thought quickly turned to who built the cathedral and who left behind the murals. As there were all sorts of complicated situations, it was difficult to sort them out. He decided to conjure a piece of goatskin and summarize the main points by writing to find a connection. That primitive island was discovered by Zillings and Mr. the Hanging Man together. Zillings accepted a mission from the Twilight Hermit Order, and for a valuable item he headed to Bakeland to assassinate the Duke of Negan. He died at the hands of Mr. Aztec. Zillings told Mr. the Hanging Man that deep in the cathedral ruins was a precious item that wasn't inferior to Roselle's tarot cards. However, one had to be at sequence 5 to obtain it. He later obtained creeping hunger and became a pirate admiral. His strength was already equivalent to a powerful sequence 5. That tyrant card is still in the mausoleum beneath the cathedral. Zillings didn't make any further attempts? Or did he fail? That cathedral was built by an existence that believed in the ancient god of the sun. The murals inside recorded the dark history of the Orthodox deities before the cataclysm. They were clearly biased towards the ancient god of the sun. The Twilight Hermit Order is suspected to have been established by the son of God, Adam. Its goal is to revive the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. That primitive island suddenly disappeared. As though it didn't exist in the first place, Adam is the angel of imagination. Among the core members of the Twilight Hermit Order, there's at least one angel of the spectator pathway. Hermes, the Twilight Hermit Order, tends to let its members choose the Sailor, Reader, and Sun pathways. There's a high chance that they have high-sequence ingredients and items from the Storm Domain. There might be angels from the Storm Domain within the Order. Klein put down his fountain pen and looked at the contents listed on the paper. He slowly came up with a theory. Chapter 834. Looking at the list of important points, Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers as he silently muttered to himself. The person who sighed deep in the cathedral is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? It was because of that deep exploration that Zillings was chosen by the Twilight Hermit Order, allowing him to advance and obtain creeping hunger to become a pirate admiral? If that's the case, it can explain why he didn't return to the primitive island after having the strength of a sequence 5 and think of a way to take away the tyrant card. You can only take what's given to you, and you can't touch what's not given to you. Of course, it's also possible that Zillings established a connection with the Twilight Hermit Order member during his second exploration of the cathedral when he had sufficient combat strength. Regardless, the possibility that the primitive island has something to do with the Twilight Hermit Order isn't small. The reason why we were able to pass through the different regions and arrive at the tomb, where we saw the painting of a king of angels eating the creator, was it because of the Twilight Hermit Order members' deliberate indulgence deep in the cathedral? To them, if there's a chance, they'd definitely be happy to publicize that erased piece of history. However, what they describe from their own point of view might not necessarily be the truth. After that, the Twilight Hermit Order member probably didn't expect us to finish off the awakened deceased and the six-winged gargoyle so quickly and obtain the tyrant card. That's why he sighed. According to the normal script, he should have taken action to quell everything when we were in danger, and he would have spoken to us across space, allowing us to become peripheral members of the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein cautiously used him to refer to the existence deep in the abandoned cathedral. He even suspected that he might be the former king of angels, the son of God Adam. Of course, he wasn't completely certain that the primitive island belonged to the Twilight Hermit Order. He believed that even divination wouldn't be able to obtain a definite answer. This was because there were too many possibilities. It might involve other hidden existences, and the information regarding the spirit world had definitely been wiped or hidden. If it was as I suspected, did this mean that I had missed a chance to join the Twilight Hermit Order? As long as I can pass their test, I might even be able to take a glance at the second blasphemy slate and obtain the high sequence Beyonder potion formula for seer. What a pity. However, German Sparrow's origins are mysterious. The existence behind him is something that the upper echelons of the various factions at sea know of. The Twilight Hermit Order is the oldest and most secretive organization, so it's impossible that it doesn't know of the corresponding situation. German Sparrow's outcome is likely to be eliminated on the spot, and he'll seek answers through mediumship. Klein first felt a sense of regret before he felt a lingering fear. As his thoughts raced, he even thought of sending the Hanging Man to the primitive island again to find an opportunity to become a peripheral member of the Twilight Hermit Order and enter its core. Sigh, the problem is that the primitive island has disappeared. Otherwise, Mr. the Hanging Man would really have a chance of becoming a spy for 3 sides. No, for sides. Klein flicked his finger, making the piece of paper in front of him vanish. He temporarily forgot about tonight's exploration. However, he exhorted himself to pay attention to any abnormalities in his life during this period of time. He was afraid that the secret existence deep in the cathedral wasn't unable to prevent him and the Hanging Man from escaping, but that it had a deeper goal. If he hadn't passed through the gray fog and received the antivirus, Klein would have suspected that he had a hidden mark left behind by the other party. Glancing at the items on the table, Klein flipped the Tyrant card and placed it beside the Dark Emperor card. Then he pondered over how to deal with the remaining spoils of war. It was a Sequence 5 Druid Beyonder characteristic of the Planter pathway. He already had a preliminary idea of selling it to Frank Lee through the Hermit Catlia. But the problem is, will this accelerate the destruction of the world? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he felt a little hesitant. To let a dangerous fellow like Frank Lee advance to Sequence 5, cows, fish, sea, and rose bishops would all be afraid. No one knew what experiments this fellow, who wasn't much better than a lunatic, could complete or what strange species he would create after obtaining greater powers. If he were to plant himself and harvest a bunch of Franks, then this world would really be in danger. Klein silently exhaled and finally decided to leave the problem to Admiral of Stars to worry about. Anyway, I'm just selling the Druid Beyonder characteristic normally. Whether Ma Hermit wants to buy it or not is her problem. Besides, it's only a Sequence 5. I believe that with the support of Queen Mystic and the Moses Ascetic Order, she'll definitely be able to watch over it. Besides, the Church of Earth Mother still has a bunch of saints, angels, grade 0 sealed artifacts, and true deities. It's impossible that they can't handle the relevant matters. As Klein consoled himself, he placed his attention on the Mentor of Confusion and the Ocean Songster's Beyonder characteristics. As for the latter, his initial thoughts were to make it into a mystical item, but he wasn't sure if the artisan that the Hanging Man knew had the ability to do so. As for the former, he planned on selling it. Although it could also be made into an item, it overlapped with the Baron of Corruption in the glove. Furthermore, Klein also began to realize that having more mystical items wasn't always good. When the negative effects were stacked together, it could really be fatal. With creeping hunger and Laymanos travels that could be rented, he believed that it was better to keep things simple most of the time. Under normal circumstances, creeping hunger and death knell, as well as preparing some purifying bullets, would be sufficient to deal with the situation. When encountering a naval or aerial battle, he would have an additional mystical item made by an ocean songster. When the situation was complicated, he could rent Laymanos travels if he had the opportunity. If there wasn't a chance, he could use Roselle's travels to fend it off and throw out the Fate Siphon charm. And this didn't include his own Beyonder powers, the Wraith Marionette, or the inconvenient use of the Sea God Scepter. Speaking of fixed assets, I can already be considered a true tycoon. Klein sighed as he made all the Beyonder characteristics fly onto the junk pile. As for the six-winged gargoyle's eyeball, it was a material that was extremely rich in spirituality. Furthermore, it had some mystical properties to it. It could be used in rituals or made into charms. Klein hadn't thought of a solution for the time being, nor did he have any need for it. He had long thrown it into the junk pile. After doing all of this, he vanished above the gray fog and returned to the real world. On Saturday morning, Furs had planned on waking up naturally, but she was woken up by the world's message through Mr. Fool. He was returning her Laymanos travels. Furs rubbed her eyes. She originally wanted to prepare for the ritual, but when she saw her messy hair and puffy eye bags in the mirror, she decided to head to the bathroom to clean up her image. She had finally sold the 2 properties yesterday, and the price was higher than she had expected. Even after deducting the corresponding taxes, it was still £6,550. What left her feeling regretful was that the gold coins circulating on the market were usually very common. But when she really wanted to collect them in large quantities, there weren't many of them. After a long period of work, she had only managed to exchange for 600. Phew! I can finally make up for my debt and complete the transaction. Furs combed her hair and began setting up the ritual. Last night, in order to celebrate receiving so much cash for the first time in her life, she had secretly drunk half a bottle of rum proof and a barrel of Southville beer. This was why her image was so bad this morning. During the ritual, after a series of exchanges, Furs paid £5,200 in cash and 600 gold coins, completing the assassination mission from before. She also received an interrogator Beyonder characteristic. This way, she still had £2,530 left in cash, and the royalties from the 2 books were being transferred into her account. It wasn't much, but it was more sustainable. After a short wait, Furs saw the door of sacrifice and bestowment glow as 2 items flew out. One was Laymanos Travels, and the other was a light blue, translucent hexagonal prism. Inside, there were bolts of lightning streaking across. Mr. World sure has a lot of Beyonder characteristics. Furs sighed inwardly as she first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual. Following that, she put away the interrogator Beyonder characteristic. Finally, she picked up Laymanos Travels and flipped through the additional Beyonder powers. Amidst the rustling sounds, her gaze suddenly froze. This was because 2 yellowed pages were no longer blank. They were filled with mysterious patterns and symbols. This represented a demigod-level Beyonder power. There were 2 pages. How extravagant! Furs couldn't help but mutter softly. This was the first time she had seen a demigod-level Beyonder power that she could use. As a best-selling author who focused on romance, her first reaction was to wonder if the world German sparrow was wooing her. But thinking that they had never met before, and that the gentleman was a cold and powerful assassin, she quickly rejected this guess. She believed that the world German sparrow probably had the help of a demigod at any time, so he didn't care about such matters. Phew, I'll try my best not to use it. I'll wait for Mr. World to rent it again before using it myself. Furs exhaled timidly, not daring to take advantage of the terrifying assassin. After composing herself, she used the crystal ball to identify the new Beyonder powers. She felt that they were all rather useful, apart from Full Moon. If it's used for suicide, this would be a godly technique, she muttered as she closed Laymanos Travels. She waited for Zio to return at night before giving her the interrogator Beyonder characteristic. Past 7 in the evening, Klein was dressed neatly as he waited at the entrance with Walter and Richardson to welcome the guests who were attending the ball. Soon, he saw a familiar face walk in. Alan Series. This famous surgeon was holding on to his pregnant wife as he walked through the door. Pregnant woman. Klein's heart stirred as he went forward with a beaming smile. P.S. Seeking recommendations and monthly votes on Monday. P.S. 2. Recommending a book. Fairy. Please conduct yourself by the old author, Ji Cha. It's obvious from the name that it's a harem novel. Smile. Chapter 835. As a polite gentleman, Klein naturally wouldn't stare at Aaron's wife. He looked at the famous surgeon and said, "That's right." He looked at the famous surgeon and said, "Good evening, Alan. How may I address you?" Alan's cold temperament didn't change, but it didn't affect him from politely smiling as he handed over the exquisitely packaged red wine. "My wife, Wilma Gladys, is a high school teacher. It looks like you're going to be a father again. When's the expected delivery date?" Klein received the gift and asked. He had originally prepared a topic for Dr. Allen to discuss the recently reported new surgical techniques, but he never expected him to bring his pregnant wife along. This was a pleasant surprise for him. This was because the unborn child in Wilma Gladys's womb was the snake of Mercury, Williseptin. Allen subconsciously glanced at his wife's stomach and smiled. "Early July. If you don't mind, I hope to invite you to his birth banquet." Just as he said that, the beautiful black-haired lady, Wilma, suddenly held her stomach and let out a soft cry of pain. "What's wrong?" Alan blurted out. "He kicked me. He's calmed down now," Wilma said as her expression relaxed. She then looked at Dwayne Dantes and curled her lips into a smile. "Due to my pregnancy, I haven't participated in a ball like this in a long time. I'm always staying at home, and I feel a little depressed. Therefore, I got Alan to bring me here. Although I can't dance, I can chat with the ladies, and even find some time to play cards. It's my honor to have you here." Klein replied sincerely, "I'll be attending his birth banquet in early July." He wasn't affected by the small accident from before. He still remembered Dr. Allen's invitation. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Klein handed the gift in his hand to his valet, Richardson, and got him to lead 3 guests into the hall. Before long, he welcomed the second pair of guests, Bishop Electra and his female companion, who were still dressed in black clergyman robes. This was a girl with some baby fat on her face. She looked like she was in her early 20s. Everything she saw was novel and seemed to be full of energy. However, because she had already given birth to a child, she looked more mature. "Good evening, Bishop. I've been sleeping very well recently," Klein said, feigning ignorance of the Church of Evernight's secret efforts. Bishop Electra immediately tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "This is the blessing of the goddess." He then introduced the female companion beside him, "My wife, Shauna Johnson." Because he often met with Don Dantes and had been to his mansion many times, there was no need for him to prepare any extra gifts for this ball. It would seem too polite and distant. "Nice to meet you. You're much younger than I thought." Klein nodded at Xiao, not half-jokingly. At the same time, he did a mental calculation. "I heard that the bishop got married 2 years ago. That also means that his wife was only 18 or 19 back then. This age difference is a little huge. In a few years, perhaps I'll have to introduce the chubby apothecary to him." Upon hearing Don Dantes' joke and recalling the conversation during the visit, Bishop Electra immediately felt a little uncomfortable. He coughed lightly and replied on behalf of his wife, "She's someone who enjoys a lively scene. She's a lively person. If she has time, she doesn't want to miss any ball." Klein didn't speak further because he saw Ma and Mary alight the carriage and walk towards the hall. After letting Bishop Electra and his wife enter the hall, Klein smiled at Mary. "Ma, perhaps we can work together next week." The lawyer and accounting team he hired had already completed their investigations and came to the conclusion that there were no problems with the coin company and that it was a very suitable investment. Furthermore, they had already reached a preliminary agreement with the gentleman who sold the shares. 3% of the shares for £12,800 would be confirmed next week. When Mary heard that, she chuckled. "I've already treated you as my companion." This seems to be an implicit statement with a deeper meaning. Don't tell me she's taken a liking to Don Dantes. Klein's heart stirred as he pretended not to understand. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. After a light handshake, he got Butler Walter to lead the lady in. At this moment, more and more guests arrived. As Klein recalled the corresponding topics, he warmly and humorously welcomed them and received quite a number of gifts. If it wasn't for the professional instinct of a faceless to remember the looks and characteristics of others, I wouldn't be able to tell who is who, much less find the correct topic. It's no wonder I often need the help of butlers at times like this. As Klein reflected over the matter, he saw Mocht and his family enter. He smiled again and took a step forward. Good evening. The starry sky today is especially beautiful. Mocht smiled as he handed him a bottle of black Rand from an unknown manor. I've been in Bakeland for nearly 20 years, but the total number of days I've seen under the starry sky isn't even as many as this year. I hope there will be more and more. Klein turned to Ma, Mariana, and said, I heard you're looking for a boarding school for Miss Hazel? Rihanna looked at her daughter, who was standing beside her with a cold expression and only maintaining a polite smile. Schooling is becoming more and more popular these days. It's the same for women. And most importantly, Hazel might be able to make more friends. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem too happy about it. She can't bear to part with us. In Bakeland, boarding schools for girls of high society had already sprung up. The education it provided might not be comparable to home tutors, but it created a social circle. The annual tuition fee for such a boarding school was about £500. What she can't bear to part with is the sewers here. Klein lampooned. After some idle chit-chat, he let Mocht and his family enter the hall. When it was almost time, he no longer stood in the foyer. He walked to the second floor and stood behind the railing facing the door, gesturing for the band to stop their performance. With a glass of champagne in hand, Klein surveyed the area. After all the guests looked over, he said loudly, I'm very happy that everyone can attend this ball. First, I would like to thank the goddess, and secondly, I would like to thank all of you. I've prepared some Desi specialty, music and food for everyone. I hope all of you will like it. After a simple speech, Klein went down the stairs to the first floor's dance floor. He planned on inviting a lady for the opening dance. Typically speaking, a married host would definitely look for their spouse during the opening dance. Unmarried men and women would either dance with a relative of the opposite sex or invite someone they liked. It was considered an alternative blind date. However, Don Dantes didn't have any relatives present, nor did he have a suitable target for the time being. This made him feel a little awkward. However, he had an experienced butler. Walter had already invited a socialite from high society ahead of time. Dancing the opening dance with her would, at most, result in some scandals, but it wouldn't make others think of them dating. Therefore, Klein didn't feel any psychological burden as he looked at the lady named Ollery and walked towards her. This lady was a widow. She had rather good ties with a few members of Bakeland's high society. She was doing quite well in the circle. But of course, she wasn't well liked by women. Anyone with a bit of status would look down on her. But regardless, Oloria's feminine charm and bearing were rather good, especially her figure. She had a voluptuous figure and alluring curves. If it wasn't for the fact that her looks could only be considered above average, making her a good-looking type, Klein would have suspected if she was a demoness. May I have the honor of dancing with you? Klein followed the teachings of his etiquette teacher, Juana, and presented himself flawlessly. Ollery, who had her blonde hair coiled up, smiled sweetly and extended her hand. You're a gentleman that no one can refuse. That's a little ambiguous. Her status and the role she plays in social situations determine that she can't be as reserved as most ladies and gentlemen. Klein pulled her onto the dance floor and began dancing to the music that had a country vibe. Nobles had land, manors, and castles in the countryside. They would live there for several months every year, so country music was one of the mainstays of high society. You dance well. If Juana hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't believe that you didn't know how to dance in the past. Ollery deliberately made the two of them stick close to each other. As they danced, they could hear each other's breathing. As she was a stranger, Klein felt a little uncomfortable with such close contact. However, he couldn't push the lady away under everyone's gaze. All he could do was smile. "I just don't know how to dance. Actually, I'm very good at the more casual dances in Desi Bay and the southern continent. I also like those dances. It's powerful and filled with passion. I dance it for myself and not others." Ollery found a topic of conversation as she twisted her body, appearing very intimate with Don Dantes. As the opening dance came to an end, she suddenly suppressed her voice and chuckled. "If I hadn't heard some rumors, I might even think that you don't like women and feel a little stiff. However, I don't doubt it anymore." As she spoke, she glanced down. Klein was actually feeling rather awkward. She was really good at using her body and words to create an ambiguous atmosphere, but Don Dantes was an experienced person. He definitely couldn't admit defeat on the surface. He smiled with a natural expression. "I'm stiff because I'm not used to Bakeland's social scene." "I can teach you," Ollery said with a chuckle. At that moment, the music came to an end. She took a step back and blinked with a smile. "You're really passionate." Her words had a double meaning, making Klein blush in embarrassment. He began to suspect if she was related to a demoness. He remained unperturbed as he bowed and sent Ollery back to her original spot. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wilma Gladys, who was pregnant with the Snake of Mercury, walking to a long table by the side. Her goal seemed to be the first batch of ice cream. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 836. Klein's gaze immediately moved away from Wilma Gladys and looked at the carrot cake, cream muffins, and other desserts, as well as the roasted chicken, lamb stew, pan-fried ribeye, Desi's specialty grilled fish, and other food not far from them. He gulped a mouthful of saliva and forced himself to retract his gaze. He planned on inviting Ma and Mary for the second dance. As the host, he couldn't miss the first 3 dances. Therefore, he could only temporarily forget his hunger and the delicacies. And at this moment, Wilma Gladys, whose belly was very obvious, walked to the ice cream cups. She extended her hand and retracted it. "Do you want some?" Her husband, Dr. Allen, didn't dance the first dance as he continued standing beside his pregnant wife. Wilma Gladys shook her head solemnly. "No, I don't. I'm pregnant. It's not good for me to eat ice cream. However, the little guy in my belly seems to want to try a little. Just a little." Dr. Allen nodded indiscernibly. "Then try a little. Leave the rest to me." Wilma instantly revealed an uncontrollable smile. "You really dote on the child too much." She didn't object as she watched her husband pick up a cup of ice cream from the ice cubes. After enjoying 2 mouthfuls, Wilma closed her eyes and suddenly shifted her gaze away. She looked at the few ladies who didn't dance the first dance and realized that they were whispering to each other. They had smiles on their faces and wore ambiguous expressions. From time to time, they would cover their mouths with their palms as they snickered. What interesting things are they talking about? Wilma's curiosity was piqued. After greeting her husband, Alan, she walked over. However, the few ladies quickly dispersed, as though they were waiting for the second dance. Wilma felt disappointed as she said to the only beautiful lady who remained in her spot, "Do you know what they were talking about?" "I'm not interested in their topic of conversation." Hazel glanced at the pregnant lady beside her and said, "I'm not interested in their topic." She didn't accuse her of being rude because pregnant ladies always had some privileges. It was only then that Wilma noticed that Hazel, who had long, dark green hair, was holding a glass of champagne. She looked like she didn't want to be invited to dance. She had a kind of pride that came from the bottom of her heart. Even when she looked at the Baroness, she only maintained the most basic politeness. This was a likable character, but the problem was that she was like this to everyone and she was too cold. Perhaps she was in the rebellious phase that Roselle the Great mentioned. As a middle school teacher, Wilma couldn't help but comment inwardly. Then she tactfully distanced herself from Hazel and looked for familiar ladies to chat with. After the opening 3 dances, Klein finally had a short break to stuff himself with food and drink a cup of thirst-quenching sweet iced tea. This was a Desi specialty that he had specially asked the kitchen to prepare. Due to the effects of death knell, he had a little too much to drink. After exchanging a few words with Bishop Electra, he excused himself and headed for the washroom. In fact, he could still hold back for at least 3 dances, but he felt that snake of fate Will Septon's sudden visit might be to communicate with him. Therefore, he took the initiative to search for a suitable, uninhabited environment. Although he is an unborn fetus and is forced to come here, if he doesn't want to see me, there are at least 100 ways to stop his mother from going out. In short, let's give it a try first. Klein muttered as he entered the bathroom and locked the door. He was hesitating whether to solve the problem of his lower abdomen first or to wait patiently for a minute or 2 when his spiritual perception was triggered. He immediately looked at the mirror. At some point, a black pram was reflected in the mirror. The shadow inside the pram was so deep that it was difficult to see the specific details. The only thing that could be seen was a child wrapped in silver silk. The child said in a clear voice, "Your destiny has shifted a little. What happened?" Klein tensed up. Will Septon, who was in his infant form, sneered. "You have to ask yourself. All I know is that you likely encountered an angel." Klein suddenly recalled what had happened on the primitive island and his guesses. After thinking for a few seconds, he frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" "Can an angel tell what's special about me? I've met Orange Light. He told me that only a few high-level spirit world creatures, as well as a few deities with unique authority and beyonders who represent fate, can discover this to varying degrees. Furthermore, they have to come into close contact with it." Inside the pram, Will Septon sucked at his thumb and smiled. "Probably not, because you aren't dangerous. Besides, apart from you being special, some of the items on you and your companions might also be special. They might be able to garner that person's interest. Some of the items on me, my companions." Klein's thoughts raced as he realized that he might have been hinted at previously. Furthermore, he really hadn't expected it, so he had missed out on something. When exploring the primitive island, he had brought Roselle's travels with him. This was a book created by the ancient god, dragon of imagination, Anquelt. If the primitive island was really related to the Twilight Hermit Order, regardless of whether it was an angel of the spectator pathway that brought high-sequence ingredients of the storm pathway deep inside the cathedral, or if it was the other way around, he would be interested in this book. After all, the leader of this organization was likely the angel of imagination, the son of God Adam. It's because of this travelogue that he allowed me to take away the tyrant card and stopped me and Mr. the Hanging Man from exploring further? Klein said with a guess, "That's right." "How should we solve this?" "There's no need to solve it. In the long run, this should be a good thing, but there will be a lot of trouble in the middle." Will Septon said in a clear voice, "Besides, you're already burdened with many things, so it doesn't matter if you have one more. I'm reminding you so that you can pay more attention to prevent trouble from knocking you down." "Makes sense. There's no need to worry when you're in too much debt. You might even be able to create an opportunity for your creditors to fight each other." After thinking about it carefully, Klein agreed in his heart. He asked, "My friend who wishes to obtain a drop of mythical creature blood wishes to know what you need." "What do I need?" Will Septon scoffed again. "I need a lot, such as a way to accommodate the die of probability, or to help me kill that fellow, Ouroboros. If it's really possible, you can draw as many vials of blood as you want. But can it be done? If it's possible, why take the risk to kill Ouroboros? Wouldn't it be better to directly deal with a weak snake of fate like you?" As Klein lampooned, he shook his head without a doubt. "No. Then think of something else. I'm in no hurry." Will Septon paused and said, "There's something wrong with that very arrogant girl at the ball tonight. If you have the chance to chat with her, You can direct the topic to the dream. Hazel? Dream? Klein nodded in thought. All right. Seeing that Willa Septon seemed to have the intention to leave, he hurriedly said, That paper crane is about to break. That paper crane is about to break. If there's an emergency in the future, how can I contact you? Willa Septon fell silent for a moment. Do you expect me to fold a paper crane for you in Mommy's tummy? Even if I can fold it, you won't be able to get it. If I want to find you, as long as you're still living here, I can do so any time in my dreams. If you have any urgent matters, visit my father directly. Wouldn't it take a long time to use a paper crane? All right, as an unborn fetus, it's time for me to catch up on sleep. We'll talk about it later. Klein had no choice but to nod. If there's nothing else. Willa Septon's dissipating figure suddenly paused. After 2 seconds, he said, There's something else. What is it? Klein tensed up again. What is it? Klein tensed up again. Willa Septon tersely said, The ice cream made by your chef is too sweet. Klein was momentarily unable to react to what he was saying. It wasn't until the black pram disappeared into the mirror that he came to a realization. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. After dealing with the problem of his bloated lower abdomen, he washed his hands and went out. He found his valet, Richardson, and instructed, Go to the kitchen and get them to reduce the sweetness of the subsequent ice cream. Richardson didn't ask why and immediately did as he was told. Only when he was about to enter the kitchen did he think of a question. Mr. Don Dantes didn't seem to have touched the ice cream before. How did he know that it was on the sweet side? Richardson quickly had an answer to this question. He believed that one of the guests had informed his employer of the problem after tasting the ice cream. Although it was a little rude, it wasn't something rare, especially for close friends. They would take the initiative to remind the host in good faith, so as to prevent the host's reputation from dropping. At this moment, as the previous dance was still ongoing, Klein wasn't in a hurry to consider a dance partner. He walked to the long table at the edge, planning to seize the time to eat some delicacies. Just as he picked a piece of Desi grilled fish without any bones, he suddenly saw Wilma Gladys come over with a cup of sweet iced tea. This lady nodded at the host and said with a smile, This is a good drink. This drink is very good. I've never tried it before. Sweet iced tea from the South. Klein explained with a smile. He casually glanced at her belly and said, He seems very obedient. Perhaps it's her. Wilma smiled and said most of the time, It's just that there's an occasional ruckus in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, occasionally. Don't tell me it's when she's replying to my question. Klein suddenly felt a little ashamed. He pretended not to have thought of it and focused his attention back on his plate. Wilma drank a mouthful of sweet iced tea and returned to their previous conversation. When a new dance was about to begin, Klein handed the tray and cup to the waiter beside him. He glanced at Hazel and slowly walked over, smiling as he bowed. He smiled and bowed. Miss, may I have the honor of inviting you for a dance? Hazel fell silent for a few seconds. She placed the champagne glass on the waiter's tray and politely replied, Yes, sir. She politely replied, It's my honor as well. Chapter 837. Amidst the soothing melody, Klein and Hazel were dancing. One of them was tall and straight, while the other was slender and tall. Apart from the obvious age difference, be it their movements, rhythm, or bearing, they were extremely compatible. It was an extremely beautiful sight that could be used as a model for teaching. Klein took the initiative to break the silent atmosphere and said in a seemingly casual manner, That's right. Amidst the light twirls, he said in a seemingly casual manner, I've been having nightmares for some time. Thankfully, I was blessed by the goddess. After praying a few times in the cathedral and drinking a few cups of holy water, I didn't wake up in the middle of the night. Hazel looked up in silence. After 2 seconds, she said, Yes. After 2 seconds, she said, What kind of nightmare? To think that he's interested in such a topic. Willa Septon isn't wrong at all, Klein replied with a smile. I was in an abandoned and dilapidated cathedral and was being chased by all kinds of monsters. But you should know what happened in the dream. I'm unable to remember the details, so it's difficult for me to describe what the monsters look like. Hazel didn't say a word, but her dark brown eyes were filled with disapproval. This also meant that she believed that it wasn't impossible to remember what happened in the dream. Klein hugged her and took a diagonal step forward. He smiled and said, Indeed, I've had a very clear dream in the past. At that time, I was still in the southern continent. I dreamed of an inverted mausoleum. It was made of pitch-black boulders, and it extended underground. A living corpse covered in white feathers came out and tried to capture me. I had similar dreams for a few consecutive days. It's a little embarrassing to talk about it. I was very afraid back then, and hurriedly headed to a nearby city. I found the Seer Club and got them to interpret the dream for me. The conclusion I received was that I might have offended a tribe's faith in death when I was purchasing specialty products. Strangely, after I apologized to the tribe, gave them gifts, and participated in one of their celebrations, I never had that dream again. The above was something he had fabricated from the perspective of a seer. His goal was to pique Hazel's interest and see if she would unknowingly reveal anything. At the same time, it was also a suggestion that wouldn't arouse suspicion. The hidden meaning was that if Hazel was troubled by the dream, it was best to get a member of the Seer Club or a cathedral priest to interpret the dream. She shouldn't blindly believe the contents of the dream and make rash attempts herself. When Willa Septon mentioned that there was something wrong with Hazel and that he could talk to her about dreams, Klein suspected that the contradictions she showed might have stemmed from the continuous dreams. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why she lacked common knowledge about the mysterious world despite having the strength of at least a sequence 8. Furthermore, she was a lady of high society who had been raised at home. It was unlikely for her to come into contact with wild beyonders of unknown motives. After all, her father was a member of the House of House, so there was no lack of baiters. Therefore, Klein believed that it was very likely that Hazel had come into contact with some item, or due to a problem with her personality, she had been fancied by a powerhouse. Through a dream, she was slowly guided to become a beyonder without being given the necessary common knowledge. At the same time, she was lured into digging in the sewers in search of something, and there were two factors that made him more certain of this guess. One was Willa Septon's words, and the other was the fact that the Marauder Pathways Sequence 5 was Dream Stealer. It couldn't possibly only have the beyonder power of stealing one's thoughts. Hazel silently listened to Don Dantes' recount as she subconsciously opened her mouth before closing it again. After nearly 10 seconds, she said, "Why didn't you go to the goddess's cathedral back then?" As expected, she has a reaction to the topic of dreams. However, she's still rather cautious and didn't reveal anything. Klein smiled bitterly. There aren't any goddesses' cathedrals nearby. It's a region that believes in the god of steam and machinery. Hazel didn't continue the topic as she focused her attention back on the dance, as though she was immersed in the music. Klein similarly quietened down as he immersed himself in the beautiful melody with the girl. After the dance ended, he sent Hazel back to her original spot. Then, due to his thirst, he headed for the long table area, hoping to get a cup of sweet iced tea. At that moment, he saw Bishop Electra enjoying red wine. Unlike the Church of the Storm and the Church of the God of Combat, the clergymen of the Evernight Goddess weren't allowed to drink alcohol. They had to reject distilled alcohol, and they could drink small amounts of champagne, beer, and red and white wine. How is it? This should be the first time you've held such a grand ball, right? Bishop Electra smiled as he raised his cup. Klein replied with a smile, "It's very troublesome and also very, yes, interesting." It's very troublesome, but also, interesting. The biggest problem is that dancing so many times in one go always makes me tired. I keep sweating and want to drink water. Bishop Electra laughed out loud. "Now that you're in Bakeland, There's no need to cut back on your physical training. Sometimes social occasions are more tiring than you imagine. Having said that, he revealed a teasing expression. Ma, Olori spoke rather highly of you, believing that your inner qualities match your outer appearance. Thank you for her affirmation. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words, so he could only reply in a joking manner. All he could do was reply in a joking manner. A person's inner qualities can't be seen through a single dance. Without waiting for Bishop Electra to reveal a smile that all men understood, he said, Bishop, I recently interfered in a business deal. Bishop, I've recently interfered in a business deal. I might have offended a powerful man. I'm a little worried. He was referring to the Coim Company and Baron Sindras. Bishop Electra took a sip of his red wine and said, Don't worry. Don't worry. Backland is a place of law. Besides, the goddess will protect you. That's a relief. Praise the goddess. Klein seriously drew a crimson moon on his chest. By the time Bishop Electra headed for the dance floor, his gaze gradually sank as he sighed silently. He wasn't feeling fear or hatred, but rather feeling a little guilty. At least up to now, the Church of Evernight had treated him pretty well. Although it was due to money, they had indeed provided him with plenty of help and were even willing to provide him with a certain level of protection. However, he was planning on dealing with the keepers and how he could steal the items from the core seal behind Cheney's gate. Sigh, if this plan needs to be completed over a long period of time, then I really have to undergo regular psychotherapy. Otherwise, there will be more mental problems. Klein examined his emotions and shook his head indiscernibly. Cho would burrow in a house. Zio placed the huge Fena Potter pie and Desi-based sweet iced tea on the dining table and said to Furs, Don't eat such food often. Don't eat this kind of food too often. It's not healthy. Why do you say that? Furs took a pie embedded with fruits and ham and took a bite. I saw it in a magazine. As a bounty hunter, maintaining one's figure is essential. Zio hesitated for a moment before grabbing a piece of pie and bringing it to her mouth. Furs scoffed. You're a beyonder who's more inclined towards combat, not an ordinary bounty hunter. You don't need to be too deliberate to maintain your figure. Perhaps you missed the final chance to grow taller because of this. All right, I heard that the warrior pathway can effectively make a person taller. Just look at those barbarians in Fasak. Zio was taken aback as she suddenly sighed. But I was born half an arbiter. There's no way for me to become a warrior. Clearly, she had given it serious consideration. Seeing that she had evoked her friend's memories, Furs hurriedly pretended not to say a word as she focused on enjoying her late dinner. After having her fill and tidying up, she pulled Zio into her bedroom and cleared her throat. You've helped me a lot recently. I've decided to give you a gift. What troublesome matter needs my help again? Zio warily touched her short blonde hair. Furs blinked as she suddenly reflected on her usual state. She chuckled dryly and said, This is for the past. Without waiting for Zio's response, she took out a square metal box under Zio's suspicious gaze. It was the kind used to store cigarettes. I don't smoke. Zio shook her head. Furs tersely acknowledged and opened the metal box, revealing the light blue, translucent, hexagonal prism inside. Zio's gaze immediately froze as she looked at the light that streaked across the crystal like lightning. She instinctively asked, Interrogator? Yes, I met a participant at a Beyonder gathering who sold it cheaply. I was afraid that I'd miss the opportunity, so I quickly bought it. Furs spoke the truth without any falsehood. As you know, I recently received a reward from teacher for something. I'm not lacking in money. Zio knew that her friend had been out a lot recently, claiming that she was working for her teacher. However, she still couldn't believe that she could so easily buy an interrogator beyond her characteristic as a gift. This was far beyond what they were used to. She's still gambling. After becoming an astrologer, she began winning large sums of money. Or has she finally set her sights on a bank vault and used her ability to open door to steal the notes inside? Many guesses flashed through Zio's mind, but she couldn't find the corresponding evidence. 2 to 3 seconds later, she made a decision. It was to pretend to go out 2 days a week and secretly observe what Furs was doing. If she didn't believe in her friend's character and bottom line, she would have suspected that she had become the mistress of a powerful, beyonder, or rich person. It's too valuable. Zio waved her hand in an attempt to reject the gift. Furs had long thought of an excuse as she smiled. She smiled and said, "Anyway, I'll have many things to trouble you with in the future. Just treat it as payment in advance. We're good friends. There's no need to talk about payment." Zio hesitated for a second before shaking her head. "I was just waiting for you to say that." Furs immediately smiled. "Then treat it as an early birthday present. You're not allowed to reject it." "But my birthday is still more than half a year away," Zio mumbled as she finally reached out and received the interrogator beyonder characteristic. On Sunday morning, Zio held back her excitement and anticipation and went out as usual. She planned on going to a specific place to leave a corresponding mark and meet the masked man from MI9 deep in a remote alley at night. With the interrogator beyonder characteristic, she who had already digested the sheriff potion only needed to obtain the correct formula to advance to sequence 7. She would then take a solid step in investigating the truth of the past and restoring her family's glory. Therefore, she couldn't wait to take on a few more military missions to quickly accumulate enough contributions. After doing this, she planned on visiting a few places in East Borough to see if there was any important news. Then she would return home and tail Furs to figure out what her friend had been up to recently and if she was in any danger. However, just as she entered East Borough, she felt as though someone was watching her. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 838. Who? As a sheriff, Zio had a sharp intuition when it came to monitoring and being monitored. Her heart tightened as her thoughts raced, considering what had happened. In the past 2 to 3 weeks, she hadn't encountered anything that required special attention. The few criminals she had captured weren't beyonders. At most, they were related to a particular gang, so no one would offend a rather famous bounty hunter in East Borough for them. Therefore, she quickly narrowed down the scope of her targets and vaguely guessed which faction the person secretly watching her belonged to. A member of the Aurora Order? I didn't attend Mr. X's gathering the last time, and an accident happened. It was said to be a shocking scene. MI9 told me that Mr. X was killed on the spot and his corpse was taken away. Furthermore, the assassin used demigod-level strength. Is the Aurora Order investigating the culprit? Every person who received an invitation to the gathering is their target? Although Zio could be rash and careless at times, and her train of thought was rather direct, she had a strong intuition when it came to such matters. She could always think of the crux of the matter. And regarding the matter of Mr. X's death, she was glad that she had been pulled away by Furs and hadn't attended the gathering, allowing her to avoid the accident. On the other hand, she believed that there was nothing wrong with her and that she could withstand any investigation. Therefore, when she met the masked man from MI9 last week, she was calm and confident and accepted the mission of investigating the truth of the case. Unfortunately, she didn't know which other Beyonders had attended the gathering, so she had no idea where to start. Yes, that gentleman from MI9 told me that the members of the Aurora Order are either lunatics who have already acted up or lunatics in hiding. I can't use normal logic to infer their actions. Even if they confirm that there's nothing wrong with me, they might kill me in passing to vent their anger and warn the real murderer. Zio walked forward with high tension as she replanned her activities in East Borough. On this route, she could receive help from her friends at any time. If she were to encounter an attack, there was a good chance that she could escape or counterattack. As she walked, Zio suddenly fell into a daze. She realized that she had returned to her residence in Sherwood Borough at some point in time. Zio entered in a daze and drank a cup of water. She was patted on the shoulder by Furs. "Accompany me to East Borough." Zio was taken aback for 2 seconds before saying something she found very familiar. "You're going out to gather materials?" Furs immediately denied this. She said that she had accepted a quest to help people find the dust left behind after the ghosts disappeared. The souls of the dead in the cemetery had long been purified and sent to their respective deities' kingdoms. She could only go to the east and to look for them. Zio hesitated. "I'm preparing to attend Mr. X's gathering. Can't you postpone it for another day?" Furs's face immediately turned bitter. She said that she had delayed it too much and that the mission was about to end. Zio sighed and agreed to accompany her friend to East Borough to find the deceased who had just died or who had been dead for a period of time. Just as the two of them were about to head out, Zio felt the wind outside blow against her face. She shivered and jolted awake. She saw a bard sitting on a street corner, playing a 7-string harp and singing a popular southern country ballad. Zio frowned slightly as she raised her hand to rub her temples. She had a nagging feeling that she was in a daze, but she couldn't remember what she was thinking about. She continued maintaining a high level of vigilance as she followed the predetermined route and entered a bar that sold lunch. She met an East Borough resident who would occasionally provide her with information. He was a young man in his 20s. His eyebrows were trimmed very thin, and his brown hair reached his shoulders. His facial features weren't considered boorish, and he wore cheap makeup. He gave off an incongruous feeling. "Sherman, has anything happened in the past few days?" Zio greeted. As far as she knew, this young man named Sherman had always thought that he should be a woman, but fate had played a nasty joke on him and made him a man. This caused him to suffer from severe discrimination in the past many years. Sherman smiled, revealing his teeth. "It's very peaceful. No man has treated me to a drink." "It's not good to drink," Zio warned him seriously as she walked past him and walked to the bar counter. Sherman spat and walked out the door with a swaying waist, heading straight for the apartment he rented. He stopped at the door for nearly a minute before taking 2 steps to the side and knocking on the door next door. The wooden door creaked open as a deep but unconcealable sweet female voice sounded. "Have you made up your mind?" Sherman walked in and closed the door behind him. He looked at the girl in a black dress sitting by the bed and said, "I'm still in disbelief. I don't believe that there's such a magical thing." In his eyes, the girl's face was slightly round and she had a gentle bearing. Not only was she sweet, but she also had a different charm to her. She was very charming and charming. Of course, to Sherman, he was more envious than infatuated. The girl in the black dress replied without any expression, "Haven't you already seen my past photos?" As her eyes darted around, she couldn't help but look a little melancholic. "But that might be your twin brother or brother. I find it hard to believe that there's really a way to turn me back into a woman," Sherman said with uncertainty. The girl in the black dress smiled without a hint of a smile. "Then you can pretend that this matter is fake. You can go back." Sherman clenched his fists and fell silent for a long while. "I am willing to give it a try. Although I know that you might be lying to me, I still want to give it a try." "Then what price will I have to pay?" "Listen to my orders and help me do certain things." "Don't worry, it's definitely something you can do," the girl in the black dress said. "To truly change your gender, you need to drink the medicine 3 times and complete some ritualistic matters. I'll teach you." Having said that, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. "You can consider your female name." At night, in a small alley of Iron Gate Street in the Bakeland Bridge area, Zio stood under a street lamp that had been smashed by someone as she recalled what had happened that afternoon. After confirming that she wasn't being followed, she returned to Sherwood Borough and secretly observed Furs. She discovered that her good friend hadn't gone out at all. She stayed at home as usual, spending a lot of time newspapers and magazines. She had even spent nearly an hour in a room with the curtains drawn, as though she was familiarizing herself with her beyonder powers. Only when she had nothing else to do did she take out a piece of paper and write the beginning of her new book for 15 minutes. Then she tore it up, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. She also smoked too much, drank too much. Zio secretly clenched her teeth as she saw a man in a black suit walk out from the shadows on the other end of the alley. The man was tall and wore a mask made of gold, revealing his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. He was none other than the MI9 member who had contacted Zio. "What's the urgent matter?" he asked directly. Although Zio was short, she didn't lose out in her imposing manner. "I was followed in East Borough. I suspected someone from the Aurora Order. They seemed to be investigating the matter of the previous gathering." Zio had originally prepared a topic to talk about a person that the other party had previously requested to find. She planned on using clues that couldn't be guaranteed to be true to make this urgent meeting seem normal. But now she had a better and more suitable excuse: the Aurora Order. The lunatics of the Aurora Order are like that. Although they know that we are also investigating the same matter and looking for them, they won't cower. If not, they wouldn't always suffer setbacks, the Golden Masked Man said with a laugh. The Golden Masked Man laughed and said, "To be honest, I'm surprised that they didn't surround you and bring you to a secluded place to interrogate or channel your spirit." Zio was just about to reply that the Aurora Order hadn't been tailing them for too long when she suddenly thought of the days she couldn't let go of. "I don't know what happened to me. For such a short period of time, I seemed to be a little confused and couldn't remember what I was thinking." The Golden Masked Man fell silent. "The investigation on you should be over by now. The importance that the Aurora Order places on this matter far exceeds my expectations. I'll report it to my superiors." You previously mentioned that there are quite a number of Beyonders who received invitations but didn't attend the gathering? Zio nodded. "No more than a third of the people who received the invitation will participate in each gathering. This is the normal state of most gatherings, and Mr. X's is no exception." The Golden Masked Man thought for a while. "Did you find any clues about the person I asked you to look for last time? The one whose real name is Trissy?" Zio shook her head when she saw him nod. "Not yet. She should be a veteran." The Golden Masked Man chuckled. "She has killed more people than you have completed bounty missions. If you have any clues, try not to get close to her. She is very dangerous." Zio tersely acknowledged and got to the point. "Is there a new commission this time? Why did you suddenly become so proactive?" the Golden Masked Man asked, slightly surprised. Zio replied frankly, "That's right. I've almost accumulated enough merit points to exchange for the interrogator potion formula. I hope to obtain it as soon as possible. Actually, there's no need for that. You can directly exchange for potions. That will save you quite a bit of merit," the Golden Masked Man said from Zio's point of view. "I already have a Beyonder characteristic." Zio shook her head. "That will take a long time. Perhaps I can buy the ingredients at other Beyonder gatherings." The Golden Masked Man didn't try to persuade him anymore. "Good luck, then. This time, there's a rather complicated mission. If you can complete it, you should have enough merit points." Zio held back her joy and asked, "What mission?" The Golden Masked Man's tone was a little strange. "Keep an eye on the people Viscount Stratford interacts with, and report each one to me. You don't have to monitor them often. When you're free or pass by, just pay attention. Trust me, you're not the only one doing this mission. As long as you can submit a valuable report every week, you'll be rewarded with a certain amount of merit points." Viscount Stratford. Zio suddenly fell into a daze again, and this time she knew why. This Viscount was the head of the palace guards and her father's former assistant. P.S. Recommending a book, played Doctor. "I read The Sacrifice to the Banyan Tree in one go and thought it was pretty good. I want to keep it and see how it unfolds before I take the initiative to help promote it. After all, it's the genre I like. It has a modern setting and a strong Cthulhu flavor. After adding the doctor profession, The details are very solid and have a sense of texture. The story is also very suspenseful. I hope Comrade Wally can hold on at the end. Those who like this genre can go take a look. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 839. Zio fell into a daze for about 10 seconds before she remembered to respond. She looked at the golden-masked man and nodded. All right, I'll take note of the people Viscount Stratford has come into contact with. The golden-masked man didn't seem to notice her dazed state as he said, There's another mission. The Church of Evernight's Red Gloves are investigating matters related to the Charismatic Order. If you obtain any relevant information, immediately contact me. Zio tersely acknowledged, unable to extricate herself from her previous emotions. The golden-masked man fell silent for a few seconds before deliberating. Are you interested in joining our MI9 directly? You can maintain your present identity and be active in East Borough. Zio was taken aback for 2 seconds as her mouth turned agape, momentarily unable to make a decision. The golden-masked man didn't request an immediate answer as he said with a smile, There's no rush. There's no rush. You can tell me the answer after you become an interrogator. With that said, he retreated step by step, fusing into the shadows on the other end of the alley. On the same night, Klein jolted awake from his dream once again. The mental mark he set up in the sewers of Buckland Street had been triggered. Who wouldn't sleep in the middle of the night? Isn't Hazel afraid of being possessed by a wraith? Klein sighed helplessly as he took out the iron cigar case wrapped in a wall of spirituality from under his pillow and walked to the balcony with its curtains drawn tightly. Wraith Seigneur quickly jumped onto the surface of the street lamp surrounded by metal fences before passing through the manhole cover and heading deep into the sewers. Before long, Klein used his marionette's eyes to see Hazel, who was dressed in a commoner's dress. This girl was warily walking towards her destination. She subconsciously raised her left hand and touched the necklace embedded with 7 emerald green stones hanging by her chest. Her right hand was clasping a charm made of gold. Although the charm hadn't been activated, it exuded a warm feeling akin to sunlight. It even had the freshness of the morning dew. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly recalled what he had encountered during his morning stroll. Hazel had woken up early and was strolling in her garden. Back then, she was searching for the ingredients to create a charm in the sun domain. The morning dew? Klein guessed with uncertainty as he found it odd. This was because not only was Hazel semi-illiterate in mysticism, but she was also a believer of the Evernight goddess. For such a beyonder to pray to the eternal blazing sun, there was basically no response. Even if there was a special occurrence with a low probability, he would still be punished. As she hadn't been digging and searching in the sewers for too long, the beyonder who guided her through a dream turned anxious. Therefore, with the help of a dream, he taught her how to create charms in the sun domain. Yes, the corresponding pathway begins with Marauder. The high sequence representative, Amon, is also known as Blasphemer. Does this mean that at a certain sequence of this pathway, one would have the ability to disguise as a believer of other deities, bypassing their defenses and stealing their responses to create all sorts of charms? This does match their usual behavior. Through Wraith Seigneur's vision, Klein watched Hazel walk deep into the sewers. According to his spiritual intuition, although the charm in the sun domain was targeted at a wraith, it was still far from enough to truly threaten a Sequence 5. At most, it could cause a certain amount of damage. After all, Hazel wasn't able to obtain any high-grade ingredients. However, Klein didn't allow his wraith to possess her again, afraid that it would alarm the beyonder who was using a dream to influence Hazel. After the tarot ended tomorrow, he would likely be able to obtain low-grade items from the Marauder pathway and do the corresponding investigations. Before that, maintaining normal was the best choice. Of course, the premise was that he was certain that Hazel wouldn't be able to dig up anything in a day or two. He had plenty of time to prepare, and as a seer, there were many ways to confirm it. The simplest way was to head above the gray fog. Dispelling his marionette, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and came to the ancient palace that was propped up by stone pillars. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote the corresponding divination statement. Something major will happen in Buckland Street in the next 3 days. With the topaz pendant, Klein received a negative revelation. This also meant that in the next 3 days, Buckland Street wouldn't be affected by any major accidents. As for Hazel really digging up something, it would only affect him. It was a trivial matter for Buckland Street, so he didn't mind it. This was because a trivial matter meant that it wouldn't interfere with his subsequent plans. He didn't have the belief that he had to stop it. He had previously hinted at her at the ball that if Hazel didn't understand or didn't take it to heart, it was her problem. Klein wouldn't feel any psychological burdens because of it. After returning to the real world, he waited for nearly 45 minutes until Hazel came out. After confirming that there were no changes underground, Klein lay back in bed and quickly fell asleep through cogitation. Monday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Dark red beams of light soared up from both sides of the long bronze table. Appearing in the eyes of the fool Klein, the sun and the world, German Sparrow. Audrey was still in a good mood as she bowed at the figure, shrouded in gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Klein nodded with a smile, responding to the girl, who always made him happy. At the same time, Audrey swept her gaze and discovered that there was an additional card beside Mr. Fool's hand. A new card of blasphemy? I wonder which pathway it's from. I really hope it belongs to a spectator. Audrey's heart stirred as she exchanged greetings with the other members. After everything calmed down, she looked at the end of the long mottled table before Katlia could. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 pages of Roselle's diary." This was actually obtained by the Rouen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation, but as the founder and main sponsor, she easily had the chance to copy it. With regards to this, Audrey was very proud. She increasingly felt that establishing such a foundation was a wise decision. Unfortunately, in order to not expose her identity, she couldn't share this matter with the other members of Tarot. Very good. Klein smiled and nodded, indicating that Miss Justice could conjure the diary. And at this moment, Katlia didn't interrupt, as though she hadn't obtained the new Roselle diary. Queen Mystic hasn't replied to her yet? Or is her attention focused on something else? Klein thoughtfully looked at the 3 diary pages that Miss Justice had conjured and made them jump into his palm. With a sweep of his gaze, the corners of Klein's mouth nearly twitched. This was because he had encountered the familiar Roselle's erotic diary. Compared to the diary pages that Queen Mystic Bernadette had carefully selected and contained a lot of information, the other members usually didn't receive anything important. The content was more inclined toward Roselle's daily life. The 3 pages provided by Miss Justice were such a situation. Klein casually flipped through them and found that there was only 1 diary entry worth reading in detail. As for the rest, it was either a record of fooling around with a certain lady or a certain madam. It was also a disdain for people who relied on their status and not their intelligence to survive. It even expressed its yearning for a demoness after hearing some erotic rumors. Soon, Klein focused his attention on the most valuable diary entry. Some information obtained from the church shows that psychically stitched monsters really do exist. After a high sequence Beyonder dies, the Beyonder characteristics they produce will have their psychic imprints left behind. It's very strong and very tenacious. Just by relying on time, it might not completely disappear even after hundreds or even thousands of years. When the Beyonder characteristic fuses with the surrounding matter to form a mystical item, one needs to have a sufficiently similar psyche to use it. Otherwise, the negative effects will be unimaginable. And when the Beyonder characteristic is preserved and becomes the main ingredient of a potion, the consumer also needs a similar psyche body to withstand it. Otherwise, there's a high chance of failure. In the field of mysticism, failure to advance is often equivalent to losing control or death. Only a very few lucky ones can be placated and maintain a subtle state. However, I heard that there are some special sealed artifacts that can pull out the Beyonder characteristics that haven't fused with each other and recombine them, making it equivalent to the failure of consuming the potion and only experiencing a mental storm. But according to my guess, there should still be some mutations left at the genetic level. This is because the information mentioned that those who fail to advance by relying on such methods will mostly suffer from terminal illnesses in the following 5 years. Therefore, consuming a potion that's similar to one soul body can effectively reduce the difficulty of advancing, but one will be affected by the psychic imprint left inside, unknowingly developing a split personality. Step by step, one will evolve into a psychically stitched monster, just like how the original high-sequence Beyonder was resurrected in his body. Resurrection, on careful thought, it's really a little terrifying. However, the church told me that there are 2 or 3 ways to remove the high-sequence Beyonder imprint in a Beyonder characteristic. As for what it is, they didn't say. It doesn't seem that easy. It's no wonder the Sauron family likes descendants who resemble their ancestor. They call it having talent. Talent. I have to say that I pity Florin a little. Psychically stitched monster. High sequence, Beyonder imprint. It sounds a little terrifying. So, high sequence potions have such problems. Yes, the church should have a way to resolve it. They don't lack angels or grade 0 sealed artifacts. They can shatter and reassemble the Beyonder characteristic, thus completing the purification. Those ancient families might not be the same. They might not have the protection of angels. They might have 1 or 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, but they aren't that easy to use. Besides, different grade 0 sealed artifacts should have different uses. They might not be good at such matters. Klein's thoughts raced as he made the diary in his hand vanish. Then he looked at Miss Justice and asked with a chuckle, "What do you want in exchange?" Audrey was just waiting for the potion ingredients. She didn't lack anything for the time being, so without a doubt, she chose to satisfy her curiosity. "Honorable Mr. Fool, is the additional card beside you a card of blasphemy? Which one?" Chapter 840. I knew that Miss Justice wouldn't ignore the additional card. I easily muddled through another question. Klein chuckled inwardly as he casually flipped over the new card of blasphemy and showed it to Justice. Tyrant. Indeed, the German sparrow had handed it over. Is this Mr. Fool's goal? The hanging man Alger was the first to glance at Roselle the Great, who was wearing the papal tiara, and he sighed inwardly. He had already obtained the potion formula for the cataclysmic inter and had figured out what kind of ritual was needed. At that moment, he was in an extremely good mood. He felt that although there were obstacles ahead of him, the light was shining and filled with hope. Audrey quickly took in all the details of the card of blasphemy. Tyrant card. It looks like it's from the Sailor Pathway. I'm really envious of Mr. the Hanging Man. Mr. the Hanging Man doesn't show any signs of surprise or shock. From a psychological point of view, his reaction should be greater than ours. He knew ahead of time that this was the Sailor Pathway's card of blasphemy? After eliminating all the impossibilities, this is the only explanation. But how did Mr. the Hanging Man know ahead of time? Sequence 0, Tyrant. The corresponding potion name for Lord of Storms is Tyrant? This Tyrant card should be the prototype of the Pope card. However, there are still some differences in the exact meaning. Some of them match, some of them are closer to a reversal, and some of them are an extension. In short, the interpretation of the card is that it represents a conservative concept, emphasizing obedience at the spiritual level. It relies on prestige and strength to create fear and bring about Faith. Audrey, who had loved mysticism knowledge since she was young, felt a strong sense of satisfaction as she interpreted it. She felt that the 3 pages of Roselle's diary had been a great deal. Card of blasphemy. The hermit Catlia, who was also good at interpreting and had a lot of knowledge, quickly figured out which pathway the card represented. She then added the information of Sequence 0, Tyrant, into the blank area of her knowledge. Apart from that, she also thought of something else. The German sparrow of the world plotted the death of sea god Cavituous. As such, Mr. Fool obtained the short scepter that symbolizes the authority of Sea God and began responding to his believers in the name of Sea God. He has obtained the Tyrant card from the Storm Pathway again. This is definitely not a coincidence. As she thought about it, Catlia was alarmed. She suspected that Mr. Fool was secretly eroding the authority of the Lord of Storms. A battle between gods. It was a meticulous and far-reaching plan. This is one of Mr. Fool's true goals? Thoughts flashed through Catlia's mind as she subconsciously retracted her gaze. She didn't dare to look at the Tyrant card again. Magicians Furs and Emlyn didn't know much about Sequence 0. They had only heard Mr. Fool mention it once at the tarot gathering. At that moment, they were only surprised that it was a card of blasphemy, and they vaguely associated the title of Tyrant and the name of the Sequence 0 potion with the Lord of Storms. Hence, one of them trembled a little, feeling that she was being blasphemous. The other made the connection and guessed what the artificial vampire pathway Sequence 0 was called. It's definitely the moon, or the crimson moon. Emlyn's thoughts raced as he came up with an answer. As for whether it was correct or not, he didn't care. After all, he felt that it was definitely close to the truth. Sun had received a very solid mysticism education in the City of Silver, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of Sequence 0. He had even set his goal at that level because only by doing so could he bring light and warmth to the City of Silver, as well as hope and a future. This should represent the Elf King, Sinaithrim, so he's called Tyrant. However, his authority seems to be a little more than what this card shows. Derek thought with a rare sense of deep participation. After showing it for 2 seconds, the Fool Klein covered the Tyrant card again and casually glanced at Ma, Hermit. Catlia hurriedly said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there's no new Roselle diary this time." As expected, Klein nodded slightly and smiled. "It's your turn." Just as he said that, the World German Sparrow looked at the Hanging Man. "After this gathering is over, I'll give you the Ocean Songster Beyonder characteristic. Help me find an artisan to make it into a mystical item that's easy to carry around." Another Ocean Songster Beyonder characteristic? The same thought surfaced in the minds of Audrey, the Moon, and company. Sequence 5 Beyonders weren't carrots that could be bought casually on the streets, and Mr. World has already killed several of them in the past 2 months. Was it really a quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of the Storm who was killed? Catlia had a certain idea from the speculation that Mr. Fool was eroding the authority of the Lord of Storms. Magicians first became increasingly fearful of German Sparrow. She constantly warned herself not to use the 2 pages that recorded demigod-level Beyonder powers. Sun couldn't help but think of the City of Silver organizing a team to clear a region of monsters. In such a dark and despairing environment, the number of Sequence 5 main ingredients or Beyonder characteristics obtained each time wasn't much or even none. All right, the Hanging Man, Alger, who had already made a promise, calmly replied without mentioning the artisan's production fee. This made Audrey, Catlia, and company realize that something was amiss. They suspected that Mr. World and Mr. the Hanging Man had worked together in private and had discussed certain matters. And this matched Audrey's belief that the Hanging Man knew that the card of blasphemy was the Tyrant card. It made her guess that the Tyrant card was one of the rewards of their private cooperation. Without waiting for them to ask about what they needed, World German Sparrow surveyed the area under Klein's control and said, "I still have a Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion Beyonder characteristic here. I still have a Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion Beyonder characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway. If it's made into a mystical item, it should have the ability to use loopholes in order to distort the target's language, will, and actions. It can also enhance one's physique and create chaos within a certain range." He spoke in such detail because his target customers were Miss Justice and Ma Hermit. It was impossible for the 2 of them to switch to the Black Emperor pathway, so their need for Beyonder characteristics was naturally focused on mystical items. Of course, The latter also had the possibility of buying Beyonder characteristics for her subordinates and organization members. There's another one. Another sequence, 5. What did Mr. World do last week? Audrey momentarily forgot to be interested in the Beyonder characteristic. Katlia, Emlyn, and company looked at each other, unsure which sequence 5 Beyonder had been killed. Again, the hanging man Alger was more concerned about the fact that it belonged to the Black Emperor pathway and corresponded to sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion. The latter was something he had never grasped before. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Audrey began to ruminate over Mr. World's words. Grasp loopholes in order. Create chaos. Enhance one's physique. Distort the target's language, will, and actions. I suddenly feel that it's very compatible with my dear Earl of Hull. Besides, I also want to have such an ability. I still have too many shortcomings just by relying on myself and lie. I'll first figure out the price and find a chance to ask Father to see if he's interested in buying such a mystical item for himself or his adorable daughter. Audrey thought for a few seconds and raised her hand slightly. Mr. World, what do you plan on exchanging it for? Or how many pounds are you selling it for? The reasonable price of a mystical item like Death Knell is 10,000 to 12,000 pounds. If it's just the Beyonder characteristic, it'll definitely be cheaper. It should be about 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. Klein had already done the math, and after some thought he made the World Gehrman Sparrow answer, that's right, 8,000 pounds. He knew that Miss Justice wouldn't bargain if she was truly interested. Okay. Audrey nodded and turned to look across her. Mr. the Hanging Man, how much would it cost to make such a mystical item with a Beyonder characteristic? Alger quickly did the math and said 1,500 pounds. At the very least, there might be an increase in the price. All right. Audrey moved her gaze and said to the World German Sparrow, I'll consider it for a few days. I'll give you an answer within the week. You can continue asking others if they want it. The World nodded in silence and looked up at the other members. He saw Ma and Hermit hesitate for 2 seconds without saying a word. As for the others, they were only interested. Just as Audrey was about to ask about the fruit of the illusory chime tree, all the members heard the World German Sparrow say in a low voice, There's also a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic. There's also a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, Planter Pathway, Druid. Suddenly, the palace that resembled a giant's residence became extremely quiet, apart from Mr. Fool, who was leisurely watching everyone. Only the hanging man Alger didn't have any other thoughts. There's still one more. When did sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics become so common? What did he do? Katlia suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. She felt that she had taken the risk and worked hard for years, but in the end it was no different from the goods in the World German Sparrow's hands. Too terrifying. Magician's Furs had already imagined a series of stories in her mind. Impressive. Sun worshipped Mr. World more and more. Audrey and Emlyn were speechless for a long time. At that moment, they felt the lack of language in their bodies. After nearly 10 seconds, Katlia finally understood the hidden meaning behind the World German Sparrow's words. He didn't mention the effects of a Druid Beyonder characteristic being made into a mystical item. He's asking me if I should buy it for Frank? At that moment, Katlia was in an unprecedented dilemma. P.S. Recommend a book by a book friend. Ren Xiuming's Tomorrow's Not Here. It tells the story of Lu Yuan, an 18-year-old youth who was reborn after the sun was extinguished. This is a story of Lu Yuan eating hot pot and singing while playing games to save the world. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 841. As the captain of the future, Katlia had a deeper understanding of Frank Lee's hidden dangers than others. She knew that this first mate's whimsical ideas could sometimes bring about terrifying and crazy developments. If it wasn't for the fact that those creations couldn't be spread and lacked the necessary elements, Katlia believed that the world would already be different. Of course, if such a day really came, she would definitely eliminate Frank Lee first and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Without godhood, even if something succeeds, it will only be limited to a very small area. It won't spread out and bring about a huge disaster. Just advancing to sequence 5 won't result in any qualitative changes. Furthermore, Frank has been more restrained recently. He's focused on researching plants that can survive in the darkness or grow by feeding on the corpses of monsters. As these thoughts repeatedly circled in her mind, Katlia finally made a decision. How much money do you want to exchange it for? She could vaguely sense that the world German sparrow was in need of money recently. 8,000 pounds. If you use a large amount of gold coins as a replacement, you can obtain a discount. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he controlled the fake world to answer. Thinking that Frank Lee likely had such a sum of money and that he definitely couldn't reject a druid's beyond her characteristic, Katlia pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Deal. Give me a week to raise it." "No problem." Klein made the world German sparrow retract his gaze. If it wasn't for the fact that he had attracted the attention of the existence deep in the cathedral, he felt that this trip to the primitive island would have given him full marks. In less than half a night, he had obtained a card of blasphemy that couldn't be measured with money, a mystical item worth no less than 10,000 pounds, and possibly 16,000 pounds. Furthermore, he didn't need to pay taxes. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be that fast. It's a pity that the primitive island is gone. Otherwise, I can head there to take a look when I'm short of money. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he saw Miss Justice look at Mr. the Hanging Man. "Do we have the fruit of the illusory chime tree?" In fact, Audrey had already somewhat expected the answer to this question. This was because Mr. World had recently obtained so many sequins, 5 beyond her characteristics, and Mr. the Hanging Man seemed to have secretly cooperated with him in the past week. It was unlikely that he hadn't obtained anything. This can be inferred from Mr. the Hanging Man's confident and satisfied state. Justice Audrey was becoming more and more confident in her observations. The Hanging Man Alger chuckled. "I was just about to tell you that I've already obtained that fruit." "Great." Audrey controlled herself and did not show too much excitement. This meant that she had already gathered all the ingredients for the hypnotist potion. Once the psychiatrist potion was completely digested, she could attempt to advance. And it wouldn't take long. Audrey, who had already become a listener and resolver of the troubles of the nobles in East Chester County, thought with great certainty. Frankly speaking, if she hadn't deliberately led the nobles to speak, Audrey really couldn't imagine that most of them, who were glamorous and always had a smile on their faces, were under a lot of pressure and suffering that others couldn't imagine. The changes of the times and the trends of society made many people constantly worry about the future of their families and themselves. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that they weren't great nobles and had relatively insufficient resources. These matters made Audrey truly understand the concept of a persona mask. She understood that when facing different targets, everyone would wear different masks. After concluding the situation in this regard, her psychiatrist potion was instantly digested, and her progress clearly sped up. Perhaps 2 weeks, maybe even shorter or longer. In short, I should be able to become a hypnotist before I return to Bakeland. Audrey looked at the Hanging Man Alger with bright eyes. "What do you want to exchange it for?" Not long after advancing to sequence 5, Alger, who had already obtained the key to the door of a demigod and was about to obtain a powerful mystical item, lacked money the most. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to say, 2,000 pounds. "Deal," Audrey replied in a rather relaxed manner. This sum of money didn't need to be reimbursed. She could easily fork it out herself. After reaching an agreement, Audrey couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't feel like she was about to fall behind. During this period of time, she had watched helplessly as furs became a sequence 7, watched as Mr. the Hanging Man approached a high sequence beyond her, watched as Mr. World killed one sequence 5 after another taking out the corresponding Beyonder characteristics. As for herself, she was still at the level of a psychiatrist, stuck at sequence 7. It was inevitable that she felt a little pressured and irritable. It was all thanks to her consolation and Susie's guidance that she didn't have any emotional problems. Now, she could finally take a step forward and head for sequence 6. In a good mood, Audrey enjoyed the gathering even more. She heard Ma and Hermit say to Mr. World, "I can answer the questions related to that drop of mythical creature blood. I can answer the questions related to that drop of mythical creature blood. Do you need to communicate in private?" The fool Klein asked as he controlled the world's German sparrow with interest. "If it's an exchange of knowledge, it's equivalent to me making a killing," he thought in anticipation. Katlia looked around and pondered for a few seconds before shaking her head. "There's no need. I can provide 2 types of payment. One is to take a look at the Wheel of Fortune card. I believe you should know what the card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great represents. The second is to provide a method to temporarily recover a certain amount of strength during one's period of weakness. Please pass on these words to that angel and ask him which type of payment is satisfactory. Provide a method to temporarily recover a certain amount of strength during one's period of weakness? Has Queen Mystic guessed that it's related to the Snake of Mercury? That doesn't make sense. Angels clearly include sequence 2 prophets. Can't the fool be served by an angel of the destiny pathway? I wonder if Will Osses knows the method to become a sequence 0 of his pathway. If he doesn't know, then taking a look at the Wheel of Fortune card is an irresistible temptation. However, the possibility isn't high. He has lived for so long and is a sequence 1. It's unlikely that he hasn't grasped the apotheosis ritual. Haha, I wonder what Roselle looks like on the Wheel of Fortune card. A snake or other animal with Emperor Zhang's face. As Klein thought casually, he deliberated and made World say, "Yes. All right. If we finally reach a deal, you'll have to pay me an additional sum of money." "What do you want?" Katlia asked cautiously. The world's German sparrow chuckled hoarsely. "I want to meet Queen Mystic. Don't worry, it's very simple. I just need her help." Katlia was silent for a while. "I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee anything." Listening to their conversation, Audrey suddenly felt a little surreal. Had tarot grown to such an extent? Apart from Mr. Fool's portion, from trading basic mysticism knowledge and sequence 9 potion formulas in the beginning, it gradually developed to the point of trading cards of blasphemy and mythical creature blood between members. It hadn't even been a year. It's really like a dream. I've grown a lot too. As Audrey sighed, the hermit Katlia continued looking at the world's German sparrow. "There's news of the Marauder Pathway mystical item you wanted." As she spoke, she made a request to Mr. Fool and conjured an item that looked like a pair of tweezers. This tweezer was grayish-white in color, as though it was carved from 2 finger bones. Apart from that, it was rather ordinary. Katlia introduced. "It's called Broken Finger." "It's called Broken Finger. It improves the stability and flexibility of your wrist and fingers, allowing you to easily steal items from your target's pockets without being discovered. The negative side effect is that you'll develop a thieving habit when carrying it. It costs £500, corresponding to sequence 9 Marauder? There's a certain level of premium." Klein thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's make the transaction as soon as possible." This way, he could make a preliminary exploration of the area in the sewers that Hazel had excavated and eliminate any latent dangers. After the 2 of them finished their discussion, Magician's Furs, who had already requested for the purchase ahead of time, said with a mindset that she could use when the time came, "I need an ancient wraith's cursed item, as well as its remnant spirituality. Help me keep an eye out for it." After she received an affirmative response from the members, Emlyn looked around and leaned back in his chair. He said to son Derek, "Does your City of Silver have a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic that corresponds to artificial vampires?" He wasn't willing to call the fellow covered in pus that Sun had mentioned a sanguine, so he changed his words. From his point of view, since mutated vampires often appeared in the darkness around the City of Silver, obtaining 1 or 2 sequins, 5 beyond our characteristics, wasn't too difficult. From his point of view, since mutated vampires often appeared in the darkness around the City of Silver, it wasn't too difficult to obtain 1 or 2 sequins, 5 beyond our characteristics. Furthermore, they clearly don't have the potion formula for this pathway, nor do they have an artisan. Keeping those beyond our characteristics can only depend on luck, to see when they can actively corrode the surrounding items and transform into sealed artifacts. Emlyn tried to convince himself that he was helping the City of Silver and not asking for help from a particular Sunday. Derek was taken aback, but he didn't hide it and answered very honestly, "That's right." "Yes, but, Mr. Moon, do you want to be covered in pus?" Emlyn's expression froze. He was momentarily unsure if the other party was mocking him or reminding him of something. Upon seeing this, son Derek hurriedly added, "They all have serious remnants of mental corruption. They all have serious remnants of mental corruption. And without the potion formula, our City of Silver won't waste our energy to remove the problems inside." "Is that so?" "That's a little troublesome." Emlyn nodded slightly. "Got it." He didn't delve into the possible transactions and planned on consulting the upper echelons of the Sanguine to figure out the mental corruption within the Beyonder characteristics. The trading session ended, and the members of Tarot began to communicate freely. Audrey was the first to look at the World Gehrman Sparrow and said hesitantly, "That's right. Can I know where the Mentor of Confusion characteristic came from? If it involves secrets, you don't have to answer." She was making preparations to convince her father, Earl of Hull, and also to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway might have a certain relationship with the royal family and the military. Klein chuckled inwardly and made the world answer. It came from a curly-haired baboon. Chapter 842. From a curly-haired baboon. For a moment, Audrey didn't know if Mr. World was talking about a real curly-haired baboon, or if he was referring to humans who didn't know how to calculate. In the kingdom of Rouen, curly-haired baboon was a term often used to ridicule others and was often associated with IQ jokes. Note 1. From the looks of it, Mr. World doesn't plan on explaining further. All right, I'll just treat him as a real curly-haired baboon for now. Audrey didn't ask further. Didn't I go to a place with the custom of worshipping dragons to search for traces of mind dragons? But didn't you already discover that the mind dragon is living in the sea of collective subconscious of the local residents? In order to ensure your own safety, you chose to leave? Catlia replied. You went back there again? Magician's first guest. Audrey shook her head. No, I left that place a long time ago. It's just that I heard a rumor recently. An archaeological team entered one of the villages in that area. One of the members suddenly went crazy at night, and this mental illness seemed to be contagious. The other members also went crazy. They killed each other or committed suicide. In the end, no one survived. Just as the hanging man Alger was about to say something, Catlia said, "That's right. This is in line with the characteristics of the mind dragon. I don't doubt that. I'm just curious if the mind dragon is still in that area." Audrey expressed her thoughts. "No," the hanging man Alger and Catlia replied in unison. At the end of the long, model table, the fool Klein thought of something else. The anchor of the gods. He suspected that the custom of worshipping dragons in that area was an anchor that stabilized the mind dragon state. Before this custom was completely disintegrated or eradicated, the mind dragon likely didn't need to worry about the problem of an anchor. Therefore, after it left, it could completely hide in the sea of collective subconscious of the living beings in the new area. There was no need for it to take the risk of entering various dreams to shape its faith. This way, the 3 churches would be severely lacking in clues to find it. After all, they aren't experts in this field. Even if they have the corresponding sealed artifacts, The most they can do is enter the sea of collective subconscious to fight or force the mind dragon out. Instead, psychological alchemy might be able to grasp something. Klein casually thought and made the world say, the custom of worshipping dragons is very helpful in stabilizing the mind dragon state. The tradition of dragon worship is very helpful in stabilizing the state of the mind dragon. You can get people to pay attention to this. If there are major changes, it means that the mind dragon will create similar traditions elsewhere. He originally wanted to say that he suspected that the mind dragon was at the angel level and was at sequence 2, but after careful thought, he felt that it was impossible to be certain. Indeed, when humans reached sequence 2 and reached the level of an angel, they needed an anchor of faith to stabilize themselves and prevent madness. However, that was a dragon in the truest sense of the word, an ancient beyonder creature. It had an ancestral madness. Even if it was purified and weakened over the generations, it was definitely easier for it to lose itself than humans. Therefore, perhaps at sequence 3 or even sequence 4, they needed an anchor to resist the tendency to lose control. That custom is beneficial in stabilizing the dragon state. Audrey asked in puzzlement. Yes. The world German sparrow didn't give an explanation and only gave an affirmative answer. Audrey subconsciously turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table, considering if she should consult Mr. Fool and the price she could pay. Upon seeing this, the fool Klein looked around and chuckled. Why do you think the gods preach this? Isn't it because God loves the world? A standard orthodox answer suddenly appeared in Audrey's mind. Right on the heels of that, she, like the hanging man Alger, Catlia, and the other members, thought of a second answer. A stable state? No way. At that moment, Magician's first felt that her brain wasn't enough to process it. No matter how good she was at fabricating stories, she couldn't come up with such a thing. So that's how it is. No, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool has only mentioned one of the reasons. He is secretly eroding the authority of the Lord of Storms. This has something to do with godhood. I can consult Her Majesty in the future. With a guess, Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. The hanging man Alger had previously seen the mural, so when he heard such a matter again, he no longer felt the same trembling fear. Instead, he seriously considered why faith could stabilize the state of a demigod creature. The other members, including Sun, were a little horrified. They felt as though they had heard something blasphemous. They didn't dare to think too deeply or speak. This wasn't something that only involved the true creator and the other evil gods. It was closely related to the 7 orthodox deities and the state of existence of the former city of Silver Creator. The fool Klein didn't say anything else as he allowed everyone to maintain their silence. His posture was extremely leisurely. After about 10 seconds, Audrey forced a smile and said, "That's right. That's the only thing I've encountered recently." What she meant was, "It's your turn." Magicians Furs and Emlyn hadn't encountered anything worth telling others this week. They shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had nothing to say. Of course, the latter actually wanted to flaunt that he had become the final winner of the hunting competition and had obtained a ring made by the ancestor. The hanging man, Alger, thought for a moment and looked at World German Sparrow. Can that mural be shared with everyone? He believed that the mural was directly related to certain matters that had happened in Afternoon Town and the Giant King's court. It could allow Sun to understand in advance what he would discover and encounter if the City of Silver continued its exploration. From there, he could make preparations in advance to avoid danger. It was precisely because of this that sharing it was a better choice than hiding it. I have no objections. Klein had similar considerations as he made World German Sparrow reply. What mural? It seems to be very important. This is the mural that Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. World saw when they worked together to find the tyrant card? Audrey was filled with curiosity as she waited for the display. Amidst the gazes, the Hanging Man Alger obtained Mr. Fool's approval and conjured the mural of a king of angels eating the city of Silver's creator. The bloody, evil, horrifying, and dark scene left all the members of the tarot stunned. Even the knowledgeable and experienced Katlia momentarily forgot to think. Who are they, and what are they doing? Isn't this way of eating too barbaric? Ever since the fourth epoch, we sanguine haven't advocated such actions. Respecting life and simply drinking blood, Emlyn was somewhat dumbfounded. This was because he had never seen the 6 statues in the Tudor ruins, so he couldn't recognize what the 3 around him represented. When the world shared the 6 humanoid statues, he hadn't joined the tarot yet. However, he recognized the victim from the Radiant Cross. He might be the City of Silver's creator, the mythical ancient sun god, Sunday. In the previous free exchange segment, he had displayed the corresponding symbols and sacred emblems of the Lord who created everything. Isn't this the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom that Mr. World had displayed? Why are they eating humans? No, they are eating the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator. Audrey suffered a huge blow. She instinctively suspected if someone was distorting and slandering the image of an orthodox deity. As magicians first trembled in fear, she felt that the mural was filled with darkness and sinister beauty. It was extremely artistic. In her mind, she had already thought of a title, the title of the mural, The Last Supper. Katlia had similarly never seen the statues of the 6 deities. She only knew the ancient sun god. She subconsciously frowned and blurted out, that's right. She subconsciously frowned and blurted out, the kings of angels? Yes, at least the 3 around us are. The hanging man Alger gave an affirmative answer, but he wasn't sure who the swarthy baby sitting in the chest of the City of Silver's creator represented. As he spoke, Alger turned his head to look at Sun and discovered that the youth's eyes were glazed over. It was unknown what he was thinking. At this moment, son Derek's mind was filled with pain and despair. He recognized that the one being eaten was the creator that the City of Silver believed in. He also recognized the 3 around him as the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. This made him doubt the theory of the forsaken land of the gods. In the various books of the City of Silver, they emphasized that God had abandoned this land due to certain reasons, making them the people of the dark. Therefore, as long as everyone sincerely repents and prays for forgiveness, there will come a day when God will truly return and let the sun shine upon the entire world. No matter how much we repent or pray for forgiveness, the City of Silver will never be redeemed. Son Derek muttered inwardly, because God is dead and eaten. He will never return. This meant that the hope that the City of Silver had been waiting for and pursuing was just an illusion that could never be realized. After a long silence, Audrey said, as though she was trying to convince herself, "This is a distortion of the legend of the 3 deities being born from the Creator's spirit?" 3 deities? Katlia and Emlyn's pupils constricted at the same time. They had already figured out the general meaning of the mural and knew what horror it represented. "Perhaps, but there's no way to explain that, baby," the hanging man Alger replied. He secretly glanced at Mr. Fool and realized that this mighty existence had no intention of speaking. All he did was watch calmly. Audrey was speechless. The other tarot members were also speechless. This silence was only broken when the hanging man Alger dispersed the mural and turned his head to ask son Derek, "Have you investigated the matter of the former chief's mausoleum?" Alger asked. Note 1. Originally, I designed the curly-haired baboon to portray Ruan's customs and refer to people with low IQs. In the end, all of you took the corresponding roles, making me embarrassed to write it. All I can do is be a little gentler and say that it has something to do with IQ jokes. Chapter 843. Upon hearing Mr. the Hanging Man's question, Sun replied with some shame, "No, I've been constantly assigned to patrol missions." "No, I've been assigned to patrol missions recently, so I haven't had the time to investigate." Alger wasn't surprised by this, but he was curious about something else. Why don't you get help from friends you know? You cannot tell them your real purpose. You can split the whole thing into small, inconspicuous missions and let them collect intelligence from different aspects. This way, nothing will be exposed, and they will not be put in danger. After a few seconds of silence, Derek said, "That's right. I don't have any friends." Before his parents died, he actually had a certain number of friends in general education classes and in the combat training grounds. After all, there were only a few people of similar age in the City of Silver. They would often meet each other and even become teammates. But after that incident, Derek went into seclusion for a long period of time, and he was burdened with the secret of tarot. Unknowingly, he drifted away from his friends and became estranged. He no longer had any interactions with them. The last time someone visited his house was Dark Regents, who had been corrupted by the true creator. The hanging man Alger choked upon hearing Sun's answer. He took a deep breath and reorganized his words. "It's not good for you to be like this. You can't save the City of Silver by yourself. You have to unite a group of people and have some friends who can help you at critical moments. But this will make them suspect." Sun said hesitantly. Alger immediately said in a serious tone, "Being suspected is better than being killed. The City of Silver is at a dangerous crossroads. You have to consider carefully what you need to do. It's impossible for there to be no sacrifice in such matters. There will even be a large number of sacrifices. Do you wish for their sacrifice to be useless or to be very valuable?" He didn't persuade him any further, allowing Sun to struggle inwardly as he thought about what he had just said in pain. Mr. the Hanging Man always finds convincing reasons. Klein sighed and made the world's German sparrow turn his head to look at Justice Audrey. "Can you treat more serious mental illnesses now?" His understanding of a psychiatrist was limited to frenzy and dragon's might. He wasn't sure about the other aspects, and he had only heard Miss Justice mention placate and psychological cue occasionally. Therefore, he was unable to determine the extent of her ability to treat mental illnesses. Audrey perked up and eagerly replied, "I'm not sure." "Sure, no problem. Mr. World, do you have a friend who needs treatment?" "I am in need of cases." She thought to herself, a little excited. At this moment, Emlyn raised his right hand and covered his mouth and nose as though he already knew the answer. Klein sighed silently, making the world chuckle hoarsely. "No, I need treatment." The entire magnificent palace suddenly became extremely quiet. The hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and magicians Furs all knew that Mr. World was a crazy adventurer, but they never expected that he had already developed a relatively serious mental illness and was on the verge of going mad. Is this the price of power? Furs shivered as she became increasingly fearful of German Sparrow. A crazy adventurer can still be communicated with and reasoned with, but there's nothing she can do about a lunatic. Even the mental terror candle hasn't completely treated his mental illness. It's already this serious. Emlyn, who had expected this, felt that the world could go mad at any moment. Derek didn't think too much about it. All he cared about was Mr. World. He originally wanted to say that the City of Silver had a psyche analyst that could provide treatment, but he realized that it would expose too many problems. All he could do was shut his mouth and look at Miss Justice in anticipation. Audrey was surprised, stunned, and puzzled. She deliberated and said, "Mr. World, according to my observations, you don't have a relatively serious mental illness. If it's just some anxiety and a lot of pressure, you can recover through self-regulation and proper relaxation at this stage. There's no need for direct treatment." The world Gehrman, Sparrow, chuckled again. "You didn't notice it because your mental illness has already been treated. I'm only making an appointment now. If there are any similar symptoms in the future, I hope to receive timely treatment." "I see." Audrey nodded in relief. She suddenly felt pity for Mr. World. She felt that on the surface he was a cold reaper who could kill several sequents, 5 Beyonders in a week. He was a cold and gloomy blessed of Mr. Fool. He was a Beyonder who was so powerful that it made others fear him, but deep down he was closer to an ordinary person. He was under immense pressure and was being corroded by all kinds of negative emotions. He was walking step by step towards the abyss of pain. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey said sincerely, "I'm sorry. If you're within my range of movement, then there's no problem." After her coming-of-age ceremony, she already had a certain degree of freedom of movement. She could stay in East Chester County's capital, Stone City, on holidays with her parents. However, such freedom was still restricted. She couldn't go wherever she wanted. Even in Stone City, there were many areas she couldn't go to unless she joined a particular charity organization of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. All right. Klein, who was grazing the traveler, heaved a sigh of relief and got the world to answer. "When the time comes, you will be the one to confirm the location and prepare a way to not expose your identity." Audrey tersely acknowledged as a scene naturally surfaced in her mind. She and Mr. World were in two separate rooms, separated by a wall or wooden plank as they conversed and treated each other. Under such circumstances, Mr. World wouldn't be able to confirm if the person on the other side of the wall is me. To him, it's fine as long as he receives effective treatment. That is to say, if I can't escape, I can get Susie to stay there. Mr. World will definitely find it hard to believe that the person treating him is a dog. Susie doesn't know of Taro's existence. Unless there's really no other choice, I can't get her to help deal with Mr. World. As Audrey thought about it, she suddenly felt the joy of playing a prank. It wasn't easy for her to control the corners of her mouth from curling up. After settling this matter, Klein thought of another problem. He made the World look at the hermit Katlia. "Can you provide a crate of explosives?" He believed that, as a pirate admiral, she definitely didn't lack resources in this area. "Yes, when do you need it?" Katlia didn't ask why. The German Sparrow World had already killed so many Sequence 5s, so a crate of explosives was trivial. "Together with Broken Finger," said Klein as he controlled World. "How much is it?" Katlia replied without minding it. "Just treat it as a gift for buying Broken Finger. A crate of explosives isn't expensive at sea. It's even relatively cheap. I like this method." The fool, Klein thought to himself as he made the World nod before reminding him. Don't worry." He then reminded them, "Try not to recall the mural from before in reality, much less draw it." Audrey and the other members subconsciously glanced at the end of the long bronze table and discovered that Mr. Fool didn't refute this statement. All of them were awestruck and didn't dare to be careless. This also made Katlia temporarily put aside the idea of writing a letter to Queen Mystic Bernadette. She planned on considering a suitable way to avoid the repercussions after the meeting. Following that, the free exchange segment slowly came to an end as the world above the gray fog fell silent once again. After returning to the future, Katlia stood behind the window of the captain's cabin, clearly hesitating for a moment. Finally, she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. As she nudged her glasses, she left the captain's cabin and walked towards Frank Lee's room. This first mate had recently been voted by all the crew to chase him to the bottom of the cabin, to prevent the products of his experiments from suddenly spreading. Frank Lee was rather pleased with this. This was because the space in his new residence was clearly a lot more spacious. Furthermore, it met the conditions of a dark environment. Knock, knock, knock. Katlia came to the bottom floor and knocked on the door. "Wait a moment," Frank Lee replied loudly. It was unknown what he was busy with in the room. After nearly a minute, he opened the wooden door with his sleeves rolled up. He asked in puzzlement, "Captain, what's the matter?" Katlia didn't directly answer as she used her night vision to look into the pitch-black interior. She saw a bluish-blue fish lying on the table with its eyes wide open. Green sprouts grew out from the gaps between its scales. Some of them were already mature and bearing ears of wheat. "Did you succeed?" Katlia held back her thoughts of retreating as she asked. Frank nodded in delight before shaking his head. "Not yet. but I've already made significant progress. I've crossed wheat, mushrooms, and a bit of rose bishop cells together to obtain the first stage of the product. By placing them in the belly of a fish, even without any light, they can absorb flesh and blood to grow and mature. The problem now is that the target is a monster's corpse. After absorbing their flesh and blood, how am I to prevent the poison and madness from accumulating in the final food? Also, reproduction is a problem. It's impossible for there to be that many rose bishops willing to be materials. Therefore, I need to give them the ability to absorb flesh and blood and split. After hearing Frank Lee's description, Katlia nudged her glasses in silence. If such food is eaten by humans, will it absorb flesh and blood and reproduce on its own? Frank Lee suddenly fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "In theory, no, because no one will eat them raw." I have to verify their activity under high temperatures. No, they still don't have the ability to split themselves. It doesn't matter if they have activity. Looking at the confused Frank Lee, Katlia fell into a dilemma once again. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. "I have a channel to obtain a druid beyond our characteristic. Do you need it?" "Ah, of course." Frank was excited. "Most of the time, my abilities have severely restricted my thoughts. I'm starting to regret it." Katlia suddenly had this thought. P.S. Recommend a book by a fellow reader, Twilight of the Gods of Faith. He said that I rejected it, so he was relieved. If anything goes wrong in the future, he can just blame it on me. Introduction. A noble young man who wants to hunt and fish. At the age of 17, he awakened a dream system and gained experience in another world. At the same time, his family's territory discovered a rich mine and fell into a battle between the high nobles. Was all this a coincidence, or was it arranged by fate? Chapter 844. Monday night, 160 Buckland Street. After setting up the ritual, Klein summoned himself and prepared to investigate the secrets hidden in the sewers. When he responded above the gray fog, he was in a dilemma as to whether he should bring the Dark Emperor card or the Tyrant card. It was just like picking out clothes before going out. Considering how Bakeland was a region where the Church of the Storm was extremely powerful, Klein, who was afraid of attracting the irascible high-sequence Beyonder, ultimately chose to accommodate the Dark Emperor card. He wore a crown, black armor, and a cape. Apart from the card of blasphemy, he also brought Creeping Hunger, Aztec Copper Whistle, Senior Gold Coin, as well as the Marauder Pathway mystical item, Broken Finger, and ordinary explosives that Admiral of Stars Katlia had provided 3 hours ago. Of course, Klein didn't bring the entire crate of explosives. It was just too heavy for a spirit body. He only took 5 sticks and handed them to Wraith Senor. As for Death Knell, he left it in his room. This was to restrain his urge to participate in the battle. His goal was very clear. Once he discovered a problem, he would immediately leave without staying too long to avoid danger. And weapons always made people bolder, making them want to probe deeper and resolve the problem by themselves. This is Bakeland. It's best not to cause too much of a stir, and I can't predict what's hidden in the sewers. I can only divine that there's danger. Klein looked at the wall clock in the room and confirmed that there was still at least an hour and a half before Hazel's usual time of action. His figure suddenly vanished, passing through the balcony's glass and flying into the streets before entering the sewers. In the dirty and humid environment, Klein took out a Rouen gold coin and made Senor, who was wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat, appear in front of him. Following that, he handed a pair of tweezers that looked like they were made of 2 finger bones to his marionette. He nearly couldn't resist the urge to steal the manhole cover after carrying it with him for such a short period of time. Senor held Broken Finger and walked in front. Klein, who was dressed as the Black Emperor, hid his figure and fell behind, opening up a distance of at least 50 meters from his marionette. With such a barrier, his thieving habit could no longer affect him, and Senor, who was essentially dead, had no intention of stealing anything. He didn't have any thoughts. After turning into the corresponding fork and passing through the hidden secret door, Wraith Senor appeared in the half-natural, half-artificial cave with the grayish-white tweezers. Different from the last time he came, the positions of the shovels and other tools wrapped in oilcloth had changed, and the hidden passage on the right that led downward was a little deeper. From this, it was obvious where Hazel's current focus was. Right on the heels of that, Klein, who hadn't entered the fork, leaned against the wall of the sewers. With his back facing the target, he controlled his marionette to step into the secret passageway on the right. Soon, Senor arrived at the end. At this moment, Klein suddenly felt the grayish-white tweezers in his marionette's hand tremble for some baffling reason, as though it was being attracted by an unknown object not far away. The unknown object was deep and serene, like a calm sea, making it difficult for him to see its exact state. It has the characteristics of being alive, and it's closer to a spirit. Klein could only determine this point. He immediately made Senor use mirror jump to return to the half-natural, half-artificial cave. He returned to the shovel that had yet to corrode, and he didn't attempt to penetrate the passageway deep underground. Then Senor, who was wearing a dark red coat, appeared again and placed the 5 ordinary explosives in his body in different spots. Every wraith was an explosives expert. After doing all of this, Senor's figure flashed and appeared on the surface of the gold coin in Klein's hand. As Klein stuffed the gold coin into his body, he raised his right hand and prepared to snap his fingers to detonate the 5 explosives. His idea was very simple. He wanted to use an explosion of a suitable scale to destroy Hazel's hard work and traces, so as to lure the Nighthawks over and completely resolve the problem. That way, no matter what was hidden deep in the passageway, it wouldn't bring him any danger. In Bakeland, knowing how to cleverly sound the alarm was much more effective and safer than rashly attacking. This was especially so since Klein couldn't confirm if this matter involved a demigod. "I'm really a good citizen." As Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, he was about to ignite the explosives. Suddenly, he shook his head from side to side and lowered his arm, as though nothing had happened. The cautious Klein immediately ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog. Then he returned to the real world and entered his body. Just as he was busy bringing creeping hunger, Senor Gold Coin, and other items out of the mysterious space above the gray fog, he suddenly frowned. After seriously recalling the entire process of tonight's exploration, Klein was surprised to discover that he seemed to have lost a small portion of his memories. He didn't remember if he had detonated the 5 ordinary explosives. After turning his head to sense his surroundings and confirming that the entire street was very quiet, Klein began to believe that he hadn't snapped his fingers. This is the beyonder power of a dream stealer? It seems to be much stronger than Mobit's. If not for the gray fog, and if not for my habit of summarizing my experiences after the fact, I might not even have discovered that the thought of detonating the explosives had been stolen. The other party might have also snapped his fingers, but he didn't have the ability to control flames to complement it. So there weren't any problems. Klein thought with a heavy expression as he prepared to make another attempt. Similarly, in order to not be traced back, he still used his own summoning ritual to respond to himself. With the Dark Emperor card in hand, Klein left 160 Beclun Street from another side. He deliberately circled around 2 streets before arriving at the sewer's entrance. This time he didn't approach the fork in the road. Not far from the entrance, he sensed the explosives using his enhanced flame control range and raised his right hand. After raising and lowering it, Klein quickly ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog to prevent himself from being attacked by some unknown existence. Without being in a rush to return to the real world, he sat in the fool's chair and recalled the process from before. I forgot if I detonated the explosives again. If I didn't force myself to recall it, I wouldn't even consider this problem. It's really impressive. The one who guided Hazel to dig in the sewers is probably a demigod. Why didn't he directly parasitize Hazel? Could it be that, for some reason, he's sealed somewhere in the sewers, and he can only release a tiny bit of his strength to drive Hazel to help through a dream? The one who caused Broken Finger to have an abnormal reaction due to the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence was also him. He's unable to control the signs in this regard. Klein thoughtfully tapped the edge of the long mottled table. After having a rough guess, he realized that his original plan couldn't be realized. This was because the moment he entered a distance where he could control the flames to detonate the explosives, the corresponding thoughts would definitely be stolen. Even if he could recall it later, there was no way to forcefully make up for it. Considering how Hazel's dreams were affected even at home, Klein suspected that the person's powers weren't limited to the sewer's entrance. If he were to discover that hero bandit Dark Emperor was related to Don Dante's, he would lose the corresponding thoughts and memories even if he were to sleep in his bedroom. However, he can't penetrate the gray fog to lock onto me. Does he think it's that easy to stop me from calling the police? Klein thought for a moment and cautiously beckoned for a paper figurine. He stirred a tiny bit of the mysterious space above the gray fog, and with the help of the ritual that had yet to be interrupted, he conjured an angel and forcefully interfered. After doing this, he carried the Dark Emperor card and used the door of summoning to enter his bedroom. Klein's current plan was to head to another street, find a random household, borrow a pen and paper, and write, "At the end of the 6th left fork in Beclun Street sewers, there's a secret passageway. It's suspected to contain a demigod of the Marauder pathway." Then, in the image of Dark Emperor, he would post the paper at St. Samuel Cathedral's entrance and publicize it. Of course, he would politely knock on the door to let the bishops in the cathedral notice it and prevent ordinary people from seeing it first. At times, the most primitive method was the most effective. Just as Klein was about to leave 160 Beclun Street from the other side, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. A deep rumble sounded from deep within. It detonated. The explosives detonated. Who detonated it? Klein paused in surprise. This definitely wasn't done by him, because it was impossible for it to be delayed for that long. Furthermore, there wasn't anyone else in the sewers. Even if there was, the idea of detonating it would have been stolen, unless a demigod happened to come knocking on my door. But how can there be such a coincidence? There's another possibility. That Marauder pathway demigod did it himself. Previously, he repeatedly stole my thoughts and prevented me from controlling the flames. It was to buy time and leave a gap for him to shift. Now that he's finally done, he detonated the explosives to destroy the evidence? That's more logical. This is because he should know very well that if a powerhouse whose origins can't be traced is determined to call the police, there's no way to stop it. The best solution is to be like a gecko, severing its tail to survive. But if he can shift, why would he guide Hazel to dig the secret passageway? Would such a shift be extremely harmful to him? Klein thought of a few possibilities, but he had no way to verify them, and he was certain that the underground explosion had definitely garnered attention. Hence, he immediately left Creeping Hunger and other items behind, ended the summoning, and returned above the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he stopped the ritual, tidied up the altar, removed the corresponding traces, and lay in bed. 39 Beclun Street, Member of Parliament Mock's house. Hazel, who hadn't slept at all, was alarmed by the tremors and deep rumbles underground. She walked to the balcony, pulled open the curtains, and looked at the entrance of the sewers. She didn't discover any obvious abnormalities. After observing for a while, she decided to cancel her operation for the night in her bewilderment and sleep in peace. At this moment, she suddenly heard a squeaking sound as she hurriedly turned to look at a corner of the balcony. At some point in time, a gray rat with dirty fur had appeared there. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 845. Klein, who was in bed, ultimately didn't manage to sleep all the way to daybreak. This was because he believed that with most people on the street being jolted awake by the commotion, it would only incur suspicion if he slept soundly without noticing anything. Indeed, just as he got out of bed, walked to the balcony, pulled open the curtains, and pretended to search for the source of the commotion, butler Walter had already knocked on his door. He had arranged for 2 servants with double-barreled hunting rifles to protect their employer and prevent any accidents. Before long, the police arrived. According to the residents' accounts, they had locked onto the sewers as the target. After that, it was unknown to the ordinary citizen, Mr. Dwayne Dantes, what they discovered, or if they requested help from the Nighthawks. After confirming that there wouldn't be any more accidents, he dismissed the butler and servants and hurriedly went to bed to catch up on his sleep. By the time he woke up, Buckland Street had returned to normal. There were people in groups of 2 or 3, with carriages occasionally passing by. Intis parasol trees by the side of the street continued to make the area appear dark and serene. Are the results of the investigations out? As Klein looked at himself in the mirror, he asked his valet, Richardson, who was helping him tidy up his clothes. Richardson had already asked about the matter and was waiting for his employer to ask. He immediately replied. It said that a gang member was trading firearms in the nearby sewers and accidentally triggered an explosion. What a reasonable explanation. Klein didn't ask further. He didn't even consider where the marauder pathway demigod who had stolen his thoughts had gone, or if he had been found by the Nighthawks. This was firstly because he believed that the demigod's act of detonating the explosives would definitely result in severe repercussions for him. If he had sufficient power or a suitable environment, the demigod would have long parasitized Hazel. There wouldn't be a need to go through so much trouble. This also meant that in 2 to 3 weeks, or even 2 to 3 months, Klein didn't need to worry about the demigod doing anything. Secondly, if he were to continue the investigation and force that person into a corner, Klein had no doubt that he would also be hurt. Once the other party no longer had any reservations and affected the surrounding area on a large scale, even if he did not expose his identity, he would still be attacked by a demigod and implicate the innocent residents on the street. Apart from these 2 reasons, Klein was also worried about something else. If the originally normal Buckland Street continued having abnormalities, it would definitely garner the deep suspicions of the official Beyonders. And with all of this happening only after Don Dantes moved in, Klein wouldn't be able to explain it even if he had a body full of mouths. When the time came, he could only abandon the plan and reconsider other plans. I can't head to the sewers for the time being. There's a high chance that it's a trap set by the officials. There's only one thing I need to do. Yes, I have to secretly pay attention to Hazel and see if there's anything abnormal about her. Once I discover any signs of danger, I'll immediately transform into Hero Bandit and go to St. Samuel Cathedral's entrance to stick a tiny advertisement. Klein calmly went downstairs to have his breakfast before returning to his master bedroom. He got his valet, Richardson, to wait by the door while he took out the nearly torn paper crane from his wallet. He planned on using it one last time to pass the bargaining chip given by Admiral of Stars to Snake of Fate will Oseptin to see if he would agree to it. Typically speaking, he could complete this matter through a visit, but without Dr. Allen's invitation and lacking a sufficient reason, a visit wasn't a good choice. It would easily make others suspect his motives. After all, he couldn't tell Dr. Allen that he wasn't looking for him, but for the fetus in his wife's womb. Carefully unfurling the paper crane, Klein glanced at the pencil words left behind previously. He instinctively believed that as long as he used an eraser, the paper would definitely tear. However, this didn't stump him. He picked up a black fountain pen and directly wrote on the paper, "The other party has already given the bargaining chip." The dark blue ink that was nearly black was many times clearer than the pencil marks. Therefore, although the 2 parts of the text overlapped, it didn't affect anyone from recognizing the words at the top. The solution is always more difficult than difficult. Klein nodded in satisfaction as he folded the paper back into the paper crane form along the lines. This time, he suspected that it would tear if he unfurled it again. City of Silver, Berg household. Ever since the end of the tarot, Derek seemed to have turned into a stone statue. He sat by the bed, motionless. After an unknown period of time, he was woken up by the sounds coming from the streets outside. However, The nightmarish feeling still enveloped him, making his footsteps towards the window appear heavy. God might already be dead. God might never return. Such thoughts kept echoing in Derek's mind, brewing uncontrollable despair and pain. Although he had already doubted if God would return when he killed his parents with his own hands, and if he would still care for the people of the dark who had been abandoned by him again, he even wanted to rely on Mr. Fool to transform himself into the true sun and help the residents of the City of Silver escape the curse of fate. However, the education he had received since he was young and the surrounding environment constantly affected him, making him look forward to the return of the Creator. He looked forward to the City of Silver's sacrifice and repentance to receive a response. But now, all of this hope had been destroyed, leaving only the last bit of hope that could be drowned by the darkness at any moment. The City of Silver will continue like this until it completely disappears into the darkness. No one will remember that we once existed or struggled. Derek cast his gaze out the window and saw many residents of the area he lived in gathered together. They were spontaneously praying and repenting to the Lord who created everything. This wasn't a ritual organized by the 6-member council, but a tradition that had been established in the City of Silver for 2,000 to 3,000 years. One had to pray when something good happened, when one's emotions were unstable, when one's family was injured, and when a new life was born. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the streets. Derek stood in the darkness inside the house, staring blankly outside. He didn't move for a long time, but his hands had unknowingly clenched tightly. After the residents dispersed, he finally retracted his gaze, his expression warped. He reached out to touch Thunder God's roar, and his gaze gradually became firm. He was prepared to follow Mr. the Hanging Man's instructions and make some friends to help him indirectly. Soon, he was placed in a difficult position because he didn't know how to take the initiative to make friends, greet others warmly, or find topics to talk about. This was something that went against his character. After some thought, Derek decided to go to the training grounds and use combat to establish a relationship with his old acquaintances. It was a gathering place for the people of the City of Silver, and he often met people he was familiar with. Late at night, Klein saw the dark and barren plains and the mysterious and gloomy steeple in his dream. After passing through one obstacle after another, he arrived at the area where the tarot cards were scattered. A black pram was already waiting there. Wrapped in silver silk, Will Septon asked in a clear voice, "What bargaining chips do you have? You're very proactive this time. Where's your reserve as a sequence one?" However, that's how kids are. Their mentality is pretty good. Klein chuckled to himself and said, "You can choose one of the 2 chips. The first is to take a look at the Wheel of Fortune card. The second is a method to temporarily recover a certain amount of strength while I'm weak." Will Septon was silent for a second before chuckling. "That's Bernadette. My hunch was right. I'll be able to obtain some good stuff this time." Then he asked, "Which chip do you think I'll choose?" Klein's subconscious thought was that I have a chance to ask a question. He then laughed self-deprecatingly. 2. Will Septon clicked his tongue. "Do I look like a mythical creature without a similar method? I don't know how many times I've restarted. Of course, I'll consciously prepare in advance. Makes sense." Klein nodded. "You want to see the Wheel of Fortune card? Or ask them to change their chips again?" Will Septon sucked at his fingers. "I choose the second option." Klein's expression stiffened. At that moment, Will Septon smiled. "Knowing one more method means having one more trump card. Isn't that wrong?" "Yes, you're right," Klein replied helplessly. "All right, when will the transaction be completed?" Will Septon waved his short arms. "Of course, when I'm born with umbilical cord blood. This will probably be in early July, or it could be earlier." At this point, he regained his composure and chuckled. "If they want to give me that method in advance, I don't mind." "They?" Klein subconsciously asked. He didn't understand how the Snake of Mercury knew it was them and not her, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Will Septon sucked his finger and said in a muffled voice, Bernadette has long passed the stage of needing a drop of mythical creature blood. This should be something she prepared for her subordinates. Is that so? Ma, Hermit needs it? Klein asked thoughtfully. That's right. What's the use of a drop of mythical creature blood? Is it the main ingredient of some potion? He made the connection that a drop of eternal blazing sun's divine blood could be used as the main ingredient of the unshadowed potion. No! Are other pathways suicidal by consuming the blood of a mythical creature of the fate pathway? Will Septon scoffed. I heard that to advance from sequence 5 to sequence 4 of the mystery prior pathway, one needs to completely analyze a drop of mythical creature blood and obtain complex and massive knowledge from it. This is a part of the ritual, and as the mythical creature blood used is different, once it succeeds, they will have different strengths at the mysticologist stage. So that's how it is. The rituals of different pathways and sequences have their own characteristics. Klein bowed in enlightenment. Thank you for your answer. Will Septon waved his hand and said, Don't disturb me again. Don't disturb me any more. Let me be born in peace. That is the greatest gratitude. Without waiting for Klein's response, he added, Don't disturb me again. Giving me that method isn't considered disturbing. With that said, the black pram retreated into the shadows and vanished. When Klein saw the surrounding walls collapse, he silently heaved a sigh of relief. He planned on escaping and going back to sleep. At this moment, he felt a jolt as he realized that a new power had invaded his dream. Just as one left, another came. It was even more lively than during the day. As Klein manipulated the dream to change according to his wishes, he pretended to look around in a daze. P.S. I recommend a very good book, Devil King of the City, written by Happy Tu Hao. It's exciting and not to be missed. Chapter 846. The dream that Klein had planned for himself was based on 160 Beclun Street. He had pinched many beauties and placed them around Don Dante's, perfectly creating the image of a rich tycoon who was experienced but had no choice but to endure in the real world for the sake of his reputation. He could only indulge in his dreams. Sitting on the sofa, he received a glass of red wine from a young lady. Before Klein could taste it, he discovered that his surroundings had suddenly changed. It went from a brightly lit villa with many elegant beauties to a dark, damp, and dirty sewers. Right on the heels of that, he saw 5 familiar explosives in his hand. Wasn't this planted by me previously? Klein was first taken aback before he pretended to jump in fright. He hurriedly threw the explosives away and warily surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he retreated step by step and found a vertical metal staircase. He decisively climbed up, moved the manhole cover, and left the sewers. As he returned to Beclun Street, the entire dream shattered, waking him up. Klein opened his eyes and looked at the gold-decorated ceiling in the nearly lightless room. He recalled what he had just encountered. This was done by that marauder, Pathway Demigod. He escaped the pursuit of the Nighthawks and is still hiding nearby. As he's afraid that the Black Emperor who exposed his whereabouts will appear again, he guides the dreams one by one in search of a target? It's very likely. If it wasn't for me being able to maintain my lucidity and rationality in a dream with an intruder, I would have been subconsciously driven to repeat the process of planting the explosives. After all, this is something I've done before, something that I have a deep memory of. Thankfully, I concluded that a marionettist should try his best to hide behind the scenes. Be it exploring the sewers or meeting Trissy, I relied on my marionette. Even if I didn't have enough distance and had no choice but to head over personally, I would have used my spirit body to make a trip through the gray fog. I also carried an item that interferes with prying and divination, preventing others from finding out who the true controller is. If not, I would have long been discovered and targeted. Even if I didn't die, I would have fled Bakeland pathetically. With this in mind, Klein rejoiced. In the beginning, he didn't know what secrets were hidden in the sewers, nor did he expect that there would be a demigod. However, he still abided by the rules of a marionettist and had strict requirements for himself. Therefore, he successfully avoided the tragedy of having his performance exposed. Baekeland sure is a dangerous place. Problems will happen if I'm careless. As Klein sighed, he felt that his marionettist potion had unknowingly digested a little. When he calmed down, he chuckled in his heart. From the looks of it, that person is still in Baekeland Street. There's a high chance that he's hiding in Hazel's house, or even beside her. Ha ha! If this demigod had invaded my dream a minute or two earlier, he would have seen Snake of Fate will Septon. Although this sequence, one angel is still in his weak phase, that's only relative to Ouroboros and the other angels. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with a sneaky person who can't even parasitize Hazel, ignoring his other powers. Just revealing his complete mythical creature form is enough to deal severe damage to the similarly weak one. I dare to bet that Will Septon must have had a premonition ahead of time, so he chose such a time period to successfully avoid being seen by other demigods. What a pity! I can't let that marauder demigod understand how dangerous it is to randomly invade dreams in Baekeland. Leonard definitely has a deep understanding of this situation. Klein reined in his thoughts and pretended as though nothing had happened. With the help of cogitation, he fell into a deep slumber again. When the sun rose over the horizon, he naturally woke up. He flipped over and sat up, transforming into Gairman Sparrow's appearance. He muttered a prayer. Please inform Ma, Hermit, that the angel has already accepted the condition of temporarily recovering a certain amount of strength during his weak phase. He has agreed to make the transaction at the end of June or the beginning of July. You can ask Bernadette when I can meet her. After praying, Klein transformed back into Don Dantes. He got out of bed and entered the bathroom to deal with his personal problems. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he felt abnormally energetic. Only then did he take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog. He turned the contents of his prayer into an image and threw it into the crimson star that symbolized the hermit. On the Future, which was docked at a port, Admiral of Stars Catlia watched as Frank Lee stepped onto the dock, filled with anticipation. He planned on finding a place to sell some items and amass 8,000 pounds to purchase the druid beyond her characteristic. She couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead, feeling a baffling lack of confidence. Although she believed that her level, mysticism knowledge, and mystical items could firmly suppress Frank Lee, who had become a druid, she felt that the problem wasn't that simple when she recalled his fantastic ideas and terrifying practical abilities. She didn't wish to participate in the tarot competition above the gray fog with a watermelon growing on her head and wheat ears growing all over her body. Thankfully, he doesn't have the druid potion formula. There's temporarily no need to worry about him advancing to sequence 5. Catlia nudged her glasses and consoled herself. At this moment, the illusory gray fog emanated in front of her as she heard German Sparrow's words. That angel agreed? Catlia's expression immediately softened as she couldn't help but smile. Once she obtained that drop of mythical creature blood, it meant that she was very close to the level of a demigod. She had the mysticologist potion formula to begin with, and she had previously accumulated contributions to exchange for one of the main ingredients from the Moses ascetic order. As for the remaining ingredient, she similarly knew where it could be found and how to obtain it. Wait until July. July. Catlia pursed her lips as her eyes peeked out from behind her thick glasses as she slowly surveyed the captain's cabin. On Thursday morning, just as Klein finished a classical literature class, he heard a stacked illusory prayer. After entering above the gray fog, he discovered that the supplicant was the hermit Catlia. This Admiral of Stars requested Mr. Fool to inform the world that Queen Mystic had agreed to his request. If he was in Baekeland, they would meet at the south bank of the Tussock River at 11 that night, near the bridge entrance. Bernadette is still in Baekeland. Klein conjured German Sparrow and gave an affirmative response. At 10:58 at night, he entered the bathroom and took out a paper figurine from his pocket. Pa, Klein trembled and made the paper figurine transform into Don Dantes. He sat on the toilet with a book in hand, seemingly in a daze. Then he suddenly became 3 to 4 centimeters shorter. His face became thinner, and the lines became much more pronounced. He had already turned into German Sparrow. Right on the heels of that, the glove he wore on his left hand turned transparent as countless illusory shadows appeared within it. Klein then saw the colors around him thicken before turning distinct, stacking on top of one another. As for himself, he faded and vanished from the real world. He rapidly traversed the spirit world, constantly adjusting his direction according to his location. In just a few seconds, he appeared at the entrance of the Bakelin Bridge on the south bank of the Tussock River. At that moment, it was late at night. There was no one walking on the bridge, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. One could only vaguely see a group of soldiers standing nearby. Klein was just about to search for traces of Queen Mystic Bernadette when he suddenly saw green pea vines dangling down from the sky, interweaving to form a lush forest. This forest had an end that couldn't be seen. The vines formed different paths, intersecting or spiraling as they extended all the way into the sky. Klein was only taken aback for a second before he randomly found a pea vine that hung in midair and proceeded forward step by step. After an unknown period of time, he saw the green plants connect to form a hammock seat that was gently swaying from high above. Queen Mystic was sitting there, wearing a white Intis-style shirt and a dark black jacket. By her waist was a thin rapier. Apart from not wearing a triangular hat, she was dressed in the standard attire of a captain at sea. She didn't reveal a pair of black leather boots like she did when she interacted with Sherlock Moriarty in Backland. At that moment, her chestnut hair cascaded down naturally as she looked over with her deep blue eyes. She spoke gently but without any emotion. She gently but emotionlessly said, "Help me thank the existence behind you." She's quite respectful towards the fool. The questions I previously answered should have answered many of her questions. Klein, who was wearing the German Sparrow mask, politely replied, "Yes." "All right." Bernadette's gaze didn't move as she continued looking at him. "What's the matter this time?" Klein paused for a second and said the words he had long prepared. "I wish to seek your help to make him appear to be in a state of being corroded by the core seal behind the Church of Evernights, Cheney's Gate." As he spoke, Klein made Wraith Senior appear beside him. Bernadette took a deep look at Admiral of Blood, who was standing upright. She didn't ask Sherlock Moriarty or German Sparrow how they knew that she had a solution. She calmly said, "The seal cores of different Church of Evernight cathedrals are different. The state after being corroded is also different. Is it the Evernight pathway, death pathway, or something else? Is it a parish church or a city center church?" She directly eliminated the option of the Church of Evernight's headquarters, the Cathedral of Serenity, because even a king of angels wouldn't dare target that place. Klein thought for a moment. Diocese Cathedral, Evernight pathway. Queen Mystic Bernadette nodded slightly. "Then I can let him suffer the corresponding corrosion, but this way your marionette will basically be destroyed. In the beginning, he can still be used normally, but with the passage of time the corrosion will deepen, and he will gradually fall asleep, never to wake up again. Can you extend the time of complete erosion as much as possible?" Klein asked, holding back his heartache. Admiral of Blood Senior's marionette was one of the most valuable of all his assets. Bernadette said with a calm expression, 2 months at most. Klein struggled inwardly for 2 seconds before replying expressionlessly, "All right." He immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "Thank you for your help." Queen Mystic Bernadette didn't say another word as she retracted her gaze and extended her right hand. In midair, she outlined words that were different from Jotun, Dragonese, Elvish, and ancient Hermes. The words had a star-like luster as they interweaved into strange symbols, as though they had opened a secret door that led deep into the spirit world. The secret door. opened as a gust of wind blew out. The upper body of a man, wrapped in white cloth, appeared. "Requiem horn," Bernadette said in a soft but dignified voice. The man with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a wind replied, respectfully, as he took out a human skull from the white cloth. The eye sockets of the skull were deep and dark, making it difficult to see the bottom. The rest of the skull had holes of different shapes. The surroundings were covered in cracks, and it was as white as jade. Bernadette took the requiem horn and glanced at German Sparrow. Retreat at least 50 meters. Klein didn't ask why. He left Wraith Seigneur in his original spot and quickly left along the pea-vine path. After more than 50 meters, he suddenly heard a distant, serene, and sorrowful melody. Subconsciously, Klein looked up and saw that Bernadette was sitting with her back slightly bent at the spot covered by the pea vines. Her chestnut hair moved slightly as she lowered her head. She brought the human skull to her mouth and blew out air from the holes, forming a symphony of the night. The symphony brought with it a calming power and a faint sense of sorrow. Bit by bit it spread out, but it didn't alarm the soldiers guarding the bridge outside the pea-vine forest. Klein stood there and listened seriously as he suddenly felt a longing for home. It was a home that a traveler who had been wandering for a long time yearned for the most, but it was also the most unreachable. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 847. In the dark night, amidst the green vine forest, Klein closed his eyes as he listened to the music that seemed to come from the horizon. His body and mind were serene and calm, but he also felt a subtle sense of melancholy and sorrow growing, emanating and reverberating. After an unknown period of time, the melodious melody finally vanished. A gentle night breeze blew through the hanging pea vines. Klein sighed silently as he opened his eyes and looked up. He saw Queen Mystic Bernadette handing the human skull with holes in it to the servant who had a human upper body and a wind lower body. "It's done." Bernadette's gentle and calm voice sounded. "Thank you for your help." Klein bowed once again as he controlled Seigneur to walk back to his side. At this moment, the pea vines retracted and gradually faded away. The green forest quickly vanished. Klein and Seigneur landed at the entrance of the bridge at the same time. There was no one around, and not far away, there was a team of soldiers guarding the bridge with their backs facing them. It was no different from before. The fairy tale-like scene from before seemed to be an illusion. Only at this moment did Klein have the time to examine his marionette. He discovered that he resembled a corpse more than before. His face was pale and his aura was cold. He exuded an obvious eerie and creepy feeling. This is likely the result of a large dose of corruption. If it's just guarding Cheney's gate once or twice a week, one day at a time, it shouldn't be this serious. It's impossible for him to be unable to withstand it for 2 months. If that's the case, even an Orthodox church wouldn't be able to withstand such losses. Perhaps ordinary keepers can live for years or even decades. However, it's easy for them to mutate and lose control in between. Sigh, when they chose to become keepers, they should have known such an outcome. Klein sighed as he made Seigneur project himself onto the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. Right on the heels of that, he continued using traveling to circle the sea and choose food for creeping hunger before returning to the master bedroom's bathroom at 160 Buckland Street. 5th June, Sunday. Inside the Hall family's castle, Audrey was sitting in front of her desk, admiring the mystical item she had just obtained. Its appearance was that of an elbow-length black gauze glove, as if it came from the royal family, possessing a noble and elegant temperament. This originated from the mentor of Chaos Beyonder characteristic sold by the world's German Sparrow. It was created by an artisan after a certain period of time. Audrey had previously asked her father, Earl of Hull, and she had received the answer, "You can buy it and use it yourself. It's already good that you have the intention to show filial piety." Therefore, She had specially instructed Mr. the Hanging Man to get the artisan to make it something that a lady could carry around with her. This also made her suspect if her father had a better mystical item on him, or if the Church of the Goddess had provided a rather high level of protection. According to the Hanging Man, this gauze glove could give the wearer several beyonder effects. Firstly, it increased his dignity and physique, making the surrounding living beings subconsciously lower their statuses and want to obey him. Secondly, it could obtain the ability to distort the target's words, actions, and intentions, thereby constructing a certain set of rules that were beneficial to him. Thirdly, it could use a symbolic bribe to make the target have a strong, favorable impression of him, making it difficult for him to have any hostile intentions. He might even be unwilling to fight the wearer. If the conditions were suitable, the recipient of the bribe would even have a very small chance of attacking his companions. Audrey had heard from Mr. World that this was a type of bribe beyonder power called bribe charm. Fourthly, it could cause chaos to appear on a locked target or a certain area around him, making it difficult for attacks to land on him, making it easy for the enemy to make mistakes. Audrey was very satisfied with these effects. But what vexed her was that because the artisan's level wasn't high enough, the negative effects of creating a sequence 5 mystical item was rather great. Firstly, it would make the wearer's psyche gradually turn dark, making them wish to take shortcuts, use schemes, and rely on dishonorable means to do things. Secondly, after wearing it for more than 3 minutes, the wearer would also fall into a state of chaos. Audrey had previously tried it, but she had unknowingly made a mistake while bathing. The normal process was to get the maidservant to fill the bathtub with hot water and adjust the temperature before taking off her clothes and entering the bathtub before washing herself. However, Audrey had entered the bathtub first and filled it with cold water. Only when her clothes were soaked did she remember to take them off. The only thing she was thankful for was that she finally controlled herself and didn't call the maidservant in to witness her embarrassing situation. This makes me look like a curly-haired baboon, Audrey thought, feeling a little embarrassed and angry. As for the first negative impact, she felt that she could still accept it because she was a psychiatrist. She could often examine herself and eliminate some dark thoughts. Furthermore, she had Susie to help her as a bystander. However, the second one was a little unbearable. The second negative effect was very problematic. I can only carry it with me and wear it at critical moments. All right, I still have Lie. It can magnify my emotions, and when combined with this glove, it will make the darkness in my heart very serious. I might not be able to resist it now. Audrey's green eyes darted around as she thought of a solution. At that moment, she heard knocking on the door. Her personal maidservant, Annie, said from outside, "Miss, the Earl is looking for you." "Miss, the Earl is looking for you." Audrey left the black veil glove on the table, got up, came to the door and opened it. Earl Hall, who wasn't wearing a coat at home and only a shirt and vest, stroked his beautiful mustache and chuckled. "Are you not ready? I'll be returning to Bakeland in a while. It's your 18th birthday ball tomorrow night." As he spoke, Earl Hall glanced at the maidservant, Annie, and the others, making them consciously retreat a distance away. "Sigh, it's the annual social season again." Audrey nodded, pretending to be mature. Note 1. Earl Hall looked at his daughter and asked with a smile, "Have you thought of how to use that item?" Audrey pursed her lips into a smile. "Of course. I plan on folding it up and placing it in a small bag for Susie to carry. This way, Susie wouldn't be in a state of confusion because she wasn't wearing it or using it, and her dark psychological problems could be treated by Audrey's placate. More importantly, without the augmentation of Lie, Susie, who is also a psychiatrist, could also examine herself and adjust her mental state from time to time. Earl Hall was taken aback as he praised with a laugh. "Smart idea." Audrey was pleased with herself, but she appeared rather reserved as she said, "I plan on naming it Hand of Fear. Dear Earl, thank you for your birthday present, and in a few more days I can concoct the potion and attempt to advance." Audrey added inwardly in delight, "Sunday night, 160 Buckland Street. Klein stood on the balcony and looked at the street scene through the gaps in the curtains. He couldn't help but feel nervous. If there were no accidents, he would soon begin his operation to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. Ever since he had used Queen Mystic Bernadette's help to make his marionette appear to be corrupted, and through his frequent prayer at the cathedral, listening to the sutras and donating, he figured out the rotation of the keepers. There was only one thing left for Klein's plan to steal. That was to silently replace the target without anyone noticing. According to Klein's understanding, the keepers would head underground the moment the sky lit up, and at that time, the cathedral wouldn't open yet. If he wanted to infiltrate, he had to risk being discovered by a demigod like the Archbishop of the Bakelin diocese. It could be said that there was basically no chance of success. Therefore, Klein's plan was to infiltrate the cathedral a day in advance and patiently wait for an opportunity. This undoubtedly required sufficient disguise, but it wasn't a problem for a faceless. After a period of observation, Klein discovered that the church would also have a mass on Sunday night. This was because Sunday and night were both symbols of the goddess. And after the mass was over, the servants would get busy and clear the trash outside. Klein's plan was to seize this opportunity to secretly knock out a servant and disguise himself as him to enter the cathedral and sleep in the servant's room. For this, he had already bought a suitable dosage of sleeping pills from Emlyn that could make a person sleep for 10 hours without causing any physical harm. He paid a total of £5. Phew! After a few minutes, Klein slowly exhaled, drew the curtains, and walked back to his room. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, he pondered for nearly a minute before conjuring a pen and paper. He wrote a divination statement. There's danger in stealing the Antigonus family's notebook. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist cuff. He held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz dangle over the paper, nearly touching it. He entered cogitation, closed his eyes, and silently recited the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum spinning clockwise. Its amplitude and speed were ordinary. There's danger, but it's within the normal range. Klein quickly made an interpretation. He was actually a little worried that someone had interfered with him, just like what the Mother Tree of Desire had done in the past. However, there was no way to verify it, much less falsify it. Therefore, when the divination results, the plan, and his own preparations met the necessary conditions, Klein had already made up his mind. He looked at the topaz pendulum that gradually stopped spinning and said in his mother tongue, "The arrow is knocked. There's no choice but to release it." Before he finished his sentence, Klein enveloped himself with his spirituality, simulated the feeling of falling, and returned to the real world. This time, he only planned on bringing 3 items with him. The first was creeping hunger, the second was the Señor Gold coin, and the third was the Aztec copper whistle. Their common characteristic was that they could be placed inside an iron cigar case, and they could use the paper angel and the wall of spirituality to provide double concealment. As for the other items, there was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to pass through Cheney's gate, as it would easily trigger an anomaly in the seal's core. Therefore, Klein had thrown them, along with the cash, above the gray fog. He was prepared to flee if anything were to happen. Even the 3% of the Coin Company's shares for £12,800 can only be tied to the identity of Don Dantes. Klein quickly reined in his thoughts, picked up a mirror, and placed it on his pillow. Following that, he drew the mysterious symbol that summoned a Rhodes. Note 1. Historically, London's social season was from December after Christmas to June. And when this book was set up, it took into account some of the plot arrangements and the fact that Rouen high society mainly believed in the Lord of Storms into consideration. The time to discuss matters of state was set to the storm-prone months of June to September, so the social season naturally became from June to the New Year. Of course, during the weekends of autumn and winter, the nobles would definitely head to the countryside to hunt foxes. Don't get confused. Don't give the exact opposite answer when others ask about London's social season. Chapter 848. The mirror on Klein's pillow instantly glowed like flowing water. Silver points of light squirmed and gathered to form the corresponding Rouen text. Exalted Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is always at your service. Klein stood by the bed and looked at the mirror. He looked calm as he asked calmly, "Where is the Antigonus family notebook behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate?" He needed to confirm the location ahead of time so that he could head straight for his target and complete his plan in the shortest amount of time possible to avoid all sorts of accidents. On the mirror's surface, the silver words warped and changed, forming another line of text. It's a Grade 1 sealed artifact. It's located on the right side of the second level. I can't see the exact details. Klein tersely acknowledged. It's your turn to ask. Rhodes immediately made the silver words on the mirror dissipate, and the question appeared in the rippling light. Do you have any other instructions? If he were in his normal state, Klein would definitely have secretly sked, but his highly tense mind made him nod and say, "Look at my illusion like before." Look at my illusions like before and deal with the unexpected. All right, Master. Rhodes didn't hesitate to give a response. Following that, he added another line of words. I will control my instincts. I swear to you, the great ruler above the spirit world. Klein nodded slightly and took 2 steps forward, allowing the mirror to reflect Dante's appearance. The image became clearer and larger, and finally it looked real. After some adjustments, Klein made the fake person lie on the bed. It looked like it had fallen asleep. At this moment, he realized that Don Dantes had turned his head and was smiling obsequiously at him. At the same time, he extended his palms and pulled up the blanket. Klein didn't say a word, as he transformed into the cold, crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. He made Creeping Hunger, which was still on his left palm, turn transparent. His figure rapidly faded as he traveled, to the other end of Phelps Street where St. Samuel Cathedral was. Then he walked to the square where pigeons flew during the day and hid in a dark corner. After a while, a group of believers came out of the church to participate in the evening mass. Soon, many servants left the church with all kinds of miscellaneous items. They walked to the trash cans in the side alley and separated a group of people to deal with the feces at the carriage parking lot. At this moment, one of the servants suddenly trembled. He lowered his head and began to clean up seriously. He even dutifully moved towards the direction of the plaza, as if he wanted to deal with the miscellaneous items there. He gradually moved further and further away until he reached the place with the thickest shadows. When the other servants were no longer paying attention to him, a hand suddenly took shape and seemed to reach out from the void. It grabbed his shoulder, causing his figure to fade and disappear. Klein directly traveled to a 2-bedroom apartment in a cheap apartment in East Borough. He had changed his appearance a few days in advance and teleported over to rent the place. The powers of a traveler are really too convenient. The only problem is that every time I want to use it, I need a pirate to sacrifice his life. Klein lampooned to ease his nerves. At the same time, he made the servant lie down on the bed. Then he took out a thin metal test tube and threw it at him. The servant accurately caught it, pulled out the stopper, and gulped down the sleeping pills inside. In just a few seconds, he fell asleep. Wraith Seigneur's figure in his old triangular hat and dark red coat appeared beside him. Klein examined the servant on the bed as his body suddenly softened, as though he had turned into a mud monster. However, he didn't collapse into a pile. He only swayed slightly and instantly became 15 centimeters shorter. His skin darkened as his facial features shifted. Soon, he transformed into the servant's appearance. And at this moment, Seigneur had already taken off the servant's clothes. Without wasting any time, Klein quickly changed into the clothes and moved the iron cigar case and other items over. He picked up the broom and examined it. After confirming that there were no problems, he made Señor return to the gold coin. He lowered his left arm and spread his fingers, watching creeping hunger emit an indescribable transparency. After teleporting back to the shadows in the corner of the square, Klein bent down and seriously cleaned the ground. He then approached the busy servant step by step, but he maintained a certain distance to prevent anyone from speaking to him and increasing the risk of exposure. About half an hour later, the busy servants gathered together and entered St. Samuel Cathedral before turning to the side. How tiring! A servant stretched his arms after distancing himself from the priests. Klein pretended to be so exhausted that he wasn't in the mood to chat. He nodded and didn't participate in the conversation. Soon, they returned to the servants' residence. It was 2 large rooms that faced each other. There were many bunk beds inside, and beside each bed was a wooden cabinet and a box. Klein was immediately at a loss. He didn't know if he should enter the left or the right. Thankfully, he was a seer. For matters that didn't involve beyonders or mysticism, he could completely rely on his spiritual intuition. Furthermore, he was holding a broom. Therefore, he pretended that his hand had slipped and secretly performed dowsing rod seeking. He received a revelation that he should head to the right. After entering the room on the right, Klein deliberately slowed down and observed the actions of the other servants. Then he mimicked them and placed the broom behind the door. Then he went to the bathroom outside to wash his face, rinse his mouth, and rinse his feet. By the time he was done slowly, his bed had already appeared, the one that wasn't occupied. Lying on the bed, Klein finally felt a little relieved as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The servants were very tired, and it didn't take long for them to fall asleep. Their snoring sounds could be heard. Klein maintained his consciousness as he took off creeping hunger in a very small motion. He folded it into a tiny piece and stuffed it into an iron cigar case, placing it together with Aztec's copper whistle and the Señor gold coin. Time ticked by. As he was too tense, he was unable to fall asleep. All he could do was rely on cogitation to force himself to sleep for a few hours. When he woke up at a certain time, Klein released Wraith Señor. This marionette's cold and indifferent aura rapidly fused with his surroundings. The spirit-body threads collapsed inwardly, gradually forming a deep darkness that no longer had an origin. It can still be controlled. Klein nodded indiscernibly, allowing the wraith to use the stained glass windows and the smooth stone tiles on the ground to arrive at the staircase that led to the upper levels of the keepers. He believed that if Señor hadn't been corrupted ahead of time and been treated as one of its own by the seal's core behind Cheney's gate, he would have definitely triggered a reaction and been wiped out. How could a wraith have the ability to move freely in an Orthodox church's cathedral? And it was precisely because of the seal's tacit agreement and the paper angel's interference that the spirituality of the archbishop at the demigod level, who lived somewhere in the cathedral, wasn't triggered. Step by step, he came to the second floor. Using his perception of the corruptive aura, the concealed Señor moved left under Klein's control and found the area where the keepers lived. Tomorrow is Monday. This week's Monday should be under the responsibility of the keeper I first met. Klein had long figured out the rotation pattern. He made the wraith in the dark red coat silently pass through the wooden door and float into different rooms to identify the targets. As there were only a few people, he quickly found the elder with loose facial skin, a huge nose, and sparse hair that was the color of frost. Wraith Señor immediately took out a metal test tube filled with sleeping pills and placed it by the side. Then, before the keeper noticed it, he possessed him. Before the slumbering keeper could wake up and resist, he lost control of his body. All he could do was barely open his grayish-blue eyes and see himself pick up the metal test tube with great difficulty. He pulled out the cork and gulped down the liquid inside. His body began to convulse in an uncoordinated and abnormal manner, as though there was an intense internal struggle. After a full minute, he slowly softened and closed his eyes again, entering a dreamless slumber. After doing all of this, Wraith Señor left the keeper's body. Using all kinds of mirrors, He jumped back to the area where the servants lived before entering Klein's body. Klein immediately emitted a cold, silent, and indifferent aura. Even making an expression seemed difficult. He slowly got out of bed and silently left the servants' room. He walked through the shadows and murals that couldn't be illuminated by the moonlight. Step by step, he arrived at the second floor and entered his target's room. Standing by the bed, the servant-looking Klein's figure suddenly grew taller. His sparse hair turned white, and his nose widened a little. In just a few seconds, he looked identical to the keeper who had consumed sleeping pills. Even his aura was no different. Changing into a clergyman's black coat, Klein moved the keeper and servant's clothes to the bottom of the bed before lying down and silently counting the time. At 5:30, he woke up early, ate the white bread he had prepared last night, drank a cup of water, and looked out the window in silence. Just as the sky lit up, Klein maintained his expressionless state as he opened the door and walked out. He went down to the first floor and followed the route he had grasped and turned to the left. After walking for a while, he wasn't surprised to see a priest. This was the experience of a former Nighthawk, so Klein wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to find the path. The priest stood outside the secret door that led to the underground area. He raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. "May the goddess bless you." "Praise the lady," Klein replied in a low voice as he similarly drew the crimson moon. He didn't stop and walked past the priest. Under the illumination of the lights on both sides, he walked up the stairs and arrived at a crossroads. According to his understanding of the surrounding geography, Klein believed that turning to the right would lead him away from the cathedral. It was likely to lead to a particular security company or other organization that the Nighthawks were disguised as. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to turn left. At this moment, he saw a man wearing red gloves walking towards him. The man had black hair and green eyes. He had outstanding looks and was dressed rather casually. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. PS1, written by a book friend, Vampire Maiden's Journey to Nairn. P2, seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Fastest website for mobile version. M. Chapter 849. Upon seeing Leonard Mitchell, Klein's back muscles instantly stiffened. He tensed up like a bowstring that had been pulled to its limits, ready to snap at any moment. He remembered very clearly that his poet had a marauder pathway angel, Pallas Zoroast, parasitizing him. He was able to sense his uniqueness and see through his disguise. If that grandpa were to inform Leonard of the problem with the keeper in front of him, it would be troublesome. I can only hope that my poet is afraid of exposing his secret and will feign ignorance. Back in Tingen, although he always said that everyone had their own secrets and that there was no need to mind it, that was only when it wasn't directed at the church. Who knows if he would suddenly have a sense of justice and decide to be loyal to his duty, taking the risk to expose me. After all, this is very similar to the matter with Ensanguil. At that instant, Klein's forehead nearly broke out into a cold sweat. To be frank, he didn't expect to encounter Leonard while heading to Cheney's Gate. This was because he was already a Red Glove and not an ordinary Nighthawk. He didn't need to be on duty, and he shouldn't be underground at this time. However, Klein immediately thought of a key point. The one who could sense his uniqueness was Pallas Zoroast, not Leonard Mitchell. The former's attitude was more important. This grandpa knows that I know of his existence. Once he sees through my disguise and puts me in danger, he has to be prepared to be exposed by me. When that happens, there will definitely be mutual harm, with no benefits for anyone. And for an angel of the Marauder pathway who doesn't believe in the goddess, there's no need for that at all. If I were him, I would pretend that nothing had happened and not warn Leonard Mitchell. I wouldn't place my safety in the hands of my host. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Klein regained his composure and walked towards the red-gloved Leonard Mitchell. Leonard looked indifferently at the keeper with sparse, white hair. He couldn't help but raise his right hand and cover his mouth as he yawned. He's not sleeping at night and has nothing to do. So he went to the duty room to play cards? What a standard, sleepless. Klein roughly understood why this red glove poet would appear here. He recalled the reactions of the keepers when they encountered the Nighthawk's back in Tingen City. He silently nodded at Leonard and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion with his right index and middle finger, as though he was drawing a full moon. Leonard responded with the same action. Without noticing anything, he passed by the keeper with loose skin and large nose and proceeded straight ahead. Klein exhaled silently. He maintained his previous pace and stride until he reached his destination. The iron-black double doors were heavy and cold, engraved with 7 sacred emblems, as if nothing could shake them. Klein turned his body sideways, took 2 steps diagonally, and knocked on the door of the guardroom. Under the witness of the Nighthawks on duty, he opened Cheney's gate. The deep darkness inside immediately surged. Even though there were silver candles with engraved patterns burning silently inside, they couldn't dispel the feeling. Instead, the ghostly blue flames deepened the deathly stillness. At the same time, Klein felt an invisible object scrape past his skin in the darkness. It penetrated deep into his body, passing through the boundary between reality and illusion, and connected to Wraith Senor. Suddenly, he saw the black threads that filled the entire area behind Cheney's gate without activating his spirit vision. They swayed gently, clumped together, or extended, as though a lady was stretching her hair, or some strange creature was waving its tentacles. Klein walked forward with an indifferent expression and entered the sealed land. Then he turned around and closed Cheney's gate. At that moment, the sounds of the outside world seemed to be completely isolated. The silence inside was like a kingdom of the dead. It made one involuntarily connect the dots and feel fear. This reminded Klein of his childhood. Even if he didn't listen to ghost stories, he would occasionally lie on his tiny bed and stare into the darkness, not daring to sleep. It's no wonder the goddess has the title of Empress of Terror. Klein cast his gaze to the side, picked up the lantern in the corner, and lit it up with great familiarity. Faint yellow light immediately poured out, tainted by a ghostly blue tint. Draped in a black clergyman's robe, Klein wasn't in a hurry to head underground to the 2nd level to search for the Antigonus family's notebook. Instead, he stayed behind the door and waited patiently. This was to prevent the Nighthawks from urgently needing something but being unable to retrieve it at night. All they could do was wait until daybreak. According to his experience, the first 5 minutes after a keeper entered Cheney's gate was the period of time where they were most easily disturbed. As long as they could survive it, and as long as no accidents happened in between, the normal retrieval of materials could only wait until 8 o'clock. It was also the standard working hours for the Nighthawks and civilian staff. In other words, once Klein lasted the first 5 minutes, he wouldn't be disturbed by the Nighthawks for the next 2 hours. Of course, there wasn't that much time for him to take action. The Church of Evernight's cathedral opened at 8, and the servants would wake up at least an hour and a half ahead of time. After 6:30, the other servants might discover that their companions were missing. Time ticked by as Klein's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. He felt that the 5 minutes were torturous. Finally, he cast his gaze at the stone staircase deep in the darkness. It was the passageway that led to the 2nd level. At that moment, there was no one who could restrain him. At this point, Klein felt that he had already overcome 70% of the difficulty. The remaining 30% was mainly how to leave after he succeeded. Of course, there was always a chance for all sorts of accidents to happen. Klein didn't let his guard down. With the lantern in hand, he walked towards the stone staircase. To other Beyonders, the first level behind Cheney's gate was actually more attractive than sealed artifacts. There were all sorts of Beyonder ingredients, potion formulas, and secret knowledge stored here. There were even captured cultists and unaffiliated Beyonders locked up, be it to get rich or to rescue their companions. All they needed to do was to move around here. However, Klein had to venture deeper and head for the place where the dangerous items were sealed. When he passed by a few tightly locked stone chambers, he clearly sensed that there were people inside. However, they didn't make a ruckus, roar, beg for mercy, or cry for help. All of them were quietly lying or sitting, and their auras had already turned cold. The lantern's light flickered, illuminating the staircase that led downwards. Klein retracted his attention and steadily walked deeper underground. He didn't run, afraid that he would trigger an extreme reaction from the seal's core. The darkness grew thicker, and the eerie blue light from the elegant candlesticks on both sides grew weaker. It gave him the illusion that they were about to be extinguished, and when that happened, the pure darkness might bring about an unimaginable and terrifying change. Klein endured this instinctive fear and finally finished walking down the staircase, arriving at the second level underground. With his Wraith's night vision, Klein discovered that there were strange walls made of steel, bricks, mud, and silver. They were separated into different areas. Some areas were open, while others were tightly shut. Each of them had a sealed artifact. With the lantern in hand, he turned left. Klein's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a burning flame and bright red coal and charcoal. The area was in a half-open state. Inside, there was a bathtub-shaped object made of steel. The bottom was hollowed out and stuffed with anthracite, charcoal, and all sorts of combustibles. They kept burning, causing the steel bathtub to emit gurgling sounds. Water vapor emanated from it and gathered at the ceiling, condensing into liquid droplets that fell like rain. An item that needs to be submerged in hot water to be sealed. And the keepers have to periodically add charcoal to prevent the flames from extinguishing. If there's a sealed artifact that can constantly emit high temperatures, it can be combined to make the seal simpler. Klein glanced at the steel bathtub. Hoping that no accidents would disrupt his plans, he approached it and used a tool to add a portion of the coal that was piled outside into the fire. When he looked up, he swept his gaze through the corner of his eye and saw that there were silver metal items under the hot water in the steel bathtub. Together, they looked like a heavy full-body armor, and there were dark red blood stains and red spots that couldn't be washed away. 142. The blood of an ancient god. It's now stored in the Bakelin diocese for a long period of time. Klein had seen this sealed artifact before, and the corresponding information immediately surfaced in his mind. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he saw the unadorned silver helmet. The visor of the helmet had been pulled down, making it appear dark inside. At that moment, Klein felt a gaze penetrate through and cast at him. He shuddered and hurriedly took 2 steps back. His heart was beating quickly and chaotically. Not daring to size it up any further, Klein calmed his emotions and cast his gaze forward. He steadily took a step forward and left the area. After passing through a few sealed areas, his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that something to his right was summoning him. Furthermore, it produced thumping sounds that resembled the expansion and contraction of a heart. Indeed, the Antigonus family's notebook has been waiting for me. Klein calmly confirmed his previous judgment. He followed the beckoning of the nothingness, changed directions, and approached it. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he saw a room with a half-open stone door. It was dark inside without any light. Under the illumination of the lantern, an empty bookshelf formed from white bones entered Klein's eyes. On it was an ancient notebook with a hard, pitch-black cover. It was the Antigonus family's notebook. Hornaces, Phlegria, Hornaces, Phlegria. An illusory voice drilled into Klein's ears, making him certain that he had found his target. Everything went smoothly, but Klein didn't dare to be careless or rash. He carefully entered the room and slowly approached, afraid that the measures to seal the Antigonus family's notebook would cause him harm. Therefore, when he closed the distance, a hand suddenly extended out from his chest. It was a hand with a dark red sleeve. It was Wraith Señor's hand. One of the rules of a marionettist was to use a marionette as much as possible. If anything were to happen, the marionette would bear the brunt of the problem. At that moment, there was a sudden thud from the door, as though someone had walked in. Klein's pupils dilated as he pounced at the bone bookshelf without any thought, allowing the marionette's hand to quickly grab the Antigonus family's notebook. At the same time, he reached his right palm into his pocket, about to open the iron cigar case, and where creeping hunger. He wanted to teleport away before the seal's core reacted. During this process, the scene at the door naturally surfaced in his mind. A hooded figure dressed in a classic robe stood there. Her face was beautiful, but it was expressionless. Her black eyes were deep, but they lacked any spirituality. The high-ranking member of the church, who directly wiped out Mr. A and stopped the great smog of Bakeland? Why is she hiding underground? This doesn't make sense. Just as Klein's horror surged, he instinctively lowered his head to look at his body. His body was like a pencil drawing that had been erased by an eraser. It was quickly erased, and before it touched the Antigonus family's notebook, it had completely vanished. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. I'll also thank Mr. Y for giving the true creator a birthday. Chapter 850. Before his mind went into a blackout state, two thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. How powerful. There's no way to resist it. I wonder if there's a chance of resurrection in such a manner. Just as his thoughts reverberated, Klein's vision turned pitch black. He lost all his senses, as though he had entered the deepest, dreamless slumber. After an unknown period of time, the lightless and silent darkness suddenly shook. He vaguely felt something in his groggy state, believing that a cold wind was blowing at him. His thoughts slowly broke free from the stillness as Klein slowly opened his eyes. He saw fog above him. The crimson moon was hidden in it, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Did I revive again? Or did I enter the underworld? Even if it's the latter, the problem isn't too serious. I might even be able to get the skeleton messenger to help me contact Mr. Aztec. It's just that I'll have to become an undead creature or a spirit world creature in the future. Klein's thoughts were still a little heavy, as though someone had poured paste into his head. His thoughts involuntarily scattered. Gradually, he sensed his body and heard the sound of his heart beating. His mind quickly became clear. He believed that there was a high chance that he had been resurrected. Perhaps he had even been thrown into the wilderness. Pah! Klein's joints cracked as he suddenly stood up. Without bothering to check his condition, he first observed his surroundings to confirm his surroundings. The first thing that entered his eyes was the surrounding fog and the deep and cold night. Not far away, there was a small town. The most eye-catching building in the town was a very ancient-styled, steepled cathedral. It was completely black in color and did not have a bell tower. There were pitch-black ravens circling the top of the cathedral. There were many buildings scattered around the cathedral. There were ordinary two-story residences, simple wooden huts, bakeries with hanging signboards, and grayish-white mills powered by water wheels. However, there were no pedestrians. They seemed to have fallen asleep in the quiet and peaceful night. As a seer, Klein instantly found the town very familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. After a brief moment of recollection, he recalled what it represented. This was the source of danger in the battlefield of the gods' ruins at night. After entering the easternmost region of the Sonia Sea, if anyone didn't sleep or enter the world of dreams when night fell, they would be discovered to have vanished without a trace when the sky lit up and noon arrived. Klein had once woken up from his dream because of the Saint of Darkness. He saw a mysterious and strange foggy town far away from the sea in a place shrouded in the night. He even suspected that all the living beings that had disappeared during the night of the Battle of the Gods had entered that place. Now he was here, standing less than 100 meters away from the foggy town. Something to do with the night. The target would disappear as if they were erased. The power of the higher-ups of the church was not to directly obliterate the enemy, but to send them here? Did the creatures that went missing in the ruins of the battlefield of the gods encounter something similar? But it's said that divination is unable to determine their whereabouts. It can only be interpreted that they might still be alive. Of course, it's also possible that I can be resurrected, which is why I'm here. Amidst his thoughts, Klein retracted his gaze and used his clown powers to observe his condition. He had already transformed back into Klein Moretti, but he was still wearing the black clergyman robe of the keepers. There were no signs of damage on his body. Having experienced all sorts of things, Klein quickly calmed down. He reached his right hand into his pocket and opened the iron cigar case. He took out the human skin glove that was folded inside and wore it on his left hand. After confirming that creeping hunger could still be used, Klein picked up Aztec's copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew at it. However, he quickly activated his spirit vision, but the skeleton messenger didn't appear. Klein wasn't too surprised by this situation. Instead, he felt that it was normal. After all, the people who had disappeared during the night of the Battle of the Gods in the easternmost region of the Sonia Sea had yet to be found. After all, over the years, there was no lack of Beyonders who could summon messengers, such as members of the charismatic order. This place is directly isolated from the spirit world. From the looks of it, traveling won't work. As expected of a member of the upper echelons sent by the church to deal with the great smog of Backlund. By sending a target here, it's equivalent to eternal exile and imprisonment. It's impossible to contact the outside world using ordinary methods. Escaping from here is even difficult for a saint. Klein didn't panic, as he was rather confident. He immediately placed Aztec's copper whistle back into the iron cigar case and prepared to take 4 steps counterclockwise. He wanted to use the method above the gray fog to break the imprisonment of the foggy town. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Klein spoke 1 sentence at a time as he quickly completed the ritual. However, he didn't hear the familiar crazy ravings, nor did he see the endless grayish-white fog spreading in front of him. Klein's pupils constricted as he fell into a daze for a few seconds. This place could actually isolate his connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog. This made it impossible for him to use his greatest trump card. In the past, Klein had relied on his ability to head above the gray fog to escape many dangers. But now this method had failed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Phew, it feels like a cheat has been sealed. Klein lampooned to ease his tense emotions. Based on his mysticism knowledge, he suspected that the foggy town in front of him was likely related to a true god. This was the only way to explain the problem of not being able to head above the gray fog. This place has a close connection with the Evernight, and I was sent here after encountering a high-ranking member of the church. Could it be a prison personally created by the goddess? It's possible that she is the mother of concealment. Perhaps she can directly turn people and objects into a concealed state, making it impossible for anyone in the real world to ever find them. Klein thought seriously for a moment and decisively decided to enter the foggy town to explore. This was because it was the most likely place to hide the way to leave. At this point, he no longer thought about whether he could summon Tarot in time. Of course, there was no need to worry about this problem for the time being. He had already cancelled this week's Tarot ahead of time. As the operation to steal the Antigonus family's notebook was rather dangerous and filled with variables, Klein suspected that he might die once and might not be able to revive in time today. Therefore, he decided to find a passable reason to let everyone prepare for another week. After making up his mind, Klein immediately made the wraith in his body appear beside him. This marionette was already in an extremely bad state. The deathly cold aura seemed corporeal, making the control of his spirit body, threads, somewhat sluggish. Thankfully, I can barely use it for a few days. Also, Mr. A was wiped away by that high-ranking member of the church. Perhaps he's living somewhere nearby. I have to be careful of him, who's practically a lunatic. Klein transformed into German Sparrow and made Admiral of Blood Senior walk in front as he walked towards the foggy town. He followed the principles of a marionettist that he had concluded and lagged behind, keeping a distance of at least 110 meters. After this period of digesting, the limit of Klein's marionette control had been raised to 120 meters. The time needed to use spirit-body threads to gain initial control over a target and completely transform into a marionette had also been shortened. If he were to face an enemy with a spirit body of the same level, it would take 16 seconds, while the other would take 4 minutes. In the silent world of fog, Senor, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, didn't take long to enter the strange and mysterious town. In the town, many houses' doors were still open, as though they were welcoming guests from a foreign land. With his marionette's vision, Klein saw that there was a half-eaten piece of white bread, a glass cup of red wine, and messy silver cutlery on the table inside. It looked like someone was enjoying dinner, but there was no one there. The owners of the different houses seemed to have suddenly evaporated from life. Evaporated? This word suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind as he hurriedly made Senor cast his gaze at the grayish-white mill. In the mill, the stone mill was still spinning silently with the help of the wind, but there was no flour produced. There was a lot of flour scattered on the ground. This scene is a little familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Klein frowned bit by bit. As he relied on his marionette, he continued observing the environment as he carefully recalled similar situations. Just as he was wondering if he should use dream divination to ask his spirituality, the corresponding answer was finally found. A similar scene appeared in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. According to historical records, the furnishings and decorations in the buildings were all preserved perfectly. The murals weren't damaged either. There were many dining plates on the tables, and there were signs of rotting. In some of the rooms, there were half-filled bottles of wine that had almost turned to water. The discoverer mentioned that when he first saw such a scene, he even believed that the residents had instantly evaporated. This foggy town is related to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range? It can't be. After going around in circles, I encountered it again. The muscles on Klein's face couldn't help but twitch. He was momentarily unwilling to believe the thoughts in his mind. Of course, just the similarity of the scene wasn't enough for him to make such a judgment. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein forced himself to calm down. He continued controlling Wraith Senor and made him head deep into the foggy town. At this moment, he heard light footsteps. Klein's heart tightened as he hurriedly hid inside the mill. At the same time, he made his marionette stop. In just a few seconds, Wraith Senor saw a woman walk out from a nearby alley. This woman was dressed in a pure white robe. Her hair was loosely tied up, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her looks were extremely beautiful. P.S. Last month's first update. Seeking monthly votes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 851. In the dark town, shrouded in fog, the woman who walked out of the alley seemed to be out of place in the environment. She was wholly dignified and untainted by dust. She had bright and radiant looks that made one's eyes light up, and her simple white robe and loosely tied-up hair added a reserved and languid bearing to her. Even though Klein was looking at her through his marionette's eyes, he couldn't help but imagine how such a lady would behave in bed. He wondered if she had a different charm when pleading. At this moment, a tyrannical desire arose in his heart. He wanted to shatter that holiness and destroy that restraint. Don't tell me she's a demoness. Klein instinctively bared his teeth as the corners of his mouth twitched. The beautiful and holy woman also noticed Wraith Senor. She was first taken aback before she revealed a smile and said with a clear, pleasant voice, "That's right, Wraith." She said with a clear and pleasant voice, "Senor, when were you made into a puppet? If it wasn't for you being corrupted by the powers of Evernight, I wouldn't have been able to tell." She appeared to be speaking to Senor, but in fact, she was communicating with the mastermind through her marionette. "Sigh, there's no way to hide that cold and dead aura. It can't fool Beyonders of a higher level. I was still thinking of hiding somewhere without anyone noticing and using Admiral of Blood Senor to make contact with her. That way, I can ensure my own safety to the greatest extent. This place isolates the gray fog's powers. If I were to really die, I probably won't be able to revive. Klein hid inside the grayish-white mill as he made his marionette speak in a hoarse voice. If you can get out, you can easily know that I began serving Master more than a month ago. He replied with Admiral of Blood's tone and experience, as though he was still alive. This was the acting principle of a marionettist. It allowed a marionette to have its own independent identity and setting. At the same time, Klein buried the keyword "get out" in preparation for the subsequent topic. In such a strange and mysterious town, he didn't have any thoughts of killing demonesses on sight. Ignoring the question of whether there were any good demonesses or if he had the strength to do so, just the fact that everyone was trapped here and needed to exchange relevant information to find a way out was enough for him to temporarily choose to coexist peacefully. The woman in the plain, white robe chuckled, not forgetting to act at all times. From the looks of it, you will soon digest the marionettist potion. A member of the secret order. She's very familiar with the seer pathway. The Demonist sect is a secret organization that was active in the Fourth Epoch. Even if she doesn't have close ties with the Zeradal and Antigonus families, she's definitely rather familiar with them. It's very normal for her to know about the seer pathway. Of course, that's on the premise that this lady is a demoness. Klein's heart stirred as he deliberately asked, "Is there no other possibility?" He wanted to get information from the other organizations and people who had grasped the seer pathway. The beautiful and holy woman slowly walked forward. As she approached Admiral of Blood Seigneur, she smiled. "It doesn't matter which organization you're a member of. We've been exiled here and imprisoned for almost all of eternity. The past is no longer important. What's important is the future. It's whether we can cooperate and find a way to leave this place." Failed. Klein made the Wraith reply, "That's right. That's exactly what I was thinking. How should I address you?" As the lady approached Seigneur, he could already smell a fresh and elegant fragrance with his marionette sense of smell. And because of her words, he had a baffling image of them helping each other in such a perilous situation, abandoning their morals and using their bodies to warm their hearts. She really does sound like a demoness. After listening to her for some time, I find her voice somewhat familiar, but I can't recall it. Unfortunately, there's no way to use dream divination in such a situation. She'll be able to seize the moment when I'm in a daze. It's hard to predict the outcome. Klein frowned slightly. The beautiful and somewhat languid woman raised her hand to tuck her hair, making her petite and exquisite ears stand out. "Panatia, what about you?" Klein originally wanted to find a random identity to impersonate, such as the Aurora Order's Mr. X or the Death Announcer's second mate, Curtius. After all, he could use creeping hunger to mimic their powers. However, he eventually gave up on the disguise and directly said, "German Sparrow." He didn't know when the Beyonder suspected to be a demoness had entered the foggy town, so he couldn't eliminate the possibility that she knew about Admiral of Blood's disappearance. Panatia nodded and changed the subject. "How did you get in?" Klein didn't hide anything as he used his marionette's mouth to say, "That's right. I met a lady of unknown origin. She wore a hood, and her eyes seemed to hide the dark night, but she lacked spirituality." Panatia was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. She didn't go into detail. Instead, she smiled. "What did you do? To actually make the Church of Evernight send him to deal with you?" Panatia quietly changed her pronoun. "He was the lady an angel or an ascetic from the church. Panatia seems to have a deep understanding of him." Klein's thoughts raced as he said vaguely, "That's right. I infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral in an attempt to steal a sealed artifact." But he did not go into the details because he did not know why he had met that lady. Klein believed that, as an angel, it was impossible for the lady to always live behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's gate. There was nothing there that was worth an important figure at her level guarding it day and night. Is that so? He is indeed in the basement of Samuel Cathedral. Panatia seemed to have confirmed something. In the secret organization, St. Samuel Cathedral will remove the word holy. I have to pay attention to this detail in the future. Klein pondered over the other party's words. Panatia didn't continue the topic as she said with a faint smile, "Of course." "All right, don't worry about the past. Just like I said, what's important is the future, how to escape." Klein took the opportunity to make Wraith Senior ask, "What do you know about this place?" Panatia glanced at the pitch-black steepled cathedral at the center of the town. "This isn't reality, the spirit realm, or the astral realm. It's in some sort of hidden state. I've explored most of the places here, including the outskirts of the town, but I still haven't found any clues to leave. The only thing left is the church. Perhaps all the secrets are hidden there." "Why don't you explore that place?" Klein asked through his marionette's mouth. Panatia tugged at her pure white robe, which seemed to be torn in many places. "My intuition tells me that there is great danger inside." At this point, she changed the topic. "And now there's a solution. Your marionette can help us scout ahead. Even if it's lost, it won't cause you any harm. Don't worry. As long as I can figure out the situation inside, I'll find you a better marionette. After all, it doesn't look like it can last much longer." "You're right, but I don't trust you. After all, you're most likely a witch." Klein neither agreed nor refused. He took the opportunity to ask Senor, "What else do I need to pay attention to here?" Panatia pursed her lips. "There are still many people who came here for various reasons, but they are all gone now." "They're all gone?" Klein's heart palpitated as he said, "What happened?" Panatia sighed faintly. "I'm not sure about some of them. Some entered those houses due to hunger and ate a portion of the food. Then they evaporated, instantly evaporating. And this time, the divination results indicate that they have lost their lives and have fallen into a deep slumber. In this foggy town, there's such a thing as being wiped and evaporated. Furthermore, it's no longer alive." Klein was alarmed as he thought of something else. He nearly blurted out, "That's right. Don't you feel hunger?" Afraid that it would cause an anomaly, he forcefully held back his mouth and made Senor ask from the side, "How long have you been here?" Panatia said with a smile and a sigh, "Perhaps half a year. I've witnessed many people treat their own kind as food to continue living on. Thankfully, I need very little. Just a bit of food can allow me to survive for a very long time. And humans still have some food that won't harm their bodies." Having said that, she raised her hand and pointed at the crimson moon in the fog. "Another thing to take note of is that when the crimson moon turns clear, this place will change and become extremely dangerous. I've been severely injured because of this." Having said that, she pointed at a tear in her pure white robe. Klein subconsciously made Senor cast his gaze over and saw that the tear was at the collarbone. He could see the white skin and a bone-deep wound beneath. At that moment, the skin underwent a change as dense, mysterious patterns and dark, sinister colors appeared. Klein's thoughts exploded as ravings and screams resounded in his mind. At the same time, his breathing became difficult as his body rapidly weakened. He couldn't help but collapse to the ground as he coughed violently. Then he saw a pure white robe and 2 straight female legs. He saw Panatia. The lady had already entered the grayish-white mill. Looking at the struggling German sparrow, the corners of her mouth widened bit by bit, revealing her neat, snow-white teeth and the blood-colored tendrils of flesh hanging in the gaps. She whispered, "Got you. P.S. Update first before making changes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M." Chapter 852. That was why some books had a full set of avatars, but we didn't. We had to wait for Chijin to do it. I was mainly responsible for this. Also, Mysteries had 2 promotional events in the early stages. One was on the 3rd or 5th of April when the book was just released, and it gave me 50,000 bookmarks. The other was on the second or third day of the book's release. There was a promotional event that added the book list, tipped the book, and unlocked recommendations. So, please don't say anything about suppressing me. As a platinum author, I still had some face. Also, the physical book was from the publishing company. It had nothing to do with Chijian. Of course, after the Starlight points were earned, the related benefits would take so long. How long could a book be written? How long could a book have a lifespan? Mysteries would last at most 2 years. It had already been more than a year. If I waited another 6 months, it would almost be over. What was the point? As for the product side, the character ranking list, the Starlight points, all kinds of pay-to-win activities, and the 100 Rivers plan. Didn't they think about whether they had the ability to complete it? Chapter 853. Got you! Invisible threads extended forward as Panatia spoke, quickly wrapping around German Sparrow's body as though she was trying to bind him into a cocoon. At this moment, the figure in the black clergyman's robe suddenly shrank, turning into a paper figurine covered in rust. Klein's figure appeared outside the grayish-white mill as he ran deep into the town. He was someone who had survived the eternal blazing sun's true form. He naturally had a certain level of resistance against the spirit-body impact and the tendency of losing control brought about by his mythical creature form. Furthermore, Panatia wasn't a complete mythical creature. Therefore, even without the gray fog's help, Klein quickly extricated himself from his chaotic thoughts. As he repressed the mutation that was about to erupt in his body, he collapsed after realizing that he had unknowingly contracted a disease. He used a violent cough as a cover to use paper figurine substitutes. Paper figurines weren't mystical items. They didn't even have any spirituality. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried that they would trigger a reaction from the core seal behind Cheney's gate. Therefore, he carried quite a number of them with him. And before Klein began sprinting, he rubbed his right thumb and middle finger, igniting the flour piled up in the mill. Boom! The flames lit up as the dust exploded, throwing the millstone out and overturning the windmill outside. Panatia's figure also shattered inch by inch amidst the strong winds and countless crimson splashes. It was as though she was only a mirror. Almost at the same time, her figure in a pure, white robe appeared behind Klein. Her loosely tied-up hair flared up as it extended forward in a frenzy. Pa! As Klein snapped his fingers to ignite the leaves by the side of the road, he controlled Admiral of Blood Seigneur to use Mirror Leap to appear on the window of the 2-story residential building beside Panatia. Then he attempted to make his figure appear in the beautiful but terrifying woman's eyes to complete the wraith possession. With a leap, scarlet flames surged upwards and enveloped Klein's body, causing him to vanish from the spot and reappear in the flames dozens of meters away. As for Panatia's gem-like eyes, it was as though there were mirrors hidden in them, reflecting figures wearing old triangular hats and dark red coats. They overlapped each other and fell into chaos. Klein had Seigneur break away from the window without hesitation. He transformed into his werewolf form and charged toward the demoness at high speed. Yes, Klein had already confirmed that Panatia was a witch, a demigod-level witch at that. The strands of black hair, together with the invisible thin threads, rose up and formed an exaggerated spider web, suddenly enveloping Seigneur, whose body was covered with thick short hair. However, the moment they made contact, Admiral of Blood's figure instantly turned transparent and faded away. He allowed the abnormally long black hair and the illusory demoness threads to pass through him, making it difficult for him to attach to him, much less bind him. Resentment, soul, transformation. Humph. Panatia's expression didn't change at all as she let out a snort. Suddenly, the thick hair and illusory threads that made contact with Seigneur burst into a deep and silent black flame. They used their spirituality as fuel, turning the wraith into a torch. Pa! 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 Admiral of Blood Seigneur was burned back into his werewolf form. He was burned to pieces as his limbs and flesh fell to the ground. A Sequence 5 wraith had completely vanished just like that. And at this moment, Klein had already snapped his fingers and jumped into different fire pillars. With the marionette's sacrifice, he fled deep into the town. In just a few blinks, he had opened up a distance of several hundred meters from Panatia. Suddenly, Klein realized that his forehead was churning. His lungs seemed to turn into a blacksmith's bellows. Every breath he took produced a clear sound as well as hot air. Due to the impact of his incomplete mythical creature form, he had used paper figurine substitutes rather late. He wasn't able to swap out the infected ailment, and all he did was share a certain amount of damage. Klein originally believed that he could forcefully escape Panatia's influence, but to his surprise, his condition worsened faster than he expected. Furthermore, despite having fled several hundred meters away, he didn't show any signs of escaping the source of the infection. Plop! Just as Klein was about to continue using Flaming Jump, his legs suddenly went limp. Without successfully snapping his fingers, he collapsed to the ground. Right on the heels of that, he heard Panatia's gentle and pleasant laughter. Even if you escape to the other side of this town, you won't be able to escape my plague. You have to know that back in Bakeland, the entire East Borough was enveloped by the plague fog I created. And apart from the farthest Empress Borough and West Borough, other places were affected. She's that Lady Despair who worked together with Mr. A. She's one of the true murderers of the Great Smog of Bakeland. Klein was enlightened as he realized that his condition was rather serious. Although it wasn't fatal, the uncontrollable coughing prevented him from using many of his Beyonder powers. Panatia walked over step by step as her beautiful eyes were dyed with an indescribable layer of blood. It was as though a wanderer who had been starving for days had finally seen a piece of steak that was sizzling with oil. In her hand was what remained of Signor's body and 2 severed limbs. This seemed to be her food reserves. Your snapping wasn't bad. I believe those 2 fingers must have tasted pretty good. Panatia looked at the distant German sparrow who was coughing on the ground as she spoke with a maniacal tone. Just as she said that, she raised her hand and stuffed Signor's index finger into her mouth. She bit down on it until it cracked, bit by bit. Klein's vision blurred as he saw this scene. It was as though he felt a similar intense pain in his finger. At that moment, he knew that Lady Despair Panatia was already half mad. This was because she had eaten too much Beyonder flesh. Although with her mysticism knowledge, she would definitely wait for the Beyonder characteristic to appear before eating it. The dead were imprisoned here without any food. They could only target each other, so they would definitely become more and more abnormal and crazy. How could there not be any problems after eating so much of such food? Just as Klein was feeling a little desperate as he thought of a way to save himself, the crimson moonlight in front of him suddenly brightened. He saw a look of horror on Panatia's face. Without any hesitation, she changed directions and rushed into a nearby house, slamming the door. Klein felt his condition weaken significantly as he hurriedly looked up into the sky. He saw that the crimson moon had penetrated the fog and was illuminating the town in a clear and tranquil manner. His heart stirred as he recalled Panatia's words. He immediately struggled and staggered to the other side of the house, not forgetting to lock the door. When the crimson moon turns clear, there will be changes here. It will become extremely dangerous. P.S. Thank you, loyal Silver Alliance servant Wang Kai. Also, I spent quite a bit of time communicating with Qi Jian about the character's peripherals. This chapter is rather short on words, so I hope everyone can understand. I'll update first before making any changes. Yes, the product said that there was a problem with the outsourcing. They are too lazy and only know how to draw Oriental styles. Anyway, just listen to it. My suggestion is to either bring it out in June or switch to outsourcing. They said that they will communicate with me about the exact date. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 854. After rushing into the house and closing the door, Klein realized that the curtains behind the windows had been tightly shut the entire time. Only the crimson moonlight seeped in weakly, illuminating the room. He couldn't be bothered to make further observations as he found a wooden chair and sat down. He attempted to enter cogitation to calm his repressed inclination towards his body's mutation. Since he had witnessed a Saint Beyonder's incomplete mythical creature form, how could he withstand it so easily? This wasn't the mysterious space above the gray fog that had its own recovery effects. As Klein's mental resistance was relatively high in this aspect, he was able to extricate himself from the chaos of his thoughts and barely control his inclination towards losing control, allowing him to complete his escape. However, this didn't mean that the problem had been resolved. He sat there, relying on cogitation and his control over his emotions to resist the waves of crazed thoughts. During this process, he heard his facial bones emit cracking sounds. He saw his black hair grow and thicken uncontrollably as his chest protruded from his clothes. Granules that resembled granulation protruded from the surface of his skin. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally exhaled and relaxed a little. He had completely extricated himself from the influence of Panatia's incomplete mythical creature form. He had even gained some knowledge that she was at a level that had despair as its core. She was good at creating and spreading plagues. As a result of witnessing a mythical creature, one's inclination towards madness and body mutation will not only show signs of losing control of one's own pathway, but it will also come with the characteristics of the other party's sequence. Back then, I was nearly roasted by the eternal blazing sun, and this time I nearly became a demoness. Klein looked down at his present state, allowing his skin, chest, and hair to return to their original state. If he wasn't a faceless, apart from the granules slowly shrinking back into his body, he would have to rely on external forces to resolve the rest. Without the time to sigh or analyze the situation, Klein slowly stood up and cast his gaze at the tightly shut, dark-colored curtains in a bid to figure out his present situation. His expression suddenly changed because he heard a clamor of murmurs on the streets outside. At that instant, he felt that apart from him and Lady Despair Panatia, the empty town suddenly had many residents. They walked through the streets and alleys, greeting each other and discussing whether to only buy bread or to be extravagant and buy a pound of beef. The foggy town suddenly came to life. However, the indistinct figures did not attempt to enter the houses on both sides of the street. They seemed to be walking back and forth on the street. It was hard to believe that they were speaking. It was closer to the low growls of beasts. Klein could not imagine what the scene outside was like. He only knew that this was a danger that even a demigod-level demoness had to avoid. He retracted his gaze and pondered for a few seconds. I can't go out, but I can't stay here either. Who knows when the crimson moon in the sky will be covered by the fog again, allowing Panatia to regain her freedom of movement. When that happens, I won't be able to escape at such a close distance. But if we don't go out, how are we going to move? In the silence, Klein slowly turned around and faced the pitch-black, ancient steepled church. According to Lady Despair Panatia, the church was the only area she didn't dare explore. It was as though entering it was the only way to escape her hunt. Of course, Panatia wasn't necessarily telling the truth, but Klein believed that she wouldn't lie about such matters. This was because, in her eyes, he was a prey, a delicacy. Furthermore, Panatia had already used her verbal skills and her charm to lure him in, designing a trap and preparing to hunt him. With a demigod's confidence, it was unlikely for her to divulge any more information. In addition, telling the truth was the safest and most worrisome choice. There was no need to worry that her prey would sense a lie and escape ahead of time. Unless her half-mad state causes her to habitually lie, there shouldn't be any problems. With no other choice, Klein quickly made up his mind. He immediately lowered his left hand, turning creeping hunger transparent. Although he knew that traveling was useless, he still held onto a sliver of hope. This was because the crimson moon was in its clearest state. Without any concealment, it was as round as a silver plate. Every time this happened, Mr. Dorr would be able to transmit his cries for help from the spot he was lost to the ears of his descendants. It wasn't impossible for traveling to be enhanced and for an anomaly to happen. Klein's figure rapidly faded away and vanished. A few seconds later, he appeared where he originally was. I can't enter the spirit world, and I can't even sense it. The beyonder power of traveling is only a third of its effectiveness. It can barely be used as invisibility. Klein mumbled to himself as he summarized the experience and lessons he had learned. He found a question in it. However, the body's fading and transparency brought about by traveling is based on the uniqueness of the spirit world. Why is it effective? Klein pondered for about 10 seconds and had a vague guess. Everyone must have a connection with the spirit world. This is because an astral projection is always inside, allowing them to obtain all kinds of abstract information. This is the principle behind divination and revelation. So, when we are transformed into a state of concealment, our connection with the spirit world is also included. This can explain why we can still use the uniqueness of the spirit world, but we can't enter it. It's because the former is already part of concealment. Yes, I didn't have the time to think before attempting flaming jump and succeeded. This also requires the use of the uniqueness of the spirit world. After confirming this point, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in an attempt to light the remaining half of the candle in the neighboring house. He wanted to use flaming jump to shuttle through the neighboring houses and approach the steepled cathedral step by step. When the crimson moon was covered by the fog, he would decide if he wanted to take the risk and hide in it based on the situation. With a whoosh, the candle in the neighboring house lit up with a scarlet flame. It slowly expanded and illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, the street outside suddenly became abnormally quiet. The beast-like growls had all vanished. The figures pacing back and forth on the street seemed to have all turned towards him, casting their gazes at the window where the candlelight shone through. Klein's forehead broke out into a cold sweat. He didn't dare to leap over. He instinctively snapped his fingers again and extinguished the candle flame. After a brief silence, the noisy murmurs reappeared as the indistinct figures continued pacing back and forth. Only then did Klein heave a sigh of relief. He raised his right hand and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He realized that he had unknowingly made a few mistakes after entering the foggy town. In such a dangerous and bizarre environment, he hadn't divined if he should light the candle in the neighboring house. My spiritual intuition should have warned me, but it didn't happen. From the looks of it, my spiritual intuition and danger premonition aren't able to be enhanced after the gray fog is screened. Now, I'm only slightly stronger than a marionettist of the same level, but I'm far from being a freak. And it's because of this that I was led by Panatia's instigator powers. When I looked at her wound, I didn't have any premonitions of danger. Instead, I subconsciously felt that it wasn't a big problem with a marionette in between us. Klein temporarily didn't have the time to review the battle from before. He placed his attention back on the matter of approaching the steepled cathedral without leaving the house. He examined the beyonder powers of himself and the mystical items. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found a solution. This solution stemmed from a traveler's door opening that he thought was the most useless. Under normal circumstances, this beyonder power would be completely overpowered by teleportation. But in this mysterious and bizarre foggy town, it was even more useful by relying on the uniqueness of the spirit world. Klein wasn't in a rush to take action. He took out the gold coin that Wraith Senior originally resided in and used divination to inquire about his spirituality. He received the answer that he needed to pass through the wall, and without being able to directly obtain a revelation from the spirit world, he could only choose to believe in himself. He immediately walked to the wall that was shared with the neighboring house and pressed his hands on it. Silently, Klein passed through the stone wall and entered the neighboring house. He followed the row of houses until he came to the last one, and according to his initial impression of the town, he wasn't far from the steepled cathedral. He needed at most 2 flaming jumps to reach it. At this moment, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the dark-colored curtains hadn't weakened. He could vaguely see figures coming and going like they were leading a normal life. With no way to move, all Klein could do was sit down on a wooden chair that was a distance away from the window. It was nearly pitch black with deep shadows. Only at this moment did he have the time to recall the various details of his encounter with the demoness, Panatia. She's actually the murderer who single-handedly created the Great Smog of Bakeland. Tens of thousands of people died because of her, and even more people suffered the pain of losing their loved ones. Old Kohler, who worked hard to stay alive, Mrs. Liv, who did her best to raise her 2 daughters. Klein closed his eyes, raised his head, and took a deep breath. He forced himself to extricate himself from the sudden surge of anger and hatred as he calmly examined the matter from before. It's a pity that I didn't get Senor to wear the flower of blood ring. Otherwise, he would have been able to struggle a little more. However, there's nothing I can do about it. While possessing me, wearing the Rose Bishop's corresponding ring and entering Cheney's Gate is equivalent to self-destructing. The only mystical item I can use now is Creeping Hunger. Inside it are Zombie, Baron of Corruption, Desire Apostle, and Traveler. Right, I should try to see if I can contact the gray fog while the crimson moon is clear, and pray no. I can confirm that even through a marionette, I'll still be affected by the demoness, bewitchment, and instigation powers. Since Panatia can spread the plague on a large scale, why didn't she do a blanket attack? Why did she wait until I lost control of her incomplete mythical creature form and exposed my location before spreading the plague? Yes, she definitely can do it. The Great Smog of Bakeland is proof. There are 2 explanations. First, it's because I was personally sent here by that angel, making her place a high priority on me. She's worried that spreading the plague ahead of time will trigger my spiritual premonition. Second, she's afraid of something and doesn't dare to spread the plague on a large scale. If it's the latter, there are other dangers here. Amidst his thoughts, Klein's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered as he felt a chill run down his spine. Almost at the same time, he saw the deep shadows that blanketed his body and the surroundings suddenly shrink inwards, drilling into his nostrils, mouth, and ears. P.S. First update, then make changes. Also, the single chapter from before was deleted normally. This is my habit. I only keep the summary of each novel, so that friends who aren't following the novel won't end up with a single chapter after a few chapters. That would be too out of character. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 855. At that moment, the shadow seemed corporeal. It was cold and moist, instantly binding Klein inside, turning him into a mosquito in amber. Klein's figure was immediately flattened and squeezed, degenerating into a soft piece of paper that quickly rotted into mud. Paper figurine substitutes. Having sensed the danger ahead of time, he had used paper figurine substitutes in time. His figure in a black clergyman's robe appeared at the other end of the dining table. He opened his mouth, about to let out a bang. At that moment, Klein's mind suddenly went into a trance. He felt everything around him turn blurry and unclear. He instantly understood that he had been forcefully pulled into a dream, and he also used this to confirm one point. His ability to maintain lucidity and rationality in an abnormal dream had long solidified into a characteristic of himself. He no longer needed the gray fog. After a slight struggle, Klein immediately woke up. He saw the shadows in the room slowly surging towards him like a tidal wave. Bang! He opened his mouth and created an air bullet with extremely strong penetrative power. When the bullet hit the shadow, it blasted open a huge empty space. The shadows around the empty space immediately surged over like water, filling it up and restoring everything to its original state. Klein took this opportunity to roll to the side. He made the glove on his left hand turn pale and dyed it a dark green. With a smack, the spot where he had been was struck by a blob of flesh and blood that flew out of the shadow. It was covered in a dark red carpet that was covered in strange mold. Vaguely, Klein felt that he had been weakened. Without thinking too deeply about it, He immediately made the soles of his feet emit a layer of ice that emanated a cold aura. White, frost-condensed, and quickly froze the shadow. Beneath the translucent crystal, the pitch black distorted and squirmed as though it was oil with a life of its own. Zombie's ice seal. Klein rolled again and changed his position. At the same time, he made his glove protrude black particles that were deep and dark. Right on the heels of that, he straightened his body and faced the shadow under the layer of ice. He spat out a word in the devil language that was filled with filth. "Slow down!" Suddenly, Klein saw that the movement of the shadow had slowed down, appearing extremely stiff. However, his own thoughts had also become sluggish, and he was unable to follow up with a follow-up attack. His language of foulness had been distorted. It was clearly targeted at the shadow, but it had been distorted to the entire living room, affecting him. In just a breath's time, Klein broke free from the slow state. Without thinking, he rushed to the dining table, picked up a plate with half a steak, and threw it at the shadow. During this process, although the glove on his left hand remained dark, it gave off an evil and noble feeling. Bribe. He was using the steak to bribe the enemy, weakening their attack, defense, and control abilities. At this moment, the shadow suddenly retreated to the corner of the wall, causing the plate to smash into the melting ice and shatter into many pieces. Then, the shadow surged upwards and transformed into a pitch-black figure wearing a hooded robe. In the palm of this figure, there was already a transparent and blurry book, accompanied by a distant and ethereal chant. "I came, I saw, and I recorded." Just as the chant sounded, the book quickly flipped, producing a blazing, white flaming spear in front of it. Mr. A? Has he gone completely mad? In such an environment, he actually dares to use fire type beyond her powers? Klein's heart tightened as his thoughts raced. He hurriedly rushed towards the other party and dragged his left hand behind him. Creeping hunger was quickly dyed with a dark and deep color that was filled with the aura of depravity. Then it condensed into an exaggerated, gigantic sword formed from scarlet magma and light blue flames. Don't! Klein took a heavy step forward, pulled his back, and moved his shoulder as he ferociously struck out with his left arm. The muscles on his arm bulged up as he brandished the sword of magma from the bottom up. Uft! The gorgeous giant sword struck the flaming spear. Dazzling white, light blue, and scarlet light scattered in all directions at the same time, igniting the chairs and the curtains. The noisy murmurs on the streets outside had long disappeared. The indistinct figures had all turned towards him, and it was extremely quiet. After shattering the flaming spear, Klein bent his knee, knelt down on one leg, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Pah! All the flames in the room were extinguished. Klein didn't move again. He had a nagging feeling that there were countless gazes trying to penetrate the curtains in search of abnormalities. The hooded man, formed from the shadows, similarly didn't move. He, who had been in a frenzy a moment ago, seemed to sense an indescribable horror slowly approaching. In the dark room that only had some crimson moonlight, Klein and the other party were kneeling on one knee, while the other was standing against the wall. They looked like two stone statues. In the extreme and unbearable silence, time passed abnormally slowly. Klein had only silently counted 10 seconds before he had the illusion that an hour had passed. Finally, the beast-like growl sounded once again. It was intermittent, and the indistinct figures outside the window began walking again as they paced back and forth on the streets. Almost at the same time, Klein completed his initial control over his target's spirit-body threads. The hooded man's actions of pouncing forward instantly turned sluggish. Without any hesitation, Klein bent his body and circled around. He planned on using his opponent's high delay to interrupt his subsequent counterattack and slowly turn him into a puppet. At this moment, his nose suddenly felt itchy as he couldn't help but open his mouth. Achoo! Klein sneezed heavily as he lost control of his spirit-body threads. Furthermore, his throat began to hurt as his snot gradually formed. He had caught a cold. He had caught a cold during the intense battle. After suspecting that the other party was Mr. A, Klein had already been taking precautions against a demoness illness. This was because he had previously fought with Mr. A and suffered greatly from this ability. However, in the battle where he didn't have the time to think, he had miscalculated something. His physique had already deteriorated significantly from the true demoness Panatia's plague. He wasn't able to last until the puppet's transformation was complete, and he didn't even have the chance to deepen his initial control and launch a lethal attack with air bullet. Achoo! As Klein sneezed, he rolled around. At the same time, he switched creeping hunger to the barren of corruption state. He attempted to use his distortion powers on himself to see if he could reduce the effects of his cold. Of course, thanks to his bribe, his illness wasn't considered serious. It only affected his control of his spirit-body threads. But it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't fight. While rolling, Klein saw from the corner of his eye that the enemy had extricated himself from his shadow state. The hood slid down, revealing a beautiful female face. It was none other than Mr. A. This oracle of the Aurora Order had actually survived to this day in such a harsh environment. However, his eyes were already blood-red. He looked at Klein as though he was looking at a sumptuous delicacy. He didn't hide the hunger that came from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Klein didn't feel depressed at all. This was because he still had the strength to fight. He wasn't most worried about Mr. A, but that the increasingly intense battle between the two parties would create flames that would attract the dangerous existences outside. When that happened, it would be difficult for the two of them to escape death. Hunger. The intense hunger has already made Mr. A lose his rationality. He no longer cares about the figures on the streets. If he can alleviate his hunger a little, he'll likely stop attacking and patiently wait for the crimson moon to be covered by the fog again. Give him some food. As his thoughts raced, Klein nearly cut off a piece of his flesh and threw it at him. Thankfully, he thought of something in time. He had food on him. It was a dried mushroom made by Frank Lee. It was said to be a hybrid of beef and a bit of Rose Bishop's flesh. As long as there was fish and water, it could continue to reproduce. As this was already a new species on a microscopic level, it no longer had any substantial relationship with a Rose Bishop. Therefore, Klein had placed it together with common herbal powders, such as slumber flowers. He didn't take it out because he wasn't worried that it would cause any changes to the core seal behind Cheney's gate. Achoo! Another sneeze and another roll. Klein had already taken out a dried mushroom and thrown it at Mr. A. Perhaps the smell of beef had attracted him, or perhaps the Rose Bishop had sent something. But Mr. A immediately stopped flipping through the illusory book. He caught the mushroom, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed and swallowed it. The hunger in his eyes gradually lessened, but the way he looked at Klein remained unchanged. With 2 whooshing sounds, Klein threw the remaining dried mushrooms over. Mr. A caught them one by one and ate them all without hesitation. His gaze finally eased as he looked at the indistinct figures pacing outside the window. Step by step, he retreated to a corner and melted into the shadows. Phew! Klein silently exhaled and retreated to another corner of the wall. Mr. A actually isn't dead. I have to say that in such an environment, Rose Bishop's powers are indeed of great help. Just the flesh and blood stored in advance, and eating myself can last for a very long time. Of course, Mr. A hasn't been killed by Lady of Despair Panatia. That's enough to indicate his strength. However, the demigod beyond her powers he recorded must have been used up. As Klein thought, he deliberated over his words, hoping to get some information from Mr. A. Did you find any clues to leave? There was silence. Mr. A didn't respond at all. He's so crazy that he can't communicate? Klein pondered for 2 seconds before saying a name. Leo Master. This was the name of the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness with a split personality. After a brief silence, Mr. A's slightly hoarse voice finally sounded. Was he sent in as well? Indeed, only matters regarding the Aurora Order can garner a response. Klein said frankly, no. He's trapped in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Without waiting for Mr. A to say a word, he continued, "Why didn't you enter that cathedral?" Mr. A said in a hoarse and muffled voice, "That place is very dangerous, very dangerous. It's the same outside. It's equally dangerous. It's the same outside. It's equally dangerous. All the dangers originate from there. All the people who disappeared will reappear under the bloody moon." Before he finished his sentence, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the curtains suddenly turned extremely dim. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 856. As the crimson moonlight suddenly dimmed, a corresponding thought surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon has been concealed by the fog again. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, the moving figures outside the dark-colored curtains vanished as though they had evaporated. The beast-like growls also came to a halt. The environment here has been restored to its previous state. Demoness of Despair Panatia can move normally again. Mr. A also doesn't need to worry about the dangers outside. He can attack crazily and hunt for prey. Klein instantly made a judgment as he raised his right index finger and ignited the leaves of a tree dozens of meters away. He wanted to distance himself from Mr. A to prevent the disease from infecting him further. At the same time, he could decide if he wanted to take the risk of entering the ancient cathedral based on the situation. With regards to the present situation, Klein already had a preliminary plan. It was to attempt to use Mr. A, who had various powers and extraordinary strength, to divert the attention of the terrifying Demoness Panatia. After all, to the latter a shepherd and a Nimblewright master were essentially the same in terms of meat quality. They could both fill her stomach, so she would definitely target the easier prey. When the time came, a battle between the two would erupt. Klein would seek an opportunity to snipe Panatia. Just as the crimson flames surged and enveloped Klein's figure, he saw Mr. A transform into a shadow once again and blend into the surroundings. It was unknown where he had gone. He ran. He ran. Aren't you the crazy Mr. A? Shouldn't you continue pursuing your prey? Why did he run? Klein's gaze turned cold as he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His figure then disappeared in the flow of flames and appeared in the flames dozens of meters away. Just as Klein leaped out of the flames, his forehead burned once again. His lungs turned heavy as he found it difficult to breathe. Plague! Demoness of Despair Panatia's plague had spread over. In Klein's eyes, the beautiful woman in a pure white robe had floated in midair at some point in time as she walked towards him. Beneath Panatia's feet were countless transparent threads that formed a spiderweb. They were connected to the surrounding houses and trees, covering half the street. In the eyes of this demigod, Demoness, the intense hunger had receded. There was no longer any obvious redness in her eyes. She looked at Gehrman Sparrow with a look of madness and mockery, as though she wanted to make him lose the ability to resist bit by bit, making him experience the deepest and most painful despair. Klein held back his coughing and snapped his fingers again, causing a tree near the steepled cathedral to burst into scarlet flames. His figure was immediately engulfed by the flames and quickly faded. He flashed to the tree and appeared in the gorgeous fireworks that were swaying in and out of the tree. Right on the heels, Klein leaped to the ground and quickly rolled to the side of the ancient cathedral. At this moment, his body suddenly turned cold. He saw that a thick layer of ice had formed on his legs, thighs, and abdomen. The surrounding area was covered in white frost, and the temperature dropped sharply. Klein gritted his teeth and controlled the horror in his heart. According to the plan, he calmly extended his hands and pressed them against the wall. The creeping hunger on his left palm had already turned transparent. Silently, Klein passed through the pitch-black, thick wall and entered the steepled cathedral. At the spot he was originally at, a black fireball was a little slower and struck the corner of the wall. It rippled out like water, burning the nearby frost and weeds clean. At this moment, the crows flying around the steeple of the ancient cathedral opened their beaks. Wah! 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 Panatia stopped in her tracks as she looked at the dark cathedral in front of her. Bit by bit, she revealed a look of fear. Inside the cathedral, Klein, who had passed through the wall, was first blinded by the environment that was slightly darker than the outside world. Then, as the frost melted, he adapted to the faint light and was able to see the scene in front of him clearly. As far as his eyes could see, there were figures hanging in the air one after another. They were all humans. Some of them wore classic black robes, while others wore brown jackets. Some wore fluffy skirts, while others wore tattered clothes, making them look like beggars. Some of them had boorish looks, while others were handsome and masculine. Some had exquisite and beautiful facial features, while others were young and adorable. They didn't look alike at all. No, they still had something in common. They were like meat being air-dried. They hung from a height with their heads drooped and their eyes rolled back as they swayed. Klein's scalp tingled as he no longer doubted Panatia and Mr. A's description of how dangerous this place was. He pressed his back against the wall, planning on immediately opening the door to escape if there were any changes to avoid danger. Once he was discovered by the demoness of despair, he would pass through the wall again to avoid her attacks. He would repeat this to ensure his safety. Whoosh! A cold wind blew in the cathedral as the figures and corpses that were hanging in midair turned to face Klein. Their collars seemed to be attached to ropes as their heads remained drooped. Klein drew a cold gasp as he pressed his left palm against the wall. At this moment, the figures began swaying like wind chimes. They opened their mouths and let out sounds that sounded like ravings. Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria. These voices reverberated and merged into one, drilling into Klein's ears. It gave him an abnormally familiar feeling. These were the ravings he had heard after his previous advancements. They actually came from here, from the foggy town, from the corpses hanging in midair inside the ancient cathedral. At that moment, not only did Klein's scalp tingle, but his entire body was trembling. Could the source of this foggy town really be the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, the evaporated nation of the Evernight? Don't tell me I really went up the mountain. However, why doesn't the same ravings bring about a stabbing pain in the head or a tendency to lose control in this cathedral? Klein hissed as he opened and clenched his fists, clenched and opened them again, resisting the urge to pass through the wall. Since he was already here and had already seen the source of the ravings, he believed that escaping wasn't the solution. Regardless, a simple probe was necessary. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was happening if something abnormal happened to his body. After quickly divining with a gold coin, Klein tapped his molars and activated his spirit vision. He looked at the dense number of figures hanging in midair and saw that their spirituality was converged. The aura colors seemed normal, but they exuded a dull feeling. Aura colors. They aren't dead yet? Klein frowned slightly as he deactivated his spirit vision. Right on the heels of that, he pinched the first joint of his index finger twice with his left thumb in preparation to observe his spirit body threads. At a glance, Klein's pupils dilated. This was because the spirit body threads of the swaying figures hanging from high above were extremely special. Their respective illusory black threads extended out from their bodies, but they gathered in the same direction, the highest point of the ancient cathedral. There was no exception. In Klein's vision, they were like corpses being hung up by spirit body threads. Before Klein had the time to consider what this meant, he suddenly saw a scene from the corner of his eye. His spirit body threads were floating upwards on their own, extending towards the highest point of the cathedral, extending towards the source of the hanging figures. This was the first time Klein was seeing spirit body threads take action without anyone controlling them. They were like metal that had encountered a magnet as they floated upwards, uncontrollably. The fastest thread was already reaching its destination. Klein didn't dare imagine the outcome after all his spirit body threads gathered there. He suspected that he would turn into bacon that was waiting to be dried up. He would be hung up in midair and let out the ravings of Hornacis, Phlegria, with the wind. If it were most beyonders, they would only consider leaving the cathedral and see if they could interrupt the process of their spirit-body threads being absorbed. However, Klein was different. He was a marionettist. With a thought, he directly controlled his spirit-body threads and pulled them back one by one. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally completed this matter. However, his spirit-body threads still had a tendency to drift upwards. He had to constantly pay attention and resist it. This is one of the dangers lurking in this ancient cathedral. Klein slowly took a deep breath and stopped sticking close to the wall. Step by step, he walked deeper into the cathedral. Above him, the figures swayed as though they were looking down at him. After walking about 20 to 30 meters, Klein finally saw something else. It was the pitch-black altar that belonged to the cathedral. On top of the altar stood a stone statue. After taking a few steps forward, Klein clearly saw the statue's appearance. It was in the form of a female human, but there were 2 beast legs growing out from her ribs and waist. They were covered in short, thick, and hard black fur. In addition, the stone sculpture was surrounded by thin black ribbons that extended out like tentacles. At the feet of the stone sculpture, there were souls slumbering, as though they were stars that clustered around it. Klein moved his gaze and looked at the head of the stone statue. He saw a beautiful face. Klein's gaze froze. He wasn't unfamiliar with that face because he had been sent here by her. This stone sculpture's face was identical to the eraser angel beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. She is actually related to this place. That's right. Her erasure is to send people here. It would be abnormal if it's unrelated. What does she have to do with the 4th Epix nation of the Evernight, located in the Hornacis mountain range? That mother of the sky? But if that's the case, why would she work for the church? Furthermore, this image is somewhat similar to the demonic wolf described by Little Sun. Many questions instantly flashed through Klein's mind. During this process, he slowly shifted his gaze to other places, searching for other possible clues. A few seconds later, Klein discovered a figure. It wasn't hanging in midair, but sitting diagonally behind the sculpture. P.S. It's the last 2 days of May. Requesting for monthly votes. It'll be a waste if you don't vote. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 857. Sitting diagonally behind the statue was an elder in a black robe. He wore a hood, and his head was hung low. His eyes were tightly shut, and the white beard by his mouth was long and dense. It was as though it hadn't been trimmed in years, making it impossible to discern his original appearance. And in Klein's eyes, the bearded elder was even stranger than the figures hanging in midair. After his spirit-body threads extended out from his body, they didn't float high into the sky to gather at the spot that seemed to hide a magnet. Instead, they circled around his body and returned to where they came from. The source and destination combined into one. Ordinary spirit-body threads originated from a living being's body, and they extended in different directions until they reached infinity. The source of the spirit-body threads of the figures hanging from above didn't change, but the destination of the spirit-body threads was concentrated at the top of the ancient cathedral. It was obvious that there was a problem. Is this the reason why he isn't hung up? Or could it be that this is his way of avoiding the danger inside the cathedral? As Klein controlled his spirit-body threads to resist the inclination to float upwards, he muttered to himself and guessed at the reason. Suddenly he saw a pair of eyes. The eyes were pitch black, like a lusterless water surface. The elder, sitting diagonally behind the statue, opened his eyes. He's still alive. Klein subconsciously took a step back and arched his body slightly, raising his left palm to block in front of him. In the indescribable silence and tension that made one's heart palpitate, the eyes of the old man with a pale beard moved slightly. His mouth was half closed as he spoke in a muffled voice. He half closed his mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Finally, another seer has come here again? Other beyonders of the seer pathway have once entered this cathedral?" That's right. Apart from the people who were erased by the eraser angel, the creatures that disappeared at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods would also appear here. Among them might be a few beyonders of the seer pathway who are attempting to find mermaids in those waters or have successfully advanced and are preparing to leave. Seeing that the other party didn't immediately attack him and had the inclination to communicate, Klein forcefully calmed his emotions and asked in thought, "Why do you say that?" The black-eyed, white-bearded, hooded old man did not respond directly. Instead, he asked in a muffled voice, "Do you wish to escape this place?" "I can tell you the method." Klein wasn't moved as he immediately asked, "Then why are you still here?" Since he knew the way to escape from this foggy town, why would he still stay in this dangerous church? The old man lowered his head and let out a laugh. "Because I died a long time ago." Klein's hair stood on end. He was speechless. In his eyes, this old man was not in existence in the form of a spirit. Seeing that there was no response, the elder slowly raised his head and glanced at Klein, who was dressed as a German sparrow. "I used my special Beyonder powers to find the void of this world's history and fate. I sliced out my image and fixed it here, maintaining it until now. As for my body and spirit, they have long died and dissipated." This ability is incredible. Klein couldn't verify its authenticity, so he could only change the topic. "Then why did you guide the seers who entered this place on how to escape?" The elder's voice was still muffled. "After you open the door, the history and fate of this place will change. The image I sliced out will also disappear. When that happens, you will see a jar of ashes. I only wish that they will be scattered into the Srenzo River near the capital of Intis, Trier. That's my hometown where I was born. Do you understand the name of this place? I don't know how much time has passed in the real world." "I've been imprisoned here for at least 100 years. Klein replied frankly, "They still exist." "Very good." The elder nodded as though there was phlegm in his throat. Although Klein didn't really trust the person in front of him, he held on to the idea that knowing more would help him make a comprehensive judgment. He decided not to waste time, lest he was interrupted again. "Then how should I escape?" The elder remained sitting in his spot without any obvious movements. "Do you see the wall behind this statue? Is there a depression on it?" In fact, Klein didn't wish to do as he said. This was because he had previously been lured by Demonis Panatia and seen her incomplete, mythical creature form, resulting in him being shocked and injured. However, he had planned on observing his surroundings to search for clues. Therefore, he carefully shifted his gaze and looked at the wall behind the stone statue. There were short and crude symbols engraved there, but there was an empty space in the middle. It wasn't connected to form a complete shape. The empty space was about the size of 2 palms. It was clearly sunken in, as though someone had dug away the stone bricks on the surface. As long as you can find the corresponding obsidian stone and place it here, you will be able to extricate this wall from its concealed state and reveal an illusory color. When the time comes, I'll tell you a complicated and special symbol. It's the key to opening the door on the wall." The bearded elder didn't turn his head as he looked straight ahead and explained in detail. Complicated and special symbol. Key to opening the door. As Klein listened to the ravings of Hornaces, Phlegria, behind him, a symbol suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a vertical eye formed from many concealed symbols. It was the information that the Antigonus family's notebook had transmitted to him through the infected misfortune cloth puppet. And the Antigonus family seemed to have a close relationship with the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Could this be the so-called key to opening the door? Klein retracted his gaze without batting an eyelid. He asked, "Why did all the seers from before fail?" Sitting diagonally behind the statue, the hooded elder chuckled and said, "Some of them were as naggy as you. Some of them were as long-winded as you. They didn't have time to leave the church before the bloody moon became clear and were hung up there. The guy who made himself a handsome face was one of them, and the girl with flawless facial features was also one of them. Klein was nearly rendered speechless by the other party's teasing. However, he also learned something from this. When the crimson moon turned clear, the danger inside the cathedral would increase exponentially. Even a Nimblewright master wouldn't be able to control their spirit-body threads. I have to constantly pay attention to the changes in light. Once the crimson moon turns clear, I'll pass through the wall. Klein looked around and confirmed that he was about 6 to 7 meters away from the pitch-black altar's outer wall. Then, he quickly came up with an emergency plan. The hooded elder didn't look up at him as he continued. The remaining ones weren't too lucky. The rest were unlucky. They encountered enemies who had lost their minds and only wanted food. They were eaten by them. As you know, there aren't many Beyonders of the seer pathway to begin with. There are even fewer who can become Nimblewright masters. Due to various reasons, the number of people who come here can be counted on one hand. Of course, there are many more who are lured here, but it's very difficult to enter. They are all. He didn't finish his sentence as he slowly raised his head and looked at the highest point of the ancient cathedral. Then he said in a muffled voice, "The outcome is equally tragic." "What do you mean?" "If I didn't steal the notebook and had to follow the ravings of the corpses hanging in this cathedral, climbing the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range in search of the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family, wouldn't I be one of those who are lured here? It's very difficult to enter here, and the outcome is equally tragic?" Klein's thoughts raced as he combined it with the dilapidated palace and translucent maggots he had seen with his divination. He began to suspect that the so-called treasure of the Antigonus family was a trap. He didn't bother to ask about the matter in detail as he first probed for more important information. "Do you know where that obsidian rock is?" The elder chuckled. "It's in the hands of that demoness of despair." Demoness of despair. So Panatia is really the demoness of despair. Klein had previously addressed Panatia as such in secret, but that was because he knew that she was respectfully addressed as Lady Despair, and that she was definitely a demoness. Therefore, he had simply pieced the two situations together into a nickname. He never expected that a sequence 4 of the demoness pathway might really be called Demoness of Despair. Then it'll be very difficult for me to obtain that obsidian rock. She's a true demigod. Klein didn't hide his dilemma as he waited for the elder to give him a suggestion. The old man shook his head and said, "I am a person who has died long ago, and the help I can provide is very little." Didn't you have a marionette when you entered?" "Yes, but it has already been eaten by the demoness of despair," Klein replied in a seemingly calm manner. The elder sighed and laughed. "I'll help you summon him from this world's history." Just as he said that, Klein saw lines rapidly outlined beside him, depicting Admiral of Bloodsignor in his triangular hat and dark red coat. As for the spirit body threads, they were still under his control. Klein's pupils instantly shrank, and he heard the hooded old man's words. "It can only last for half an hour. You must make good use of the time. I'll help you strengthen your connection a little and increase your control over your marionette. This way, you can make your marionette use your Beyonder powers and instantly swap places with him. Ha! The distance you can control and the characteristics of being alive will also be enhanced. Let my marionette use my Beyonder powers? This way, wouldn't I be able to use the powers of a faceless to make my marionette become another me? The perfect substitute? This is a demigod of the seer pathway. This is one of the powers of a Bizarro sorcerer. The enemy would never know if they killed a real Bizarro sorcerer. Also, to summon a marionette from history. That's completely unimaginable." Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he found it difficult to calm down. The old man looked up at him and continued, "Give me a paper man." Klein frowned slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took out a paper doll and handed it to the other party. The old man stretched out his withered hand, took the paper doll and casually wiped it. Klein's headache, fever, nasal congestion, and swollen throat suddenly disappeared. The paper doll was stained with red rust and quickly became brittle and cracked. You used my paper doll to help me transfer the disease? Klein thought for a moment and finally asked, "Please forgive my rudeness just now. How should I address you?" The old man did not answer immediately. He sighed and said, "This is all I can offer." He paused and smiled vaguely. "You can call me, Zeridol. P.S. May is almost over looking for monthly votes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 858. F***CK. At that instant, upon hearing the elder's answer, Klein's mind was filled with vulgarities. Apart from that, there were no other thoughts that could appear. Zeridol, the leader of the Secret Order, a descendant of a powerful noble of the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire, the previous owner of the Antigonus family's notebook, a Beyonder navigator of Roselle the Great, a true high-sequence Beyonder of the Seer Pathway, a hidden existence of a miracle invoker a century or two ago, an angel that a Rhodes believed had lost control and turned into a monster during his advancement to sequence, one attendant of mysteries. Regardless of the description, it was an unbearable weight for Klein at present. This made him feel as though a character from a history textbook had jumped out of the textbook and walked right in front of him. He also felt that the surrounding air seemed to turn corporeal, piling up on him in layers, pressing down on his body, and preventing him from breathing. Klein had once imagined that everything he had encountered, including his transmigration, stemmed from Zeridol's machinations. He suspected that he was the final boss he would eventually face, and now he had met him ahead of time. "I'm only a sequence 5. Klein couldn't help but shout inwardly. At the same time, he began to suspect if the other party was really Zeridol. Zeridol is a surname that represents a powerful noble of the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire. In theory, in the past 2,000 years of history, there should be many Zeridols. Perhaps he's the grandfather, father, brother, or son of the Secret Order's leader mentioned in Roselle's notebook. Also, he just said that he has been dead for many years, and a Rhodes and Snake of Mercury will Septon have confirmed that the leader of the Secret Order, Zeridol, is still alive. He has only lost control and turned into a monster, becoming extremely crazy. Klein first tried to convince himself that the situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. This quickly calmed him down and gave him the ability to think more carefully. The Beyonder powers that Zeridol displayed didn't seem to be much, but every single one of them exceeded common sense. The parts related to history and fate were even more so. He's definitely not just a bizarro sorcerer. He might even be a sequence 3, or even a sequence 2. And there are never many angels of a pathway. This place is closely related to the nation of the Evernight that has vanished from the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Furthermore, there are ravings that can reach the ears of low and mid-sequence Beyonders of the Seer Pathway. Back then, after the leader of the Secret Order, Zeridol, obtained the Antigonus family's notebook through Roselle the Great, he appeared less and less. It's unknown what he was plotting. Could it be that he came to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range based on the notebook in search of the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family and obtained the sequence, one attendant of Mystery's potion formula and corresponding ingredients? In the mysticism world, consecutive coincidences often meant that there was a problem, that there was a certainty if it's really that Zeridol's the reason why he ultimately lost control and went crazy after being separated from himself and existing in the foggy town. As for the matter of long dead, there was a more reasonable explanation. The leader of the Secret Order, Zeridol, had said it himself. What is a miracle? Reviving from the dead is a miracle, and he is already a miracle invoker. As Klein's thoughts churned, the white-bearded elder who claimed to be Zeridol chuckled. "From your reaction, do you know me?" Klein's thoughts raced as he probed. "I've heard of this surname before. I once met Queen Mystic and learned about the Secret Order and its leader from her," Meng Chao said. The old man nodded slightly. He did not give a definite answer, nor did he deny it. He smiled and asked vaguely. What other help do you need? Help. Klein recalled the beyonder powers he had displayed and hesitated. Can you summon a fish from the outside world from the history of this hidden world? You can also summon one that has already become food. From his point of view, this wasn't impossible. After all, most of the foreigners who entered the town came from the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea, where the ruins of the Battle of Gods were. Perhaps some fish had been reared there, both as food reserves and to observe the changes in the environment. They would disappear at night because they didn't fall asleep. It was also possible that some explorer had just eaten a belly full of fish when they encountered night and didn't fall asleep in time. If that was the case, it wouldn't be inexplicable for the existence of fish from the outside world in the history of the foggy town. Zeratul looked up and glanced at Klein, who was dressed as a German sparrow. He didn't give an answer for a short period of time. A few seconds later, he leveled his gaze and said with a muffled voice, "Yes, yes." Just as he said that, Admiral of Blood, Senor produced a ball of crushed fish, meat in his hand. It can only last for 45 minutes. When it's over, it'll be as if it had never been eaten, Zeratul added. It actually works. Klein increasingly felt that the powers of a high-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway were bizarre and terrifying. He originally wanted to say that there was nothing else he needed help with, but recalling how Zeratul was known to be a crafty existence and that everything he said and did was a question mark, he felt that he needed to prepare something. Amidst his thoughts, Klein decided to show a certain degree of greed to make Zeratul lower his evaluation of him, believing that he could easily be lured. After getting his marionette to put away the fish meat, his eyes darted around as he drew an indiscernible breath. I still need the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. Zeratul's attitude didn't change as he fell silent for a few seconds before chuckling. No problem, as long as you're willing to believe that I'm giving you the real formula. When you get back that obsidian rock, I'll give you the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, as well as the symbol to open the door. Sigh, to me, this isn't something I need to care about, as long as you can scatter my ashes back into the river of my homeworld. Klein listened in silence and couldn't help but ask, Your level is definitely very high. Your status must be very high. If you scatter your ashes like this, it will pollute the entire river and create countless monsters. Zeratul laughed when he heard that. Very detailed. However, there's nothing special in my ashes. I've long lost them. As he spoke, he raised his head again and glanced at the top of the ancient cathedral. He's hinting that his beyonder characteristic and the uniqueness that his body possesses due to its changes have been sucked away by the magnet at the top? Klein guessed at what he was getting at and asked about his beyonder pathway. What's the name of the sequence 3 potion after Bizarro Sorcerer? Zeratul's beard moved slightly. Scholar of your. Although this sounds like a relic dug out from a dead grave, Zeratul had repeatedly mentioned history. The corresponding beyonder powers are simply inconceivable. Klein asked again in delight, What's the matter? Then, what's the corresponding sequence 0? Zeratul raised his head again and glanced at him before chuckling. You should have known when you opened the door to escape. I hate people like you the most. You only say half a sentence. Always smiling without saying a word. Klein immediately had a similar feeling as Emperor Roselle. He shifted his gaze to the stone statue beside him and asked, What's the matter? Who is this? Zeratul didn't turn his head as he said in a muffled voice, He is a descendant of an ancient god. A descendant of an ancient god, a descendant of annihilation demonic Wolf-Flegria. This ancient god seems to wield the authority of Evernight. His descendants established the nation of the Evernight. Before Klein could ask, he heard Zeratul chuckle. He has a brother. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with him. Who? Klein tried hard to recall, but he couldn't find the answer. Zeratul let out a chuckle. He gave himself a new surname, Antigonus. Antigonus, nation of the Evernight. Hornacius, Phlegria. Klein's eyes lit up as he connected the pieces of information together. It was easy to understand why the Church of Evernight destroyed the nation of the Evernight. It stemmed from the struggle for authority. It didn't make sense for them to deal with the Antigonus family, which inherited the seer beyond her pathway, with a stance of annihilation. There was no need to go that far. After all, the ones that could be exchanged with the sleepless pathway were death and giant. Furthermore, Klein had never understood why the Antigonus family had to place their treasure on the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range, and why they trusted the people of the nation of the Evernight. Now he finally understood a little. Klein was just about to ask again when he suddenly saw the crimson moonlight shining in from the cathedral's windows turn bright, casting shadows on the corpses hanging in midair. The crimson moon was clear. Klein's heart tightened. Without any thought, he followed the emergency plan and raised his right hand. With a snap of his fingers, he lit a candle near another wall that was far away from him. At the same time, he possessed Wraith Senor and leaped forward. He continued rolling and arrived at the nearest outer wall. And at this moment, the entire cathedral turned abnormally silent. There were no longer any reverberating ravings. Klein's spiritual intuition didn't give him any warning of danger, but through the shadows on the ground, he discovered that the corpses hanging in midair were all turning towards the side where the candles were shining. Without any hesitation, Klein pressed down with his left palm and tore through the wall, arriving outside the cathedral. Then, without daring to raise his head, he used the wraith's internal propulsion to rush towards the nearest building. The distance between the two was only about 10 meters. During this process, he didn't hear any beast-like growls, nor did he sense any figures coming and going around him. However, he felt a prickling sensation on his back, as though he was being watched by countless eyes. In just a second, Klein flipped to the outside of the building, pressed down with his palms, and tore through it. Then he snapped his fingers and remotely controlled the flames, extinguishing the candles in the cathedral. After a brief moment of silence and tension, the feeling of being watched vanished. Outside the tightly shut curtains, figures began to appear as they came and went. PS1. Recommended book, Creating the Game World. It seems that it's quite popular to write about gamers these days. PS2. Seeking monthly votes on the last day. Chapter 859. With the abnormality gone, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He observed the environment in the room and chose a spot with some moonlight illuminating it. The shadows weren't too thick, so as to avoid any sudden attacks. And the few seconds of experience he had had made him have a guess about the figures and the beast-like growls outside the curtains. They were the corpses that had been hanging inside the cathedral, producing the ravings of Hornacius, Phlegria. When Klein passed through the wall and left the cathedral, the corpses that were hanging from above had all turned towards the lit candle. There weren't any figures coming or going on the streets. By the time Klein remotely controlled the flames and extinguished the candle, everything would be the same as before. When the crimson moon turns clear and the spirituality is enhanced, the magnet at the top of the cathedral will have a deeper influence on Fogworld Town. It can control the corpses to walk around and pretend to be normal. If that's the case, the light might attract the attention of the controller. Under such circumstances, if the flames aren't extinguished in time and the source is locked onto, something extremely terrifying might happen. Yes, I can't rely on my control of flames to frequently divert the gaze of those figures. Klein reminded himself as he used his spirit body threads vision to size up the bread, potato stewed beef, and dark red wine on the dining table. He suspected that the food here was a part of the magnet at the top of the cathedral. If they were to be ingested, their spirit body threads would be corrupted, causing them to drift towards the cathedral uncontrollably. This would also explain why eating the food here would cause them to evaporate into thin air. This was because they had been hung inside the cathedral to dry, and when the crimson moon turned clear, they could come out to walk. It matched Mr. A's description of vanished people appearing again under the bright moonlight. At a glance, Klein discovered that the food was like a living creature. There were spirit body threads growing out from within as they extended towards the ancient cathedral. The most special thing about them was that each of them only had one spirit body thread. It was clearly different from ordinary living beings who had countless spirit body threads. Indeed, it's about the same as what I guessed. Having his theory verified, Klein retracted his gaze and began considering how to deal with Demoness of Despair Panatia. Beside him, Wraith Senor, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, appeared. The marionette's bones cracked as his face squirmed. Soon, he took on the appearance of German Sparrow. This was a marionette using the powers of a faceless. Klein scrutinized the substitute for a while and realized that there were still some flaws. The clothes couldn't be changed, and if he were to use an illusion to conceal it, he wouldn't be able to fool the demigod-level Demoness of Despair. Even Mr. A might not fall for it. After some consideration, he got Wraith Senor, who was in the form of German Sparrow, to take off his clothes. He also took off his clergyman's black robe and swapped clothes. During the process of putting on his clothes and hat, Klein's expression turned odd bit by bit. This was because in the past 2 months, his marionette had been dressed in such a manner. He had been to the sewers and suffered an explosion. All sorts of smells were mixed together, making it unpleasant. Sigh. All the suffering I'm suffering now is a result of my past laziness. Klein sighed silently as he completed his disguise and transformed into the German Sparrow, who looked like a pirate captain. At this moment, Senor had also changed into a black clergyman's robe. His aura was spirited and no longer cold. He looked no different from a living person. Klein deliberated for a moment before taking off Creeping Hunger and getting Admiral of Blood to wear it on his left palm. This way, the marionette would be a standard German Sparrow. I have to go all the way if I'm putting on an act. Besides, if Creeping Hunger were to suffer a backlash during this process, the marionette would be the one eating it. Ha! Will it feel cheated when the effects are over? It'll be like eating a placebo. As Klein got Senor to adapt to his state and took away the fish and other items, he seriously formulated a plan. With a marionette that can use my beyonder powers, it's nearly impossible to steal the obsidian stone from her, much less defeat the Demoness of Despair. She's a genuine demigod. Even if I were to rely on this extremely deceptive marionette to obtain tactical success, such as getting him to attract her attention while I complete a sudden sneak attack while constantly switching positions to confuse Panatia, making it difficult for her to make accurate judgments, I wouldn't be able to make up for the disadvantage in my level and strength, preventing me from achieving my strategic goals. I can consider getting the marionette to engage in close combat and attempt to control Panatia's spirit body threads. He's already a corpse, so he won't be affected by the plague. This will allow me to catch her off guard. There are 2 problems. First, the mysticism viruses and bacteria created by the Demoness of Despair are getting stronger and stronger. Will they be able to affect zombies? Second, does she have any other beyonder powers that I don't know of? There's a high chance of that. I'll first make a list in my mind. I'll write down the areas where I have the advantage or am on par with the Demoness of Despair. I'll see what revelations I can get. A marionette that can disguise as me and use its own beyonder powers is considered at the level of a demigod. It's the same for instantly switching positions. Apart from them, there's nothing else. Considering the present state of the Demoness of Despair, I seem to have another aspect that's stronger than her. She's in a half-mad state, and her rationality comes and goes at times. She does things in an extreme manner and is easily driven by her instincts. Yes, although she's still good at instigating and inducing, it's considered a hunting instinct. As for me, I'm in a normal state. My intelligence hasn't shown any problems, and my thinking and analytical abilities are still online. Could it be that I have to use my intelligence to win? Klein had a flash of inspiration as he gradually came up with a new train of thought and plan. Why do I have to engage Demoness of Despair Panatia in a life-and-death battle now? She definitely yearns to escape the foggy town. In her heart, this is an instinct that trumps eating. Furthermore, she's still full. I can totally attempt to cooperate with her. She'll provide that obsidian rock, and I'll draw that special and secretive symbol, thus fulfilling the conditions to open the door. Besides, I don't feel at ease with that Zeradol. Who knows if he has any nefarious intentions, or is secretly plotting something. By luring the demoness of despair in, I can effectively muddle the situation and restrain him to a certain extent. Cooperation is a play of words, not a fight. A perfect stand-in at the demigod level can definitely be of greater use than direct combat. This is equivalent to a combination of my two strengths. Klein quickly made a decision. As he pondered over the details of the cooperation negotiations, he patiently waited for the crimson moon to return to the fog. After a while, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the dark-colored curtains finally dimmed. Klein immediately made his marionette pass through the wall to open the door and leave the room he was hiding in. Then Senor, who looked like German Sparrow, walked onto the street and headed for the pitch-black cathedral. In just about 10 seconds, Klein, who was controlling the marionette, discovered that Senor had been infected by a disease. This had no effect on the dead, but Klein could vaguely foresee that with the passage of time, the disease would become more serious and bizarre. It could even directly affect the body's nerves and spirituality. This would cause the zombie's actions to turn stiff. In the end, it might not even be able to bend its knees, and it would need to jump to move. Thankfully, I didn't choose the marionette to control the spirit-body threads. Klein immediately made Senor say loudly, "I've been in the cathedral for a while. I stayed in the church for a while. I didn't die. I found a way to escape this place." After saying that, German Sparrow sniffled. Apparently affected by the decline in his physique, his resistance to the disease was weakening. And at this moment, Panatia, who was dressed in a pure white robe, suddenly appeared at the cathedral's entrance. Her hair was tied up again, making her look clean and tidy. She looked at the German Sparrow with her beautiful, slightly crazy eyes, and took out a piece of dark and strange obsidian from the inside of her clothes. The outline of the obsidian was exactly the same as the depression on the wall behind the statue. "You need it?" Panatia calmly asked. When Klein realized that the demoness of despair had already dispelled the plague and diseases, he hurriedly made Wraith Senor nod slightly. "Yes, as long as you place it in the right place inside the cathedral and match it with a special symbol, you'll be able to open a door to escape from here. I know that the cathedral's interior is very dangerous for you, but it's mainly because of the spirit-body threads. As for me, I'm a marionettist. I can control the spirit-body threads to prevent you from being hung up." Panatia fell silent for a few seconds as the corners of her mouth curled up. "Then I became your marionette? Or will you give up on helping me at the critical moment and let me become a shadow wandering under the moon?" Klein was already prepared as he immediately made his marionette say sincerely, "That's right." He immediately made his marionette sincerely say, "What can I do to make you feel at ease?" Panatia didn't immediately reply as she carefully thought for a moment. "Give me your hair and flesh. A demoness is good at cursing. Using Senor's hair and flesh to curse the German Sparrow? If it succeeds, count it as my loss." Klein's heart calmed down as he made his marionette appear stumped. "Then wouldn't you be able to kill me at any time?" Panatia replied with a smile, "Thank you. You can only give me your hair and flesh when you enter the cathedral. Once inside, if I show any signs of cursing you, give up on controlling my spirit-body threads. It's the same the other way around. If I show any abnormalities, I'll immediately curse you. Once the door of escape is opened, I'll leave first, and at the same time, I'll return your flesh and hair to you." German Sparrow deliberated for a long while as he discussed the details with the demoness of despair. Finally, he nodded. "All right, let's do that." Panatia was just about to speak when she suddenly narrowed her eyes. She slowly said, "For some reason, I'm still a little worried." P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last half day. Also, due to technical reasons, Audrey's birthday begins on June 6th. It's good that everyone knows that.